what they were talking about. This phenomena is named after actress Barbra Streisand. Sometimes when you try to cover something up, you end up bringing more attention to it than if you had just let things be.
He won't condemn Hasan Piker. Remember that shit?
The assemblyman will not denounce Hasan Piker, who said
America deserved 9/11, dude.
the assemblyman just said in his response,
Hasan Piker says America deserved 9/11.
There you go. There you have it.
My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
Now to the Michigan Senate race, where
El Sayed is campaigning in Michigan.
Appearing on stage at 2 Michigan campaign rallies.
He's proactively campaigning alongside Piker.
The man who says Hezbollah's flag is his favorite because it's dope.
Why would you align yourself for raging anti-Semites?
Who has defended Hamas terrorists.
Calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the government evils. Lesser of two.
That's what I find a bridge too far.
When I went up to my good friend Chat and said, hey, can you walk me through some more controversial statements of Hasan Piker? Even ChatGPT went out of its way to soften the edges of Hasan and give me context. Thanks, but no thanks, ChatGPT.
Hasan Piker is campaign poison. Placing yourself on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue is only going to make you look bad. It's going to be good for me. It's going to be good for the candidates that I work with. Turns out it was true. Abdul El Sayed at 27%. Oliver Larkin. Maylon Quiros, everybody.
Nice to meet you, Hasan.
Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you for having me.
Oh my gosh.
What's going on, man?
What's up, dude?
Good to see you again.
And I really enjoyed it. Yeah.
How you been?
He's trying to get put out.
Wow.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from not so sunny, a little gloomy, a little cloudy, California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Sunday. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's Sunday fun day. It's super secret Sunday. Normally I don't stream on Sundays, is what I say in the morning. Every Sunday before I start streaming on Sunday. You already know what it is, though, ladies and gentlemen. We're live. We're alive. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Put gaming in the title now. I don't want to make a promise that I can't keep. You know what I mean? I don't want my mouth to write a check that my ass can't cash. We got the HasanAbi Master Sheikh Aquatine Hamas Force Episode 1 Radical Islamist Hasan Piker. We'll finally watch that today. But yeah, I like the color combo. The pin really pops too. Hell yeah, thank you. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, you already know. We're live, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. It's Sunday, June 28th, 2026. About to turn 35 in less than a month. Shit's getting crazy out here. Time, it continues to pass. The passage of time, it's real. And I'm really feeling it. But, yeah. Other than that, you already know I'm a chud-ass loser. I'm doing a thing. Profile for Wall Street Journal. I did a photo shoot for it last night. Photo shoot actually was all suits. So that's going to be an interesting experience. No days off. You already know. Yeah, minus 20K. You already know. But you need to come to South Dakota and campaign for Toby Durden now. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm doing. That's what actually I'm going to do. Your age isn't making you feel it. Sitting on your ass every day, being a loser is cooking you. Okay, well, that's unnecessarily mean. Anyway, many of you also sit on your asses, but you can make the change that you want to see, specifically with the Maylon Quiros, Julian Gonzalez races that are taking place in Colorado. In Denver, Colorado, with Maylon Quiros, and Colorado Senate with Julie Gonzalez, Senadora Gonzalez. Very excited. Hopefully they will. You appeared in a Ben Jordan video? Oh, hell yeah. Love Ben Jordan. What did he talk about? The richest country is pretty mid now. Oh, I love that. That's my favorite conversation to have. Ben's the man. Anyway, yeah. Wall Street Journal wrote that article about how North Korea's economy is booming, and then they've just been getting really active, I guess, with democratic socialism, or educating their audience, their readership of what it is, what it means to be a democratic socialist. Mike Collins, Ossoff's opponent, criticized Ossoff for not condemning you. Hasan Piker, that's so funny. Dude, I will say I do love Republicans actively campaigning against like cancel culture and against the hysteria of like social justice warriors, only to basically turn into an even sillier version of that cartoon that they depicted Democrats as, when there are actually some like people who are at least affiliated in some way, shape, or form with the Democratic Party brand, but they have some teeth. Well, bro, suit on a Sunday too. What the fuck? Calm down, dude. Never. Also, CNN wrote an article on Melot Kiros. Very interesting. Don't know if I like it or not, that they are actually starting to take notice of these races before we end up winning them. Don't know. But we'll do that. They're the social injustice warriors. Oh, yeah. Take a day off, man. You've been streaming nonstop. Well, I can't take a day off because there's races. There are races that need to be won. There are democratic socialists that need to get elected all around the country. I will be talking to one of them today, Hartzell Gray specifically. So, ABC did a Zoran interview. Obviously, people watching that. That's a big one. Zoran Mamdani. The Democratic Party has to be willing to fight for working people. He had an aura farming moment, too. He had an aura moment. Smears that need countering. Thank you for the playlist, Demasius. We got the Eddie Burback RFK diet video as well. We'll be looking at that. We'll be watching that, too, later when we get to... fun stuff. His pants don't match. Mamdani is washed. It's over. I mean, my pants don't match either. It's just normal. You can do that. They allow you to do that if you're the mayor of New York. Hasan is the hardest working man in independent media. Thank you. Probably not. The hardest working man in general is Toby Durden, running for governor of South Dakota on the Republican ticket against that yellow belly coward Dusty Johnson. He's the hardest working man. Anyway, certified 1010 HasanAbi approved. What is this? When I'm lamenting the oppression of the peasantry, and bro says we just gotta wait for the shillings to trickle down, me lord. Okay, I don't understand why this guy does have peasant physiognomy. I don't know how someone can be in the year 2026 of our holy Lord and look so medieval. Like, the only other person, is that just being British? Is that what it is? Because it's not just the fit. I think, is that what's going on? Does he have a case of just British face? Because he looks like a time traveler. Honestly, the only other person I've ever seen and automatically assumed is from like a different era, like a face that has never seen an iPad, is that Irish guy. What's his face? The one that was dating Sabrina Carpenter, who actually made the biggest mistake of his life and flubbed the whole Sabrina Carpenter situation. Barry Keoghan. Barry Keoghan has a face like a chimney sweep. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what it is. Like, Barry Keoghan looks like he is from an era where iPads did not exist. Like, he has the face of a person that you can't match with an iPad. Barry Fumble Keoghan. He looks like he would be a child chimney sweep. And this guy has the perfect medieval peasantry physiognomy. I don't know how. Some people just have resting my lord face. And this guy has it. This guy has it. Anyway, what are you saying, man? Please stop. Anyway, he looked like a Victorian child. Yeah. AOC clip on the discourse telling socialists to leave the party. I know we'll be talking about that. AOC went on some radio shows talking about the DSA, defending the DSA, defending socialism, all that stuff. But anyway, Tesco meals at free quiz 46 to do that to you over time, mate. Fucking hell. There's no such thing as a Tesco meal deal back in the day. He's got resting Milord face, dude. Resting Milord face means no Tesco. Tesco did not exist at the time when Milordship was there, you know? Anyway, literally everyone, every Democrat is being asked about democratic socialism. It's kind of awesome. And many of them, ironically enough, are actually defending it. So I like that personally. I don't want them to tarnish our reputation. You know, I don't want them to defend us too much. You know what I mean? Because like, then I'm worried that that it's going to impact our rep a little bit. People are going to be like, wait a minute. These guys are just regular Democrats. Wait, Canary Mission deleted the video? Oh no. That's so lame. They deleted the Aura edit video. I said they're cutting promos for us now, and they realized that it actually is perfectly valid to create a political party that is that hand selects its leadership roles from people who are literally street level protesters and organizers, which is what, you know, you're normally supposed to do, as opposed to like make a foreign country that may or may not actually, by way of the Knesset, give grants to this doxing operation called Canary Mission, hand select the candidates. It's really messed up. Anyway, I don't think regular people will see centrist Dems praising DSA as a negative, to be honest. Yeah, I don't think so either. I'm just messing around. Anyway, let's blast off. There's a lot to talk about today. As always, you already know what it is. It's Sunday. I didn't really do much. Like I said, I did a photo shoot for Wall Street Journal. I did an interview with Wall Street Journal. And I feel like it's going to freak out a lot of its readership, but we'll see. Yeah. Iran-U.S. war back on. Sunday fun day. More Jube. Hartzell Gray in the building. Later. Sunday shows. Defend democratic socialism. Get in and now. www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Giving old bankers a heart attack. Shabibo posted about this. That's crazy. Did you put my Schmeat on the S of the DSA? I mean, whatever floats your boat, honestly. Like, whatever. Like, if it works, it works. You know what I mean? I'm going to put that in the blast off meme. Fuck it. Why not? Happy late Father's Day. Thank you. What happened to this? The suit guy's just a clone. I'm a suit guy now. That's who I am now, folks. That's just how it is. Okay. Joined at the perfect time. Yeah. Did you put your meat on the S? Yeah, I didn't do that. Chatter did that. That was his artistic vision. And it would be disrespectful for me to say that his artistic vision is wrong. This is art, man. Art is art. What's going on in America B? I don't think Androgenic is an America B character. I think he's just he's in a league of his own. What? My awesome trips to Israel. He mentions me. Ben Jordan is a friend, and he's great. Your meat on main, AOC, Zoran, and Bernie follow you, dog. Whatever, man. It's nothing they haven't seen before. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure they follow a lot of other accounts as well, and you guys keep posting the meat on the timeline. You know? It is what it is, dude. What are you going to do? What? Tell Marshall to step his game up. iShowSpeed starts feeling sick after eating too much, so his cameraman slips, uses an in-camera shutter drag to give viewers a sick experience. Bro, ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. It's like Grand Theft Auto. He did the Red Dead Redemption drunken the drunk filter. That's crazy. That's actually, man, this dude is he is the GOAT at live broadcasting, I'll admit. Yeah, our situation is not so good. Folks, we're kind of washed over at the HasanAbi broadcast. Can I say that? Can I be honest for a minute? We kind of watched over at the HasanAbi broadcast, you know? Hey, Haas, been uploading the interviews with candidates. I'm not the best with editing, but I realize a lot of channels missed these. What is this? This is your entry graphic? That's sick.
For you, the viewers. Tomorrow's news today.
Get this out of the way. Oh, don't have that on the screen. Oh, this is BDS. Yeah. What are you doing? Full sit down with Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier. Unk Maxing. Yeah, bro. Less than 4 hours of gaming in 2026. We're washed. Okay, dude. Okay, calm down. All right, calm down. What is this? iShowSpeed also speaks Chinese now.
China? You from China?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. How we feeling from China?
Yeah.
How we feeling from China? Tell the screen stuff for China, man.
Yeah.
Said, hey, you gotta listen. You gotta get everybody that's in the stream watching right now, bro.
Yeah.
Listen, Portugal needs to win this game today. Give them some motivation, bro. Turn them up, bro.
Yeah, I'm very. I'm English very bad. Yeah.
Okay.冷静.
Yeah.
我说
Yeah.
我说中文.
Oh yeah.
请问说我的主播加油我的主播加油中国加油葡萄牙加油
Yeah.
I'm done, bro. I'm done. It's over. This motherfucker mogs me in Chinese too. He learned. He said cheer for the stream. That must be the only thing he knows how to say, right? There's no way he just like actually learned Chinese. This is why they call me Lemon Bro on fucking Bilibili, bro. He is so advanced. He is way more Chinese than I ever can be, okay? It's over for me. I'm no longer white Chinese. I'm hanging it up. It's over. I'm too busy doing lame shit, like trying to get Democratic Socialists elected in the office. Who gives a fuck about that, bro? He's on a separate wavelength. He's saying no more revisionism. He said that he has adopted Xi Jinping thought. He has decided He's not invested in bourgeois democracy in any way, shape, or form. And he has advanced to the next stage of international socialism by becoming a defender, an ardent supporter of socialism with Chinese characteristics. It's very clear. It's very clear that he is on a totally different wavelength, totally different frequency than me. I am washed. I am nothing. All I'm doing is trying to get you guys. All I'm doing is actually maybe the ultras. Maybe the ultras were right. Maybe all I'm doing is this revisionist nonsense. This nonsensical position. I'm taking all the revolutionary potential of the proletariat and feeding it back into the trap of bourgeois liberal democracy, whereas he is actually uniting the working class. It's very clear. It's very clear. I tip my hat to you. I show speed. Thomas Massey counters a Fox reporter by calling him gay. That's funny. What? Voyeuristic Fox reporter Nicholas Ballsy, unsure and uneasy when questioned about alleged gay porn watching habit. Wait, what?
Ask you.
He knows his bird doggers personally. He knows the porn consumption habits of his bird doggers. That's wild.
I heard that you like gay porn. Is that true?
Gosh, man, I just want to give you a chance. Your side.
I'm giving you a chance to give me your side.
I'm not going to get into
Are you a real news organization or not? No, come back.
What the fuck? Wait, what? He couldn't even answer. Bro, he's running away. Wait, what? Bro, if you don't consume gay porn, just say no. What the hell? I've never seen that before. I've never seen that happen before. What the hell? He just reverse bird dogged him. He said, reverse uno, bitch. Motherfucker was speechless. I mean, honestly, wouldn't you be? If you're literally fucking bird dogging a congressperson and you're like, oh, why do you do this? Why do you do that? And the congressperson turns around, knows your name, and literally knows your porn habits. Yeah, that would brick anybody. That would brick anyone. Anyone and everyone would be like, wait, what? Why do you know that? He just hit tactical homophobia. Hell yeah. I mean, it's, first of all, for Thomas Massey, I don't think it's like tactical deployment of homophobia. I would assume that he's probably homophobic. You know what I mean? It's not like Thomas Massey was doing that to be like, well, there ain't nothing wrong with it. But also at the same time, it's like, you might be in the closet, my friend, and you could come and be more comfortable with your identity. I think for him, it's just homophobia, right? Yeah, it's a standard deployment. I don't think it's like a tactical one. Yeah. But that is kind of wild. I've never seen that. I've never seen that play out. The last time I saw someone deploy information on their bird doggers and destroy them was when Elisa Slotkin, CIA's very own, knew the dog's name, knew her bird dogger's dog's name who had recently passed away, I think. That was fucking insane. Where she literally turned around and did the CIA move and was like, hey, I'm really sorry your dog passed away last week. You know, something like that. And I was just like, that's the most insane. This person is CIA still. Like, you could never stop being CIA. When you're CIA once, you're CIA for life.
Anything you could say.
So let me ask you. I heard that you like gay porn. Is that true?
Gosh, man, I just want to give you a chance. Your
I'm
side.
Giving you a chance to give me your side.
I'm not going to get into
Are you a real news organization or not? No, come back, man. All you got to say is you don't like it. That you haven't been to those websites.
Of course I don't. Of course I don't like it.
Really?
But thank you.
That's not what I heard.
Oh my God. Oh my God, he's running away. Oh my God, he's running away with his head hanging in shame. Buddy, this is the equivalent of an admission. This is worse than an admission. At that point, you should have been like, yeah, I crank it to fucking gay porn. What of it, dude? You should just say that at that point. You should own it. Just running away with your head tucked in, going, I don't like it. I do it, but I don't like it. Makes it so much worse.
Thank you for your time. Yeah, that was my question. Just giving you a chance to respond, that's all.
And you're with Fox?
But thank you.
Is that a real news organization?
Yep.
Is this what you do for a living, man?
Congressman, we're good. Thank you.
Oh my God. Oh, I've never, bro, what is happening, bro? And then he posted the full video, Nicholas Ballsy.
Who are you with?
With Fox Digital.
It's all false.
And what she said about you and Boebert having an intimate relationship?
It's all false.
Why do you think she's out there saying it? Was it because of the primary, ahead of the primary? What do you think is motivating it?
When did you all become a tabloid? Seriously, dude.
Well, no, I just thought I would give you a chance to respond because you've never been able to tell your side of the story, that's all. But anything you could say.
So let me ask you. I heard that you like gay porn. Is that true?
Oh my God, he went ultra instinct. Bro, ain't no way. No. Bro, this makes it worse. Dog, why did you post this video, man? You posted this on your own? Dude, this is even better from the other angle. What the fuck?
To tell your side of the story, that's all. But anything you could say.
Look at his face. Look at his face. He goes, okay. Was he just sitting there Googling this guy's name or something? He's like, what outlet are you with?
Let me ask you. I heard that you like gay porn. Is that true?
I just want to give you a chance, your side of it. That's no, I'm not going to get into that.
Are you a real news
I'm not going to get into that.
Oh no.
No. Congressman.
Oh my God, he's running away. Oh my God, dude, this is beast mode. I have to tactically deploy a like on this, okay? I don't know if this is tactical homophobia or straight line homophobia and it's Pride Month, but like, I've never seen something like this. I've never seen someone so thoroughly defeated. Like, that is crazy, bro. That's beast mode, I'm afraid. 100%. I mean, what do you say to that? What do you say to that? What do you do? I've never seen someone get so thoroughly defeated and run away like this. That's not pride, brother. That's shame. Oh my God. Yeah. I mean, what he should have done is, yeah, I suck dick. What's wrong with that? You know what I mean? Like, that's what he should have done. He should have been like, I suck dick. There's nothing wrong with that. What about Lauren Boebert or whatever? Did she, suck yours? And just like lean into it, right? Because like, at that point, when you turn around and you tuck your tail and you start running, I mean, you set back gay rights. You set gay rights back, dude. You rolled the clock back. You know what I mean? You roll the clock way the fuck back with that one. Just stand 10 toes down and be like, yeah, I love penis, man. Whatever. I'm a fucking journalist. Why are you asking me that? What? You want a little piece? Is that what you want? You want to break off a piece of this? You know what I mean? Like, you have to fight fire with fire. It's like the escalation ladder, okay? Robert A. Pape was wrong, okay? You go up the escalation ladder, your opposition goes up the escalation ladder, you got to carry that ladder up. You got to climb up that ladder real quick. You'll be like, yeah, I suck dick, and I love it. I'm smoking on penises, big dog. What's up? You serving some? Is the buffet open? Give it to me. That kind of thing. Because it's over. Anything you do in terms of running away, at that point, anything that you do As far as running away and being like, yes, I'm shameful. I am ashamed. I am ashamed of the gay pornography consumption that I have is over. You are such a fucking idiot, Lel. Yeah, no homo. We smoking penises, big dog. You serving a little bit of that flank steak? Yum. That's what he should have done. Because running away like this answers his question, and it's like humiliating too. He's like, meh, meh. You're taking this all wrong. Thomas is just showing him an example of an invasive question. You sound a little nuts. I mean, I'm having fun. Yeah, or the Gaga defense. So what if I do? Yeah, what can you do to that? Because now everybody knows you're gay, and worse, because there's nothing wrong with gay. Everybody knows you're ashamed of being gay. That's actually the unacceptable element here. You know what I mean? Ball's in your court, and you fucking fumbled it, man. You fumbled harder than Barry Keoghan fumbles Sabrina Carpenter. It's Sunday. It's Meet the Press. Yeah. Anyway, it's still Pride Month too. I know. It's Shame Month for Nicholas A. Balazi. It's a month of shame for Big Dog. Also, Matt Bernstein posted this, but our boy Curtis Lewa, the only acceptable Republican candidate for any race, on a iHeartRadio gay pride float, dude. He's got the People's Mayor jacket on. That's amazing. I mean, he's right, though. He's right. Zoran better fucking recognize, okay? His time as mayor is limited. Next race comes up, we're all voting for Curtis Lewa, the real socialist. None of this revisionist bullshit. None of this democratic socialism nonsense. Mom Donnie is after you. Maybe don't post meat with DSA next time. I'm aware the images recently shared on X by the controversial online personality and streamer Hasan Piker. The Democratic Socialists of America have played an important role in electing deeply committed progressive leaders across the country. We should all reject conduct that reflects poorly on our movement and undermines the values we stand for. I will be working closely with Police Commissioner Tisch to ensure that those responsible are held accountable and that incidents like this are not repeated. To reinforce that public spaces should remain welcoming and respectful for everyone, my administration will institute a month-long ban on the public display on underwear. This kind of conduct has no place in our city. Yeah, of course. Gotta be fake. Yeah, of course it's fake. Yeah, of course he posted this. He doesn't want anyone to show meat. He only wants suits. That's why. He's like, if you're gonna show meat, you have to be wearing a suit. Don't know how you'll get that across. We need to elect more insane people in the office. Sure, why not? Yeah, I got banned from New York. Zoran did this today. Yeah, look at that sweet Sharia law being implemented in New York. Woke Sharia, of course. Bro, New York literally looks like a different planet. And like, even when I'm in it, it doesn't make sense. It just literally lives and exists on its own timeline. Like, there's bubbles. People are so joyful. Everyone's having fun. The fuck's going on, man? Actually, what's going on? It feels like it's from a separate, it feels like it's, we got America A, we got America B. This is like America Z. Okay? It's a different America. Functioning government. People have confidence that their government will take care of their problems. 311, you call them, they answer now. This shit's ass, bro. I'm jealous. I'm jelly beans. I'm peanut butter and jealous. Okay? It's peanut butter jealous time. Straight up, I'll say it. I'm not ashamed to admit that. Fuck it, why not? Anyway, speaking of which, our boy Jacob Soboroff, okay, the handsome Jacob Soboroff himself, he has his own show now called Connect with Jacob Soboroff on MS Now. And yeah, Jacob interviewed our girl Maylok Kiros, who, of course, we're boosting right now. Let's get started there. He just interviewed KC Tenants founder Tara Raghuveer on his show. Yeah, Jacob is the man. He's actually, as you guys know, he's the man. I'm a big defender of Jacob and have been.
What's up, everybody? I'm Jacob Soboroff. It is Sunday, June 28th, and you are watching Connect. You know my happy place is an election day, and we are once again just days away from another important primary election here in America. Voters will head to the polls in Colorado to vote in primaries for the governorship and the House and the Senate and other state races. And after the progressive sweep in New York City on Tuesday, one House race just got really, really interesting. In New York, 3 candidates backed by Democratic Socialist Mayor Zoran Mamdani won their primaries, knocking out 2 incumbent Democrats in a powerful show of force against the establishment. And to centrist Democrats, these wins are not just any Democratic wins. They're a warning sign that the playbook that they have been running on might not be what their voters want anymore. Progressives are on a hot streak, and Donald Trump is already running with it. He is doing what he does best. He's putting his own spin on the messaging and slinging around familiar insults.
They're communists. They're not social democrats. They want to completely...
Dude, Donald Trump knowing the distinction between social democrats and democratic socialists would be so funny. I don't think he knows. I think he accidentally said they're not social democrats because he was trying to say democratic socialists. I don't think he knows what the distinction is at all.
Destroy the traditional American way of life. Communism is very easy to sell.
He's an ultra? No, dude, he's a tanky. He is JD Pondon. He is JD Pondon, bro. He's like, the Trots abandoned us. And at some point, even the USSR abandoned the righteous path of Marxist-Leninism. A synthesis of Marxism and Leninism put into practice by the great man, Joseph Stalin. And the only country on the planet who refused to engage with this revisionism was Maoist China. And now, under my leadership, America is back on track, folks. That's right. Enver Hoxha, Mao Zedong, Donald John Trump, the 3 anti-revisionist Marxist-Leninists. And Tito, you think Tito? Of course Tito was not the fucking leader. Look, I love Tito, but he was also the leader of the what is it called? The uncommitted. Tito was the uncommitted movement. Tito was the original uncommitted movement, non-aligned movement. Sorry. The non-aligned movement, which was also that time frame's version of being uncommitted. Tito was like, I'm not voting for the Democratic Party. And I'm not voting for the Republican Party. Yeah, he said no labels. No labels communism. Anyway, yeah.
It destroys everything, but it's very easy. I'll be honest, I think I'd be the greatest communist in history.
Yeah, see, he's saying it. Yeah, you guys don't understand because you're used to all this like, oh, let's feed all of this revolutionary potential back into the fucking bourgeois party and the two-party system. Like, Donald John Trump is charting a separate path forward, one that truly abolishes class, one that truly destroys the imperialist superpowers around the world by force. What have you done to destroy American imperialism? Donald Trump works tirelessly every day to destroy American empire. And you're over here refusing to recognize that he is a true revolutionary. Okay? He's right. He said, I'd be the greatest communist. He's right. When he's right, he's right. It's the truth. J.D. Pondon, baby. Took out USAID. Destroyed American force projection capabilities, revealed that the United States of America is a paper tiger to the rest of the planet with his spectacular flub. And now he's eating the fattest of L's against Iran, giving Iran everything they wanted, even though currently the war is back on the menu. He wanted to go back to war with Iran to really solidify that America doesn't have this smoke. Okay? He has ushered in the century of Chinese prosperity. I'm just saying it's true. A lot of us didn't understand that MAGA communism was real. It was here. A lot of us joked and said, oh, you're a government agent. Seems like you're a federal agent or something, the way you're posting. What do you mean MAGA communism? It turns out it was the one true way to usher in an era of worker-controlled democracy. Okay? Yeah. Guess what? Yeah. What's the color of MAGA? Red. What's the color of socialism and communism? Red. Think. Someone said Hasan Piker should not be trusted. Okay, man.
Okay. Well, let me get this straight. Communists are bad and will destroy America, but he would be the greatest communist in history. Cool.
Yeah, Jacob's liberal mind cannot comprehend that Donald Trump is a true revolutionary thinker. He has read the theory, and now he's engaging in the praxis. Okay? He's read the theory. What's the color of Nazism? Red? No, it's not. What? No, color of Nazism is black. I mean, I guess red a little bit, but I feel like the color associated closely with Nazism wouldn't be red. It would be, it's, red is for socialism. Brown. Is black or brown? Bro, you say that as a joke, but Trump did usher in an age of China prosperity and precedent for Mamdani. I mean, I happen to believe that there is no such thing as a spontaneous revolution, and that revolutionaries must always organize and take advantage of the evolving material conditions. This was an opportunity for sure, but that does not mean we are opportunists. Zohran Mamdani was an assembly member before he was the mayor. Zohran Mamdani was in the Democratic Socialists of America as a cadre member. Do you understand? Like, if we're being serious about this for a second, I'm joking about the, Trump stuff, obviously, but if we're going to be talking seriously about it, revolution is not spontaneous. It doesn't happen like that. It can only be brought about through diligent organizing, through education, through political education, through fomenting class consciousness, and funneling people into political organizations that can actually make an impact in moments where it matters most. And the Democratic Socialists of America are doing that in some way. Revolution isn't electoral, man. It's not, but it doesn't matter. Yo, I just hopped on and I'm in Iran. Is the war really back on? My exams might get canceled. Less revolution and more like new management for the Dems. Yeah. I think for a lot of people, they fail to recognize what the DSA is doing. They fail to recognize what the goals are here. So they think this is like unproductive, but they don't have any alternative to what is productive. Okay? Anyway, let's continue.
Anyway, let me state the obvious. Those progressive candidates won in deep blue New York City, so it is not exactly a full referendum on the midterms in November. And moderate Democrats have been doing well in races far more likely to decide control of Congress. But we cannot ignore that Tuesday's primaries were an undeniable sign that Americans are tired of the status quo. And this is bigger than one city or one mayor. Progressive candidates are hoping to ride this wave in races all across.
Yeah, DSA's work gets reduced only to electoralism because you aren't organizing with them. They do a lot of other shit like EWOC and tenant organizing in most chapters. Exactly. And a lot of that still feeds back into the electoral route because electoralism also opens up like new pathways. And a lot of people discount all the other work that the DSA does in its local chapters. But you know, it's just most of the people that complain about this stuff actually have no alternatives either. They just have no solution. They just want to chirp. It's much easier to chirp than it is to actually, you know, dial in and do the work.
An American.
Ta-Nehisi Coates also had a convo about Chevalier, but before we do that, let's talk about Melat Kiros.
The nation. Take Abdul El Sayed, for example. He is a progressive former public health official endorsed by Bernie Sanders, running for a competitive seat in Michigan to replace retiring Democratic Senator Gary Peters. He told Politico this: "It's happening in New York. It is happening in Michigan. I think we are seeing it happen across the country now. Folks are sick and tired of being sick and tired." Or take a look at what's going on with
Contra said it years ago. They don't want power. They want to endlessly critique power. Buddy, I don't know how to break it to you, but that's what ContraPoints has been doing herself for like the last couple of years. Okay? It's ironic because that's what she's been doing to people like myself. That's what she's been doing to people who are actually, you know, actively taking the initiative, taking matters in their own hands. So it is quite funny. Oh yeah, this clip went super viral. It went semi-viral on, I think it went semi-viral on Twitter, but it went super viral on TikTok as well. But anyway, let's do this first.
Francesca Hong, a candidate running on the Democratic Socialists of America campaign and playbook, is looking to win the governor's seat there. She is gaining traction in the polls and says it is time Wisconsin and Democrats tried something new.
I was at the Democratic convention this past weekend, and I got asked over and over again about, we love your campaign, we love what you stand for, your policies are amazing, it's so thorough, but can you win? I wouldn't be running if I didn't think we could win.
Nice.
And this all brings us back to Colorado and the race to watch on Tuesday. Melat Kiros is a 29-year-old Democratic socialist giving incumbent Congresswoman Diana DeGette her biggest primary challenge in nearly 30 years. Kiros is an Ethiopian immigrant, an attorney, a barista, and a PhD student. And Melat Kiros joins me now. She is running in the Democratic primary for Colorado's 1st congressional district. Good morning. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me, Jacob.
How are you feeling? What stands between you and victory on Tuesday?
Right now, we're feeling fantastic. We're seeing millions of dollars being poured in by corporate PACs and super PACs and anonymous super PACs with dark money. But we know for a fact that we are going to be able to beat all of those dollars because we have thousands of volunteers knocking on doors all across the city, talking to our neighbors about the values we care about, the policies that we want to see, and the world that we want to live in.
I've been watching the race relatively closely and digging in over the last couple of days, and you are running the strongest challenge to Diana DeGette in 30 years. Why do you think you, someone with no political experience, at least in the vein that she has, is resonating with people?
I think candidates have a responsibility to meet voters where they're at, and that's what we started with this.
We are burning here in Poland. Do you still hate Polish people? I love Polish people, man. Please stop. What the hell is this? The heat waves, huh? Is that what's cooking the Polish people?
Campaign over 11 months ago in bookstores and coffee shops and bars and restaurants, meeting voters where they're at, talking about the concerns that they have, not only about our government, but the state of our country right now and how we are actually going to move forward and what kind of policies we need to get that done. And in Denver, we are a city that is extremely progressive, extremely young. We've passed things like universal pre-K, like term limits, like publicly financed elections. Our campaign is the only campaign in this race with every single one of those issues on our platform. We're resonating with the voters because we're fighting for the things that they care about.
The acrimony in this election has sort of turned up, and progressive leaders in your state are criticizing you, declining to call the deadly firebombing attack last year on a Jewish community rally in Boulder anti-Semitic, and you've also been criticized over your comments tied to October 7th. Views over Israel seem like a common line of attack between Democratic Socialists and mainstream Democrats in all of these primary elections. But what's your response to members of your own party, especially the progressive Democrats in your state who are criticizing you?
You know, I think what happened in the Boulder firebombing was a horrific attack on a group of Jewish people that were peacefully protesting. It has made many Jewish people in our city, in our states, and in our entire country feeling extremely unsafe. And that's why I think it's incredibly important that we distinguish between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, because our responsibility is to protecting our neighbors, protecting our Jewish brothers and sisters in this city. That is my commitment to combating any hate that comes their way, while also making sure that we are not using our taxpayer dollars to fund endless wars and genocide abroad, protecting babies here and protecting babies abroad.
I wonder how you would characterize Diana DeGette's campaign against you, because 48 hours before you and...
Yeah, the reason why it's important that you phone bank, by the way, I briefly mentioned this, but a lot of people that have been phone banking have found out that like a lot of the boomers in Denver unironically bit the propaganda hook, line, and sinker and think that like Melot Kiros is a vicious anti-Semite. And it's interesting because they don't even think she's a vicious anti-Semite because of her affiliations with me. They think she's a vicious anti-Semite on her own. Okay? Because Diana DeGette has been running this insane smear campaign. This unbelievable smear campaign where she's like using crazy right-wing blogs like Colorado Polls and shit like that. There's a lot of PAC ads that are coming in. You know, it's actually worked to a certain degree. So it's pertinent on us to make sure we combat that misinformation, make sure we combat that wave of attack ads. And a lot of you have been phone banking. The phone banks are still going on. You can canvass as well. Okay. Diana DeGette is straight up doing Trump level xenophobia. Oh, wait, Jacob Soboroff is about to mention me here. That's funny. But yeah, Diana DeGette is running on Trump level xenophobia. Her attack ads claim Melot Kiros isn't from Denver, but Melot has lived here since she was 11 months old. Like Melot, Diana was born abroad, yet she positions herself as Colorado raised, while Melot is cast as an outsider. Wait, Diana was born abroad? Diana DeGette was born abroad too? We all see what's happening, and more Democrats need to condemn this. The ad also parrots a misleading attack leveled by DeGette's campaign that Quiroz recently moved to Denver. Quiroz's family moved to Denver when she was 11 months old. She grew up in the area before leaving to attend college. She returned to Colorado after being fired from a law firm. Oh, she was born in Japan? Oro? Nani? Wakarimashita! Diana, DeGette-sama! Tochigawa, Tokyo Prefecture. Nippon desu. She was born in Nippon desu? Oro! Omae wa ma shinderu. Diana-sama! Wakarimashita! What the fuck are you doing, bro? What do you mean? Sorry, Japan mentioned. They're going to run this as an ad, lol? Yeah, they're going to be like, this guy, what? This guy doesn't this guy knows Japanese? Is that what they're going to say in the ad? Hasan Piker, Democratic Socialist, speaks perfect Japanese, shocks the world? Is that what they're going to say? They're going to say, Hasan Piker, radical, secret Japanese, trying to infiltrate the American political movement. Anyway, you actually hit that shit pretty well. Thank you. Yeah. HasanAbi-san. Are you power clashing with the... What is the response to people like this? I do fear woke 1.0 type perfectionism coming to the socialist movement. Do these people exist in real life? What is this? AOC's backing Jeffries for speaker. She's as vile as Harris. I don't agree that she's as vile as Harris. I think that's crazy. But I do think that she is far more careful than what this moment requires. That's what I think. I think AOC plays it maybe too safe. Zoran said the same thing too, and that's my criticism of Zoran as well. But then I'm gonna be honest with you. With Zoran, at least, like, we've seen the immediate return on investment. So every time I fucking every time I'm critical of Zoran, I mean, there are still certain criticisms of Zoran that I have that I think are valid, even to this day. You know, Jessica Tisch being one, SRG being another one. Stuff like that is still hanging a somewhat of a shadow on his otherwise unbelievably positive governance, right? However, every other decision that he's made that is pragmatic, that is politics, I have been critical of every step of the way, and then it turns out he was right. I've mentioned this already with the whole, like, don't run against Hakeem Jeffries meta. I was very critical of that. Bro, tase your dog some more. You got it. You got it. Anyway, not my Carla. So I think, like, maybe being a little bit more ambiguous with your, support or lack of support for Jeffries is probably good, because he's one of the biggest pro-Israel. He's one of the biggest Israel stooges in Congress right now. You know what I mean? I find that unconscionable. I mean, he's been a bad leader of the party. I don't think that's a secret, right? He's nationally unpopular. I think the problem with a lot of New York politicians in that regard is that he's popular in New York and he commands a lot of power because he's the most powerful Democrat in the country. So they play it far too safe with Hakeem Jeffries. And I don't think that's appropriate. But then again, I've been wrong. So who knows how this plays out? You see what I'm saying? Yeah, I vaporized Carla. Kaya! Come here. Come here. Kaya, come. Good girly. Good girly. place. Look at that. See that? Vaporized. Destroyed. I kind of think it's low-key good for the left to have a charisma-less void as a leader. Oh, you mean for the Democrats? Yeah. I don't agree. Anyway, because he is vindictive. But we shall see. We shall see. Maybe I'm wrong.
And live streamer Hasan Piker was supposed to hold an event at the Ogden Theater, I think it was. The venue canceled the event. This was a couple of weeks ago due to pressure and concern from the local community, reports said. And the rally was moved to the Capitol steps. I saw this crowd. It was enormous. Tell me that story. What was behind that whole situation?
You know, we had several venues cancel on us the week leading up to the rally that we were going to be having, not only with Hasan Piker, but with several other candidates, including Justin Pearson and Donovan McKinney, my fellow Justice Democrats, where we were going to be talking about what we were going to need to do to not only change our party, but to fight for a kind of politics that really meaningfully helps working families and uplifts them. We saw several of those venues cancel on us at the very last minute. And, you know, while they can cancel and take us out of the buildings that we were holding in these rallies, they can't stop us from building this movement. So we took it to the People's House, we took it to the Capitol steps, and we gathered hundreds, almost over 1,000 Denver voters that wanted to hear our message and stood strong with us.
Denver is not New York, but I wonder if you have taken any lessons from watching Zohran Mamdani's slate of progressive Democrats win on last Tuesday.
Denver's not New York, but Denver actually rates socialism higher than we rate capitalism by 4 points. And, you know, when I talk to voters about what we're doing and why I'm a democratic socialist, I remind them that we have socialism already, right? It's in the roads that we drive on. It's in the schools we send our kids to. It's in the fire stations we call upon. I'm just asking that we extend that security to our healthcare, to our housing, to our nutritional food, to our higher education, so that we're actually meeting the basic needs of everyday working families in this country. So that we're not just getting by and surviving, so that we're actually thriving. And in the wealthiest, most powerful country on earth, we're not asking for much.
You mentioned healthcare, and one of your top policies is Medicare for All, but Diana DeGette is a co-sponsor of the Medicare for All Act in Congress. Are there any dividing lines between the two of you on Medicare for All?
Yeah, the dividing line is how we actually get it done. There is no world where we pass Medicare for All.
Yes, Jank and Kyle, alongside many others, started Justice Democrats. Shoykot was early Justice Democrat guy, and he's like carried that flame as well.
Oh, wow. There is still a majority of members of Congress that are taking money from the very health insurance companies that would effectively be legislated out of existence. It's the same reason why the National Nurses United's policy director also expressed concern for members of Congress that are co-sponsoring this bill while also taking money from big health insurance companies. And we have to pass Medicare for All. We have to get that done in the next Democratic administration. That's how we MAGA-proof our future. That's how we guarantee that whatever sycophant fills Donald Trump's shoes in 2032 and tries to lay blame on all of our vulnerable communities for why the system is rigged, we can point to a piece of legislation that we passed that meaningfully helped working families. And the only way we get Medicare for All passed is by getting rid of the Democrats that are actively standing in that way, by taking money from the same interests that don't want to see Medicare for All passed.
You have made your personal story as an immigrant to this country a part of your campaign, and you have talked about how your father spoke to you about Democrats as a child, which is why you wanted to be a Democrat, and sort of part of your origin story is why you decided to run in this race. Talk to me about why your personal life story makes you suited to be the congressperson in Colorado at this moment.
Yeah, you know, I immigrated to Denver in '98 when I was a baby and watched my parents navigate this brand new country, navigate the immigration process. And once they became naturalized and chose the party that they wanted to belong to, I asked him why he chose the party of Democrats. And he said, because this is the party that fights for working people. This is the party that got fair labor laws, the New Deal, Social Security. This is the party that fights for working people. But it didn't just happen overnight. People had to push the party to fight for these kinds of policies. That was organizers, that was dreamers, that were people pushing leadership in our party to fight for working families. That's what we just saw in New York City, the voters pushing the party to elect leaders that are going to stand up to the special interests and the billionaires and the corporations that are responsible for burning our planet and keeping our prices high. I think that's what we're going to see here in Denver on Tuesday, and I think we're seeing it happening all across the country.
Moderate Democrats are worried that this shift to the left.
She's such a good communicator, by the way. Straight up. She's so good. So fucking good. So dynamic. This is one of the things that I have to also say. What is this? Zionists are desperately trying to create their own Hasan and failing miserably. Oh my God. I don't like to be. Oh God. They've made a Wario me. Okay. It's fucking annoying. It's so whack, dude. HasanAbi. They invented HasanAbi. That's what they did. Actually, I should probably put that on the original tweet. Delete. Repost. And then leftovers returning, somebody said in the chat. Yeah. Well, Ethan does love him. Hit Benjamin at work, yes or no? Boss makes $1, you make a dime, king. Take some autonomy back. Zoran HasanAbi. Oh, nah. I know Unc ain't wearing a toothpick. Yeah, I am, dude. The toothpick changes your life, dude. Changes my life. Anyway, toothpick changes everything.
Or policies put forward by Democratic Socialists will hurt Democrats' long-term electoral chances. And we've heard it over and over again, yet Democratic Socialists continue to win. What do you say to that criticism from the establishment part of the party?
I'd point out that they've shown no evidence for why any of these policies would hurt the party in the long term. In fact, there is a mountain of evidence that shows that.
Apparently, you're more chud than Republicans, according to some leftists. I swear I can't anymore. Oh, dude, I know. I see it all the time. My favorite thing is the ACP guys saying that Asmongold is closer to class consciousness than I am, and that Sneeko is a better leftist than I am. The ACP guys are running on pure reactionary fumes. And it's so funny that like their whole thing is just like hating me and everything I do. And it's become this like insane thing where Asmongold, who owns like 7 fucking businesses, they will literally go on Twitter and sincerely be like, Asmongold is actually far more based than Hasan. Like I saw that. Yeah, the MAGA communists. It's awesome. ACP is literally just the FBI entrapping GRU assets. Yeah. Oh. Anyway, so it's aesthetics based. I don't know what it's based on. I don't even think like their is a general secretary. Like Haas is as dumb as the unfortunate rank and filers of the ACP cadres are on Twitter. But there is definitely a lot of enmity. There is definitely a lot of maybe even envy anger, resentment towards not just the DSA, but also, you know, shit that I'm doing. Why haven't you wore a rainbow button up for a month? Do you hate pride? Thank you for your attention to this matter. True, true, true. I think Asmongold is a representative of the working class, a lumpen pro. Well, he's not a lumpen pro. He is a business owner, right? He is a capital owner, but his audience is all comprised of lumpens. His audience doesn't have fucking businesses. They're just all unbelievably reactionary weirdos who, you know, live in their own filth and think that that is an appropriate way to live. They're all a bunch of shut-ins that will, you know, comprise the backbone, I guess, of the modern fascist movement. So, all right, what am I doing? Let's finish this
Policies
video.
like Medicare for All, Housing First, and universal childcare would be immensely helpful to working families and therefore helpful to the party. At the end of the day, it is cheaper to house someone than to leave them homeless. It is cheaper to heal someone than it is to let them go sick. It is cheaper to give young families childcare than it is to let them figure it out for themselves or force one of them to stay out of the workforce. These are all common sense policies that have the support of a super majority of the voters of this party. I would recommend that the moderate voters that are afraid of what they're seeing right now actually just talk to their voters and see that this is what the party is actually building towards.
Milak Kiros, Democratic candidate for Colorado's 1st Congressional District. Really nice to talk to you. Thanks for being here this morning.
Thank you, Jacob.
What?
You decided to wear suits and Tyler decided to drop them? Good.
My name is Milak Kiros. Denver is the 5th least affordable city in the country. It's also one of the youngest cities in the country.
Dude, I'm going to say it one more time. Denver DSA has been quietly so impressive with their canvas operations, with their media. I mean, it has been remarkable. Okay? Straight up, all glaze and all praise the Denver DSA. I know that, like, obviously New York City DSA is the one that everybody pays attention to. It's 15,000 strong at this point. It's a huge army, basically, of door knockers, organizers, activists, and they've seen a lot of success. One of the things that Denver DSA has done, is Maylock canvassers are on track to knock close to 10,000 doors today alone. This is the most insane shit I've ever seen in Colorado politics. Even Obama in 2008 wasn't pulling this type of canvasser crowds. Okay, we gotta draw more youth turnout though. Straight up, it's clear though that Denver DSA is reliable, resilient, and they're doing the motherfucking work. Okay. It's not just Denver DSA, the whole Colorado DSA body is working on this. Shout out Boulder DSA. The entirety of, I mean, it's the same as like when I say New York City DSA, I'm talking about like the entirety of the New York DSA. And DSA doesn't tell the volunteer army to stand down like Obama did. No, we're going to keep using that, obviously. Shout out to the entire Colorado DSA. Shout out to everybody in Colorado. It's been incredible to watch. I mean, the media is so good too, man. It's so good. It's been so impressive.
Also one of the most progressive districts in the country. And, you know, we have things like universal pre-K and term limits and publicly financed elections. But we have a lot of young families that are struggling with childcare. We have a lot of young people that are getting priced out of the city because of how expensive it is to live here. People are just getting squeezed. Our representative here in Denver, who's been there for 30 years, has taken money from a lot of these corporations that have been standing in the way of passing meaningful legislation. I felt called to run because we should have representatives who are unbought and unafraid to stand up to these interests.
I'm Palestinian and I think you're the biggest loser. You should be banned. You're the biggest loser and a horrible person from a Palestinian. You have the mental ability of a turtle. How are you not banned? Okay, buddy.
And are ready and willing to fight tooth and nail for working families and the basic rights that they deserve. We've been running for the last 11 months a truly grassroots, people-powered campaign. I'll never forget when Bernie, called on people to run themselves. To
ban me, kid. I will not. I will never ban you. Why would I ban DJ Khaled? Why would I ban Nayib Bukele? Why would I ban Richard Hanania? I would never. I wouldn't dare. Why would I ban the son of Hamas guy? Why would I ever ban Ahmed Fuad al-Khatib? Why would I ban Naz Daily? Why would I ban who else? John Aziz, the peace poet. Mossab Hassan Yusuf, that's the son of Hamas. Ban me now. My whole family loves you because you're Palestinian, but you're a horrible person. I'm not banning you. I'm not banning you, Ahmed Fuad al-Khatib. He 100% doesn't know these names. Yes, but he is them. He is all of them. I'm sorry that your whole family loves me, but they're very upset with your worldview. Maybe you should listen to them. I'm Palestinian and I find you pretty chill. Does it balance itself out? Yes. That's how it goes. One in, one out. Also, I'm not Palestinian. I'm Turkish. My family all got kicked out of Gaza by Jews, but you're still a bad person. All Jews aren't horrible. Okay. That's interesting. I don't think all Jews are horrible at all. I don't know where you arrived at that conclusion. That's strange. I don't associate Israel's actions with Judaism at all. But that's interesting that you think that for some reason. Where'd you learn that?
The person who stands up and fights for your communities. And so to have his endorsement, it means everything.
You've had a heck of a week. I mean,
all right, we're gonna do the Zoran. We're gonna do the Zo momentum. The Zomentum. Zoran Mamdani, Democratic Party has to be willing to fight for working people. This is ABC News interviewing Zoran Mamdani. Great clips have come out of this already. A lot of aura moments. Okay, a lot of aura, a lot of movement, a lot of motion, a lot of momentum. Zomentum, as they're calling it.
The election.
I gotta pee.
The candidates you endorsed won down the line, and you knocked off 2 Democratic incumbent members of Congress. Is this like a unique moment in New York, or is this the beginning of a national movement?
I think we are seeing a hunger that is not just felt by New Yorkers, but frankly by Americans from coast to coast for a new kind of politics, one that puts working people at the heart of it. And I think for far too long, what we as a party have been able to say to New Yorkers who are struggling is simply to explain why they're struggling, not actually offer them a vision for how to make life better. And these candidates, Brad, Daria Lisa, Claire, they ran campaigns that spoke to working people and that said life in the nation's most expensive city need not be this way any longer. And I can't wait to have them as partners in DC in that work.
So do you see yourself endorsing candidates outside of New York, or?
You know, for now, my focus is on this incredible slate of 3 congressional candidates, as well as you said, the 5 candidates I endorsed who ran and won, who are all going to be heading to Albany in the state legislature. But I do think, as you said, it's not just New York City where working people are asking themselves, why can't I afford my rent? Why can't I afford my groceries? Why can't I find enough money in my pocket for childcare, no matter how hard I work? And I'm so excited that these incredible soon-to-be Congress members will be helping to lead the fight across the country on making sure that working people are right there where they should be, which is the heart of the conversation.
The reaction from Democrats has been something. You've had some prominent Democrats dismissive of what happened here. I mean, you had Senator Blumenthal say the effort to nationalize New York is going to fail. What happened in New York will be really irrelevant by the time of the elections in November. Hakeem Jeffries basically said the same thing, saying that this is not indicative of what needs to happen in November. What do you make of that?
You know, I think that when you ask Americans what they're feeling in this moment, amidst reports of an economy that's strengthening, of a stock market that's booming, you will hear an exhaustion at having to try and make ends meet every single day, every single week, every single month. And
you're literally more anti-Semitic than Kanye West, but sure, chat, everyone unfollow this horrible, horrible person. Buddy, where does this come from? Like, where did you learn this? Like, who duped you into believing this? I don't know why you're not answering this question. This guy's called Zionism a mental illness? Like, literally a horrible person? Yeah, Zionism is fascism, and all manner of fascism is mental illness. Yes, Zionism is racism. Ironically, it's the ideology. If you are Palestinian and your whole family got kicked out of their homes, that is the motivating ideology that caused your family to lose their homes at gunpoint. Brody is a Nas Daily clone? Yeah. Is this a Asmold fan, maybe? It's common knowledge. Yeah, my grandma told me stories about how she got kicked out of Gaza at gunpoint. You're right. Okay. Still doesn't make it right to say what you say. So you think the ideology, the racist ideology that justified your grandparents getting kicked out of their fucking villages at gunpoint, calling that racist ideology what it is, racism, is one, anti-Semitic for some reason, because you're claiming that all Jews think this way and that this ideology has something to do with Judaism. I'm not. And you're saying that that is like, that's somehow an anti-Semitic opinion. Is that what it is? Still doesn't make it right what you, to say what you say. You're not saying what I say. Bro, you literally support Hamas. How are you even talking to me? What do you mean? I support the legal right of Palestinians to resist against a settler colonial occupier entity. Okay? Which is a long way to say I support all people's right to autonomy, to sovereignty, to independence. Okay? That's what that is. I support international law. That's it. I support international law. He's trying to get you banned to say he's faking being Palestinian for a clip. I mean, I don't know if he's faking being Palestinian or not. You know. But I'll clarify my position. Maybe this person will understand. Resist, bomb, kidnap innocent people? No, that's Israel, buddy. I'm not in support of that. What do you mean? Resist, bomb, and kidnap innocent people? That's Israel. I'm not in support of that. Excuse me. Where are you coming? Where are you coming up with that? What is this? Who seriously likes Nas Daily? Oh my God. Of course. Of course, dude. Two Hosberists. Anyway, let's continue.
That it's getting harder and harder. And so a message of fighting for working people, we don't have to nationalize that message. That is a national message. It's a national crisis. And for far too long, all we've had to say as a party is opposition to the current administration, what do we have to say beyond that? And what these candidates offer is a vision that extends beyond the midterms, it extends beyond 2028. It speaks to what makes so many of us proud to be Democrats. It speaks to a vision that goes back to a New Deal understanding of what working people deserve. And I'll tell you that for too long, that kind of politics, you can only find it in history books, and we need to bring it back to the present day.
And you're hearing some not just dismissive, though. There's resentment. And this is from fellow Democrats who think that this could jeopardize Democratic chances in the fall. I mean, you've got Josh Gottheimer, a Democratic member of Congress, says, many of us believe, as do I, if you're a socialist, you are not a Democrat. And in fact, they put out a manifesto today. I don't know, have you seen this thing?
Sounds pretty socialist to me.
It's not a communist manifesto.
That's revisionist. It's not bad to write manifestos. Zoran. God damn it, you fucking liberal. Don't use socialism as a pejorative, even if it's to make a singer.
So it's a moderate manifesto saying we are capitalist, not socialist. We believe.
What about October 11, buddy? Asmongold is right about you. October 11. Asmongold is right about you. You're an Asmongold fan that says I'm an anti-Semite? Dude, why are there so many Asmongold fans that literally will be like, he has no Asmongold logs? Yeah. I don't know what this guy is doing, but it's always funny. It's always funny when like people will come in here and be like, you know who's not an anti-Semite? Asmongold. Asmongold openly says he is a funnel for Nick Fuentes, okay? Asmongold has called Nick Fuentes' statements about the Holocaust denial based. It's so strange whenever people, my man's like October 11, never forget. Yeah, Asmongold said your people are an inferior culture that has genocide baked into their identity and you deserve to be genocided. Okay? I mean, I don't know what fucking frequency you're on, buddy, but openly revealing that you're an Asmongold fan while simultaneously saying you're a Palestinian is hilarious. That is an Asmold and Pegaslav viewer. I don't understand how people can just like lose sight of reality about their own people. And he's right about Hamas and Muslims in Gaza supporting the genocide of Jews. What the fuck? Dude, you have lost your way, man. No wonder your family doesn't talk to you anymore. Jesus Christ. Nobody wants the genocide of Jews, chatter. Well, you know, Nick Fuentes might, but, you know, that's a separate thing.
In a growing, fair, and competitive economy, entrepreneurship, ownership. I mean, this is a direct
Palestinian guy who comes in here to be like, my whole family loves you, and that's why I hate you. Why won't they love me instead? I don't know. Maybe because you fucking genuinely believe that like all Muslims in Gaza want to genocide the Jews and a litany of other insane statements like that justify Israel's genocide, weirdly enough, of your own people. Perhaps that's the reason. Read a book, man. Read Rashid Khalidi, okay? Read 100 Years in Palestine. Read Ilan Pape, 10 Myths. Read something, please. Please stop watching YouTubers, myself included. Go outside, you know, enjoy the world. Pick up a book, okay? In the name of Allah, read. He must be like a Christian Palestinian saying Muslims in Gaza want genocide. It doesn't matter. If you, Christian Palestinians wouldn't also say that either. Like Ihab Hasan is anti-Hamas. He would never fucking turn around and say all Muslims in Gaza want to genocide the Jews or whatever. He would never say that.
Response, they've made it clear, to what you did here on Tuesday.
Well, I mean, that's great, but what's a party if not its voters? And I'm proud to sit in front of you as the mayor of our city, having received more than 1 million votes, a little less than a year ago. And when we're talking about these incredible congressional candidates, they won their races, and they won their races with a vision of what politics should be, and one that actually speaks to working people. And for a lot of people who ask themselves, what does democratic socialism mean? And you can tell them the answer at a theoretical level. It's the choice to extend democracy from the ballot box the rest of their lives. But in terms of what it means over these last 7 months, we've seen a city with...
Dude, that's another incredible line. What is a party if not its voters is an incredible line, because it directly cuts away at this weird propaganda that like right-wing Democrats are trying to present. I tweeted about this earlier today. I said, right-wing Dems yell at us not to vote third party every 4 years. We run leftist and Dem primaries. Socialists win Democratic primaries because voters realize they're actually invested in advancing the agenda right-wing Democrats simply lie about. And then right-wing Democrats demand socialists create third party. Rinse and repeat. Who does a political party belong to if not the voters is such a great answer. He's on a generational run. Oddly, it empowers him that he can't run for president. And I hope Republicans are dumb enough to try to make him the face of the Democrats. Yeah. Because, like, there's got to be a reason why the Democratic Party's voters are going out and voting for Democratic Socialists, right? They're the ones who are voting. One must ask the question why they're voting for Democratic Socialists. Like, you can't, the New York one is also really interesting because it's a closed primary system. And in a closed primary, only Democratic voters are voting, okay? So if in a closed primary system, only lifelong Democrats are going out and voting, people who are registered to vote for the Democrats are going out and voting for the Democrats, that means these are your voters. And obviously, right-wing Democrats can't criticize the voters, even though they really want to. So they try to do this disciplining operation against the Democratic Socialist electeds. They try to do this disciplining operation against spokespeople for this movement, myself included. What they don't like is that voters want this, okay? But they can't openly say that. They can't openly be like, this is what the voters want and we fucking hate it. Why don't you shut the fuck up and just vote for us? They can't say that because that would look insane. But that's basically what they're trying to say. Do you understand? And the reason as to why there's appetite for this kind of politics from the Democratic Party is because the Democratic Party, by and large, advances this agenda even if they're not sincerely on board with it. And you don't hear Democratic Socialists turn around and be like, why are you guys lying? Why don't you run? Why don't you just abandon the Democratic Party and become Republicans because you are, right? You guys run on wanting to you guys always run on socialist or socialist adjacent policies, but then you never implement it. And the voters end up asking why you don't implement these policies, right? The reality of the matter is a lot of these right-wing Democrats are just Republicans that are ashamed, okay? They're ashamed of the moniker. That is the reason why there's this massive friction now. That friction does not exist between Democratic, like right-wing centrist Democratic electeds and Democratic socialist electeds. That friction is actually right-wing centrist Democratic electeds and the base of support, the voters. No one is going out and voting in the polls because they're like, I love you know, the lighter version, the more moderate version of the racist policies that the Republicans are advancing, and that's why I'm voting for the Democrats. They vote against Republicans, or they vote because they genuinely believe that the Democrats are going to advance these causes that they're supposedly claiming that they're going to advance. No one is voting for a corporate stooge because they love the corporate-backed stooges in the Democratic Party. No Democrat is voting because they're like, I want moderate Democrats to be, in support of Israel permanently. There's an avenue for that. There's a route for that, right? And that route is the Republican Party. If you're antagonistic to the existence of immigrants on American soil, one of the most diverse countries on the fucking planet, there's a route for that. There's a party for you. It's called the Republican Party. Democrats are not the party that says, we are not a nation of immigrants. We're not a nation of strangers. We have to do away with this notion. We are going to be the reasonable anti-immigrant party. No one is voting for that. At most, people are plugging their noses and voting against the Republican fascism. It's so ridiculous. Anyway, let's get back to Zoran.
Democratic socialist principles at the heart of it within our administration. And what we've delivered has been record lows when it comes to murders and shootings.
So is it pragmatic democratic socialism?
I think democratic socialism at the heart is pragmatic. Because if we cannot deliver for working people, then what is this for? I'm not interested in writing a manifesto or, frankly, in reading one. I'm interested in delivering, and that's exactly what we've been showing.
But they're saying...
He said, put down the theory. It's time for praxis. Zoran Mamdani calls out theory nerds. Zoran Mamdani calls out theory nerds, says, it's time to put the pen and paper down and get to work. Roll up your sleeves. It's praxis time. I'm about delivering results, he says.
That if you're a socialist, you're not a Democrat. I mean, is there room in the party for both of these views?
Yes, here I am. Here are so many more. And I think what makes our party a beautiful party is the fact that it's a big tent, that we have
But you've also said it has to be a party with a spine, with a backbone.
Yes, so even a tent has to stay up.
Yes, so... does it have to stand firmly for these ideas that you're talking about that others are calling dangerous?
I think it has to stand for working people. And I think it has to be willing to fight for working people. And I think that there are some who are offended by the prospect of a party that knows who it fights for and goes every day to work for that. Because what we've seen over many years is a willingness to not only explain away the status quo, but frankly, even to look to benefit from the status quo. And that's not what working people are looking for from our party.
Yeah, Zoran said the philosophers of the world have heretofore only analyzed the world in various ways. The point, however, is to change it. That's what Zoran Mamdani said. No one else, actually. Zoran Mamdani invented that right there.
As New Yorkers were going to vote, you said something interesting. You said the race for 2028 starts now, the presidential race.
Bars.
What did you mean by that?
Well, a lot of pundits asked me about this race and what it means and how to think about it. And at the core of Tuesday's results was a message from Democratic voters across the largest city in the United States of America about the kind of politics they want to see. And we know that we oppose the cruelty of the federal administration. What is it that we stand for beyond that?
So you can't just be anti-Trump, obviously.
You got to have something you are not.
I do not think he likes Marx, though. Seems like a social democrat. It's actually interesting that I've never talked to Zoran, even in private, about his ideological tendency. And certainly not in public. But I don't. I mean, he's quoted Gramsci and stuff like that, obviously. I do believe that he is a socialist. You would have to go through his older videos and stuff like that at DSA conferences to pick up on what he is. Word on the street is he's a trot. I hope not. That would be devastating. If I recall, he was part of Bread and Roses in DSA. But yeah, some of his older videos, like some of his older speeches from conferences and whatnot, obviously were far more radical, and that leads me to believe that he definitely is, he's definitely well read. I don't think he's like. He's described himself a little bit of SMC and BNR. Maybe he's a Posadas? Yeah, dude, he's a Posadas. What's wrong with trots? I mean, in this day and age, I feel like they've abandoned some of their previous counter-revolutionary tendencies, but a lot of trots are so aggressively anti-USSR, even if Trotsky himself was not all the way to the bitter end. His writing, his writing on Stalin did get used quite frequently by not only the CIA but a lot of capitalist anti-communist. Like his writing is the backbone of anti-communist thought in the Western world. It's just true. And I feel like the trot tendency is almost, although he was, fairly pragmatic and obviously a profoundly important part of the revolution initially, a lot of trots will always behave as though this is like a revolution betrayed, and that it's too much of a splinter, that there was this idealism, there was this idealistic USSR if only Trotsky had won and not Stalin. And then you can always point out to the excesses of the USSR and say, no, there's this like pure socialism that exists out there. There's this pure socialism that exists out there that has just never been achieved. And the USSR actually betrayed the revolution. And Stalin specifically betrayed the revolution, and the USSR became like a degenerative worker state that wasn't like real socialism. And I think that I think that ultimately that laid the foundation of a lot of anti-communist thought in the Western world. So some of the trots will take hardline stances that is borderline anti-communist, anti-socialist when it comes to actually existing socialism or actually existing socialist states, or rather attempts at creating a transitional socialist state.
Not just willing to stand up for, but that you're also willing to explain how this is relevant to working people. And I think this just comes back to the fact that I'm leading a city that's the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. I could end the sentence there and say that life is great for 8.5 million people, but it's also a city where 1 in 4 are living in poverty. And for far too many Americans, those contradictions have become their day-to-day life. And we need a party that's able to recognize the strengths of this economy and understand that it hasn't reached enough people.
Now, you know, there's been a lot of attention. One of the candidates you supported who won, who knocked off an incumbent Democrat, is Darlisa Villa-Chevalier. She said some very...
You know, critiques of actually existing socialism isn't exclusive to Trots, right? Adorno and Hork are not Trots, nor is Angela Davis. Yes. Angela Davis is an anarchist. Of course. I know. There are plenty of critiques of actually existing socialism. Ultimately, none of these states were allowed to fully go through this transition without unbelievable interventions from the outside. Anyway, all of these distinctions are stupid, I think. I don't care. I don't give a shit. See, there is no AES because it's supposed to be international.
Controversial things, including calling for the abolition of prisons, couldn't say whether or not somebody who had committed murder should be in prison, called for open borders, against all deportations, including those of violent criminals. Are those positions that the Democratic Party could win on nationally?
I think what the Democratic Party can win on nationally is a focus on working people. And I think that what I saw from Darlisa when I would walk the streets of her district was a focus on what she describes as a politics of life. She would talk about how we have to invest in babies, not bombs. She's now going to represent what is one of the poorest districts in the United States of America. And what people in that district are exhausted by is a politics that has justified the spending of tens of billions of dollars in killing civilians overseas while working people are struggling just to do the basics.
But how does abolishing prisons or having open borders fit into that? I mean,
Miyavlamak, you're literally Turkish. You're literally Turkish. You're literally Turkish. Okay? Türksün. Worry about Erdogan. Don't want to hear from you right now. Okay? Miyavlamaya devam et amına koyayım. Yanlışsın sen de. İyi peki amına koyayım. Sen ne yapıyorsun? Getirdin mi komünizmi Türkiye'ye? Yakın mısın? Nasıl bir koalisyon kurdunuz abi? Ha? Yaptınız mı? Nerede? Sende var mı komünizm batın? Siz getiriyorsunuz ya demokratlarla çalışarak. Okey, ikimiz de getirmiyoruz o zaman. Ne güzel.
See how those are ideas that a lot of your Democrats that are warning about what happened here say are toxic. Most of America won't go along with it. They're bad ideas. They're dangerous ideas.
I think what the focus of her race was, what the focus of her candidacy was about the struggle that working people are facing. And I think that we can have disagreements on policy positions. What we have to agree on is what are we fighting for and who are we fighting for? She showed that in her race, and I think that many people will come to appreciate that in her leadership to come.
So we can disagree on something as basic as whether or not there should be prisons?
That's
not your position.
There are prisons,
yes.
And what we're also showing in this city is that safety is not something that's up for debate. It's something that we're actually delivering on. And I'm proud to be the mayor of a city that currently has the lowest recorded number of murders and shootings in recorded history in New York City.
So there was also a take, it's not just Democrats, you've probably heard what President Trump had to say about you and about the candidates you supported, and he warned that if socialists win, and he calls you communists, but you will start living.
That's a decent answer. I think mine is better. I think that her worldview or the goals that she wants to move in the direction of center empathy, and albeit they're unachievable in this current day, are still probably closer to the average person's perspective than those who are in Congress who believe that, you know, Israel is a great force for, is a wonderful American ally, or those who are in Congress who believe that we should maintain private prisons. You know? Like, focusing on rehabilitation to reduce recidivism in this country, as many countries already have, like Norway, is probably a far more equitable and just answer to this issue, and creates a long-standing solution. Too wordy gang, leave mayoring to Big Z. Oh my God. Oh my God. I know. That's why he's the mayor and I'm a fucking streamer. I know. I mean, he did a far better job on dealing with this. He did a far better job in dealing with this than I think AOC even did as well. The average American, or even anyone over the age of 25, thinks they should do El Salvador in their own countries. I'm sorry. No, I know. There are a lot of insanely reactionary opinions when it comes to crime and punishment. It's one of the... I don't understand tankies. I'm new to this. Help me. What? Tankies? God, I hate this fucking term so much. Ay. Dude, what are we talking about, dude? Campist, tanky... These terminologies don't exist anymore and should not exist anymore because there is no Cold War anymore. Okay? There is no camp to be a part of. You're either a part of the fucking imperial hegemonic superpower, or you think other countries in the periphery should be given room to breathe. That's it. So if you are someone who thinks maybe we should stop murdering brown people in the global south, you're automatically classified as a fucking tanky. It's just an online LARP. We have to stop. We have to do away with this online LARP. Okay? Campist only mattered as a statement. By the way, shout out to the fucking trots. Okay, once again. Campus only matters as a terminology if there are camps that you can be a part of, and the trot position is supposed to be no camps. Okay? Not USSR, not American imperialism. We're a secret third thing. Okay? Where is it? Yeah, the secret third thing, CIA. Anyway, it's very stupid to utilize terminology that like British lifestylists invented during the suppression of the Hungarian counter-revolution, or during the Hungarian Revolution, depending on your, ideology there, that the USSR used brutal techniques of utilizing their tanks to squash dissent in Hungary. Okay? This is not a thing that exists in the world right now. What is the militant force that is carrying the torch of communism around the globe? China's not doing that. That's a crazy take, bruh. Sorry. You're saying campism doesn't exist today? I'm just saying that, like, campism, okay, just like the term tanky, just like the term campus, is something that people misunderstand. Is a term that people misunderstand and misuse and abuse over and over again. They hit that button. It's a thought-terminating cliche. It's a thought-terminating term. And it's really fucking annoying because people that like misunderstand where these terms come from and misattribute these terms to whatever their political opposition is. It's just a way to say fucking terrorist, right? It's just a more intellectualized version of saying terrorism. You're a terrorist. You're supporting terrorists. Terrorist this, terrorist that. That's all this is. It's just like an annoying liberal version of literally saying that, okay? Which many liberals do also just straight up call me a fucking terrorist. Anyway. Campism has existed though, right? Yes, it has, but what what camp exists. You either are pro-NATO Atlanticism, pro-American imperialism, or what? What is the other unified bloc? Is it Russia and North Korea? Is that it? It's barely China. Like, what is the self-identifying unified bloc against American imperialism? Because, like, if you say it's being pro-China, right? Being in the pro-China camp, then what is the pro-China camp? What has China done as far as like identifying and destroying attempts of further American encroachment and American imperialism? Nothing. Just existing? Is that it? Like, the BRICS is not a real camp. If anything, I guess the Axis of Resistance is one of the only like militant forces that is directly combating American imperialism in one region, right? But that's it. So-called campists do view a somewhat unified bloc of anti-imperialist states, Russia, Iran, China, etc. But what countries fit into that depend on the flavor of the person. Sometimes it excludes like Burkina Faso. Sometimes it includes like Burkina Faso and the West African juntas. Sometimes it excludes China, etc. Exactly. And that is because there's no like real unified anti-imperialist bloc on the planet right now. The only thing that you could closely associate with a unified anti-imperialist movement is unironically the Axis of Resistance, from Ansar Allah, the Hamas-led Palestinian resistance, Hezbollah, and numerous other IRGC-aligned forces and the IRGC itself. But that's it. China certainly is not a part of some sort of like resilient anti-imperialist movement in the way that the USSR was, right? Russia certainly is not. I wouldn't say Russia is. What is this? Framing the present crisis via the old Cold War moralism won't work. Oh, yeah, this is about me. Eric Levitz called me a campist or a tanky or whatever. Framing the present crisis via the old Cold War moralism won't work. That the U.S. can now be seen as a vicious and amoral empire is progress. Our responsibility is to change it, not to seek retroactive justifications in comparison to something worse, as John Gaddis used to say. Bingo, I was just thinking campism makes no sense outside the polarities of the Cold War, and you expressed this perfectly. Yeah, you can't red bait without the reds, you know? Like, what militancy can you offer material support to, with the exception of, I guess, like the Axis of Resistance, which you can't because it's like unbelievably illegal. And even then, it's not the same as the Cold War dynamic because there's no, like, beyond combating imperialism as a direct consequence of the existential crisis that many of these groups are facing in their own regions, there is no like ideological bloc alignment either. It's not like the IRGC or Hamas or Hezbollah are socialist or communist. They're just purely trying to survive. They're purely trying to allow their people to survive against Israeli militarism, against American militarism, against American intervention. And intervention with aligned forces such as the Gulf states, for example. So that's it. That's it. There is no real unified bloc that you can show support to or be in the camp of. Yeah. Libs misuse campus to mean reflectively siding with the power or believing the U.S. is generally in the wrong. Yes. And it's ironic because campism initially meant you're one of two. You're part of either camp, right? You're either part of the capitalist imperialist powers, which is the United States, which is literally the only remaining camp that exists because the U.S. won the Cold War. Western capitalism won the Cold War. The USSR lost. Communism lost. Right? This guy invented being a trot from first principles. Look, I mean, you could just agree that all sides are wrong. This is what I mean. This is my disagreement with the idealized version of events that Trots seemingly hold on to, or even left comms at different points seemingly abide by, where it's like, you don't understand. There's this secret thing that has never existed, and that revolution is not going to be ugly or have issues and blemishes and excesses, and being critical of said excesses to understand what they were to make sure that they're not repeated is very different than I'm in favor of a secret thing that has never existed. You sound so idealistic. This kind of like purist attitude is never going to be pragmatic at all. That's why I'm, far more pragmatic and understand why, Dengis reforms happened in China, for example. A lot of people are dogmatic in their approach to Marxism. A lot of MLs are somewhat, the anti-revisionist MLs are dogmatic, and they think that the only way that real existing socialism can be implemented is through a Marxist-Leninist formation that leads the proletariat into a revolutionary state and is completely commanded by a Marxist-Leninist party. Okay. In Star Wars, the coolest characters are the centrists. The secret thing isn't secret. It's my Discord server. Yes, it always comes back to that. It often just seems like you lump trots, anarchists, left comms, and Western Marxists in one group often. I mean, this is just this. Perhaps there's a reason for why I do that, because that's usually what Western Marxists are. Let's be fucking real. Imagine in 2033, revisionism is considered centrism. That'd be great. This is a convo that came out of a chatter asking if Mamdani is a secret Marxist. What the fuck? Yeah. This is such a bad take. So disappointing, bro. I know. My thought on this is I'm agnostic, okay? I'm in favor of all of it, any and all, okay? Socialist ideological tendencies, any/all, I guess except for anarchism. That's it. We'll figure it out along the way. Fuck you and your daily punching down on anarchists. Sorry. Anarchists are also profoundly important in direct action and mobilization. Okay? They're in the motherfucking front lines. I respect it.
Living in squalor, there'll be no food, no housing, no military, no law and order. There'll be nothing. And he had a few other choice words. By the way, he also said he still likes you. But what do you make of what he? I mean, the Republicans are going to make you the poster child for the Democratic Party.
Let them. We don't have to ask ourselves what life looks like if a socialist wins. I won last November. And over the course of these last 6 months, what we've delivered for working people are the very things we were told were impossible. We've delivered free childcare for 2-year-olds for the first time in New York City history. We've delivered tens of millions of dollars back to tenants who were taken advantage of by bad landlords. We've delivered 165,000 potholes being paved. And we've done all of these things while also delivering the lowest recorded crime in our city's history. That's what it looks like to have democratic socialism. And what you're...
That's it. And this is precisely the reason why I say he is still a movement guy, okay? Regardless of whatever kind of criticism I might have at any given moment, some of which I was wrong on, and I openly will admit that. I'll eat that, you know? And some of the criticisms I still hold and maintain. He is a real one. This is the point, okay? First, you run as a democratic socialist, and you run on issues, okay? You run on how you're going to improve people's lives. Then you win. And then I can point to that and say, look, see, he did it. You can too. Other people pay attention to that. They go, I like winning. I would like to do that as well. Then from that point on, you govern as a democratic socialist. You associate democratic socialism with a clear, definable agenda, with identifiable goals that you want to advance. And you achieve those goals. And then you reinstill confidence in good governance. And you associate good governance with democratic socialism. Okay? And then you expand on that victory. You take the momentum off that victory and you continue organizing and you continue mobilizing and you add more numbers. You add more numbers as others who are also running as democratic socialists, winning as democratic socialists, and governing as democratic socialists. This is how you do it. And this was why he was elected into this position of power, to not only deliver a radical agenda for New Yorkers that places New Yorkers first, that places the working class at the heart of this movement, but will actually deliver on results for the working class. And when other people see that, they go, why can't I have this? I want this as well. It makes good governance an achievable goal, a realistic goal. Okay? That's it. So every victory that he notches is not only a victory for New York City and New Yorkers, but a victory for the movement of democratic socialism. Okay? It proves that a more responsive politics is achievable. It proves that a politics that centers the working class is achievable. It creates confidence in this movement. Okay? It emboldens this movement. It restores confidence in good governance. And it identifies good governance with democratic socialism. This is exactly what he was supposed to do, and he is doing it. Okay? It's fantastic.
Seeing is that New Yorkers experienced this for 6 months and made the decision that they wanted to see more of it on the national stage as well.
Can a democratic socialist get elected president?
I think a democratic socialist can get elected.
What do you mean? Your criticisms are things he didn't campaign around. I mean, there are certain things he didn't openly say that he was campaigning around, like associating good governance with democratic socialism, but he's doing that because that's a part of a broader working class focused movement. Okay, that's number one. Number two, there are certain things he said he was going to do, like disbanding the SRG, keeping the head count for the NYPD the same. Those are promises that he made on the campaign trail that he hasn't followed through on. So, you know, those are still, I think, reasonable critiques to hold Zoran accountable on. But ultimately, inside HasanAbi stream, there are two wolves: positive support for SOCDEM governance, intense support for highly restrictive and authoritarian theory. How are you going to go from left bashing the lasered focus on SOCDEM governance? Because because unlike you and unlike many people, I understand where the American people are at. I understand that there is no vanguardism in this country because there's no Marxist-Leninism in this country because there's no class consciousness in this country. Okay? That's it. Because I'm pragmatic. Okay? Because I'm fucking pragmatic. What differentiates that from Mussolini thought? That's awesome. From Mussolini thought, because it's objectively anti-fascist. Jesus Christ. You think Mussolini was basing his theory off of dialectics, dialectical materialism? Or do you think that he was personally aggrieved by the existing Communist Party in the country? Okay, intense authority with no worker input. What are you talking about? Are you saying Mussolini is a Marxist-Leninist? Is that the argument that you're trying to make? Is that literally the argument you're trying to make? What is this fucking argument? Why is it turning into misunderstanding theory Sunday? God damn, dude. Left comms fucking loop around back to any matter of authority is actually the same as fascism, existing fascism. Mussolini, known Communist Party member, of course. I mean, he was. By the way, he literally was. That is true. He was that. But that is before he became what he is known for, which is fascism, which is obviously has nothing to do and is directly antagonistic to communism.
Anywhere across this country for any position, what I think we need to bring is a focus on working people.
And that's the direction that the party should go in.
Yeah, saying Mussolini was communist is like saying Van Jones is a Maoist third worldist. Obviously, theories evolve, right? People change. Opportunists exist of all different sorts. Fascism is the highest stage of opportunism.
And in terms of selecting a candidate for 2028.
I think the direction that the party should go in is how best to fight for working people. I think we need to have a platform and a vision that doesn't sound as if it was cooked up by consultants, but instead one that you would say in response to someone who's asking, why can't I afford my rent? Why can't I afford my groceries? Why can't I afford my childcare? We need to make clear who we stand for, how we're going to stand for them, and that we're actually willing to fight for them when the going gets tough.
Obviously, Israel was a big issue in these races. Not the only issue, but a big issue. Is there room in the Democratic Party for candidates, officials who support Israel, not just support Israel, but support military aid for Israel? This was a huge issue for you.
Well, I think what we've seen is that the time for us as elected officials to pronounce what the party should be is one that should come to an end, and we should let Democratic voters themselves take the lead. And we've seen on Tuesday evening, we saw Democrats turn out in districts across the city to make clear that they were tired of tens of billions of dollars being spent in our taxpayer dollars to violate international law, to kill thousands of civilians. And you and I know that right now the way that Palestine is described is as if there is a ceasefire. That's the language that's typically used. Yeah. More than 1,000 Palestinians have been killed in that ceasefire. And what New Yorkers want to see is a politics of conscience, a politics of clarity, a politics of conviction. And to follow international law, to believe in the humanity of all people, it shouldn't be a journey too far. And I think that our party needs to hear what Democrats are telling it.
Democratic Socialists of America now says they no longer favor a two-state solution. Is that the way you see it as well?
Dude, it's so funny to think that, I mean, I hope all the DSA cadres in the chat are aware of what's about to take place, because the next national convention is not only going to be featured on the HasanAbi broadcast, it's going to be featured on CNN, NBC, ABC, ZBS, CNN, Fox News. It's already being featured, but it is really funny to think that, like, last year's national convention was what? Like, I was there. Who else was really there? Who like, what major media outlet actually covered it? Like imagine parsing through the decision-making process as to why a single solitary secular state was voted against at the DSA National Convention as it was done last year. It's so funny. You must be the smartest dumb guy I know. Wait, what? I don't know what you're saying. So, if I recall correctly, the DSA voted against that. And then a lot of the outsiders, a lot of the ultras were very mad about that. And they were, but the decision for why they voted against it was because they said, look, this should be up to the Palestinians. We shouldn't be enforcing secularity on the Palestinians, which I think is whatever. It doesn't matter. We're fucking Americans. You know what I mean? Just like I understand where it's coming from. The only difference between you and Mussolini is that he reached the conclusion that pandering to reactionary populism. Okay. Theory is when worker councils. Oh my God. Theory is when worker councils are dissolved. Didn't say Mussolini was a communist though. Workers' democracy is literally an essential part of Marx and Lenin. The only difference between you and Mussolini is that he reached the conclusion that pandering to reactionary populism is a much easier way to come to power than mass electoral politics. Your New Deal ideation is the same politics as Italian fascism. Both FDR and Mussolini agreed on this. Oh my God. Chatters, I need you to live in 2026. In many ways, your assessment is not dissimilar to the people on the left that you oppose the most. Judging by this take, I suspect, I mean, actually, I don't know. You might be a ML. But judging by this take, this is no different than saying that the only way to achieve socialism is literally the exact same methods that were deployed by the Bolsheviks, okay, in 2026, trying to compare the conditions, the material conditions of an agrarian peasant society like Tsarist Russia to 2026 industrially developed United States of America, okay? It's pure. It's pure. Name a book that disproves this law. Like, actually back up what you're saying other than trust me, bro. This is not, first of all, even the Leninist interpretation somewhat went against the Marxist assessment that was that industrialized nations with a labor force would probably be the real implementation of socialism, which demonstrably did not work. Okay? It didn't. The two most successful, internationally renowned communist revolutions took place in largely peasant societies. Okay? Agrarian USSR or Tsarist Russia and Mao in China. Okay? These were peasant-backed revolutions. I look back and yeah, the OSS lost at the National Convention. Yes, it did. One state solution that is secular lost at the National Convention. You have to rigorously interpret the current existing material conditions and apply theory to those current existing material conditions in a country that is at the heart of empire like the United States of America, a country that is at the heart of imperialism like the United States of America, that is the domineering force, the defender, the main defender of international capitalism, with a workforce that does not resemble the peasant force at all, with advanced industry that was so advanced that they moved beyond it. They moved to finance capitalism, which has now eviscerated what existed of like the industrial base of the industrial labor class, and their industrial labor force is going to have a dramatically different approach. Okay? This is uncharted waters. It's untested theories. We're all working through it right now. Do you understand? You either want to adopt a dogmatic approach. You either want to apply a dogmatic approach that you, or some people either want to apply a dogmatic approach to actual existing socialism that has worked, and then apply this one-size-fits-all mentality to a country that is dramatically different than any other country where socialism has ever been implemented or been tried or has been attempted. Okay? Or you have a pure idealistic framework that your pure idealistic framework that you're approaching this issue with has never even existed around the planet. The real socialism hasn't been tried mentality. Rather, the strategies that you want to employ are the ones that are equally as old as the ones you view as outdated, and thus risk screwing any attempt to build a larger movement and getting it subsumed into mainstream bourgeois politics. What do you suggest? Let's start there.
Well, the idea of two states, Palestinian, Jewish state side by side living in peace.
The way I see it is equal rights for all people. And I think that that's the truth for Israel. It's the truth for any country in the world. And frankly, as we're coming up close to the 250th anniversary of our nation, one of the things that makes me proudest to be an American is the belief that equal rights are at the bedrock of our notion of what it means to be an American.
And the idea of a Jewish state, Israel is a Jewish state, that's in the charter. That's the way it is now. Do you support that?
I've said time and again that I support the state of Israel as a state with equal rights. I believe that any state that preferences...
But as a Jewish state is the question.
I think any state that privileges one religion over the other is one that I can't tell you I support, whether it be Israel or Saudi Arabia or anywhere else. And
good answer. This is perfectly within the confines of the liberal framework. A lot of people will say this is normalizing, he's a Zionist or whatever. It's not true. Okay? It's not. Israel as it currently exists is an ethno-state project, and that is completely antithetical to liberal humanitarian values. So it's good to utilize that framework because it's an inherent contradiction, okay? It's contradictory to everything that liberals have learned, everything that self-identifying liberals have learned about the world and about how the world should exist, okay? That's it. It's a great way to say it's an ethno-state. I don't think ethno-states should exist. No, it's a great answer. Would love if he leaned into New York City's specific multiculturalism and how that's his vision for America, not ethno-supremacy. Yes, Marxism. I don't normally say this, but you are correct on this. And this is something that I think I should probably deploy as well more frequently, making that comparison between an ethno-state project in Israel under the banner of Judaism, falsely claiming that this is a goal, a project that all Jews support, is not dissimilar to our own version of ethnic supremacy that exists, that we have a dark history of championing at times, right? White supremacy. When someone comes out and says, we need Christian nationalism, America is a Christian nation state, everybody understands what that person is saying. Everybody understands that that is actually antithetical to the American values of building a robust, multicultural, diverse society, right? So why is it that we place Israel in its own special category? It's ridiculous.
And a lot of that comes back to a fundamental belief that we should all be considered equal no matter what our faith is.
How big a problem, you said it's rising, is anti-Semitism in this city?
We've seen anti-Semitism rise in this city. We've seen the fact that Jewish New Yorkers comprise a minority of our city's population and yet continue to...
Zoran is employing a dog whistle. We recognize when others do that. I mean, even dog whistling in and of itself, I think, implies that like his ultimate moral position is wrong, right? And like you have to shelter, you have to hide your moral position. I don't think, I know what you're saying. I mean, he is in some ways liberalizing his anti-Zionism, making it more palatable, right? Making it more palatable. That's what he's doing. Because he is definitely an anti-Zionist, as am I, but I think he is softening his approach, or rather making his approach more palatable to the way that liberals can understand. And I think it's good. He's doing a great job with this. I don't think dog whistle is a morally charged term. He's signaling to his base he means what he means while framing it in liberal terms that don't explicitly say no. An Israel with equal rights is not Israel as it currently exists. He's saying no without saying no when they ask him, does Israel have a right to exist? Ultimately, the morality behind his sentiment has not changed. Ultimately, the goal has not changed at all, right? It's a good thing to do. It's pushing the boundaries as much as an elected representative can, because when you're an elected representative, obviously you have significant limitations in what you can and can't say. You can't be ridiculous. You can't be silly. You can't engage in like the agitative propaganda that I engage in, right? Agitprop of the sort that I deal with is very clearly looking at what is right at the edges of the confines of permissible speech and then hoping to expand it towards the left, right? Pulling by force liberals or self-identifying liberals into understanding the world from our perspective. And that is the reason why I do the thing where I say, like, you know, I'd vote for Hamas over Israel 1,000 times over. Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel. I'm a harm reduction voter. Things like that I say are they're not wrong, right? But it's also by design. I'm like deliberately trying to get liberals to understand that between these two forces, like one side is closer to being on the righteous side than the other. A lot of liberals obviously have a significant hang up, right? When they're like, they've never thought about like why Palestinians resist. They understand that Palestinians are being destroyed, dominated, killed, murdered, but anything that moves beyond the perfect victimhood narrative, they can't cope with. They can't deal with. They're like, what do you mean they're fighting back? That's unacceptable. So what's the alternative? That they should just, you know, quietly take it, quietly eat it, just be killed? Israel has been an aggressor since even before 1948, when Israel was invented, right? So the notion that people are not going to harbor resentment towards this initiative that is exterminating them, that's actually ethnically cleansing them by through militancy from their ancestral homelands, I mean, it's completely ridiculous. Of course, people are going to fight back. So the question I always try to get people to arrive at is like, okay, so you say free Palestine, you say you're for a free Palestine, but you don't like the people that are shepherding the current formation of the Palestinian resistance. You don't like the people that are in charge. Okay, so let's work through that. What are some of the reasons why you don't like them? You go, okay, October 7. I say, yes, October 7 had numerous atrocities and even war crimes. Having said that, however, do you feel like the evolution of the Palestinian resistance got there because these guys are barbaric, racist monsters or Jew haters in the way that it's been presented? Or do you think this is a consequence of 80 years of apartheid and occupation and ritualistic humiliation of the Palestinians, death and destruction, controlling their diet? You know, You can't put yourself in the shoes of the Palestinian population. Yeah, I agree. And I don't hear Zoran saying this. Yes, because he's an elected representative in New York City. And his primary purpose here is to govern and govern well. Okay? And unfortunately, he's made a different calculation than someone like myself at this point, where he recognizes that if he fucking came out and said those things, then the conversation would no longer be about, you know, how there's the lowest murder rate that New York City has ever seen in its entire history. The conversation would be about how Zoran Mamdani is a Muslim communist radical who wants to do fucking 9/11s every day in New York City. There's always a give and take and a push and pull, okay? We all occupy different lanes. And a part of his goals as a movement leader is to not only govern well, but to show the rest of the country that he is governing well as a democratic socialist. And in order for him to show the rest of the country that he's governing well as a democratic socialist, he can't constantly get bogged down on distinctions between or on bastardizations of his message. And they would absolutely fucking aggressively prosecute him in the same way that they are me if he were to turn around and be like, the Palestinian resistance is a legal right to resist against Israeli occupation. I think there will come a time. I think that eventually there will come a time where everyone will have been against this, right? Where everyone will say, yes, there were atrocities that took place in the hands of the Palestinian resistance, but this was a direct byproduct of 80 years or 90 years of occupation. Whenever people inevitably arrive at this conclusion, they will. But I'm not going to say that he's doing a bad job overall, because I do understand where he's coming from. Even if this attitude actually sometimes puts him at odds with what I'm doing.
Constitute a majority of the hate crimes that have been purveyed in this city. And that's something that's unacceptable. It's something that we will never come to see as if it is a part of life. It's something that has to be fought and rooted out of every one of the 5 boroughs.
What did you think when Dan Goldman, that coffee shop in Brooklyn, said that they wouldn't serve him because of his support for Israel? You have a problem with, the idea of, of a establishment like that saying they're not going to serve somebody if they support Israel?
I've said that I have political disagreements with Congressmember Goldman. I do believe that that's a response that goes beyond that.
So that's not the right kind of thing.
No, I think it's much better to keep that critique in the way that we've done it.
Okay, so we're just about out of time. I got to ask you. I noticed that you're turning 35 soon, right?
In a few months, yes.
So you now hit one of the constitutional requirements to run for president. But there's another one that says you have to be a natural-born citizen. You were not born here.
Yes.
But do you think that's something that should be changed in the Constitution? It would take an amendment, but do you think that we should change that?
No.
No?
I think the Constitution looks good the way it is.
Just the way it is.
Just the way it is. I'm very excited to focus on New York City, but thank you for reminding me of my upcoming
35
mortality.
years old. 35 years old. All right.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much.
Real pleasure.
Hakeem Jeffries, your future colleague, was asked about these races, and he seemed to downplay them by saying some of those races were in higher income districts with an outsized focus on issues connected to
Yes, dude. Zoran and I are the same age. Muslim anti-Zionist socialist. I've never felt more directly represented in American politics in this very moment. Not that it matters at the end of the day, obviously. But
the Middle East.
I gotta pee.
How do you respond to him characterizing, potentially, seemingly, your race that way?
Well, I think it just is a misunderstanding of what this community is, because this is the second poorest congressional district in the state and by some measures the country. And when you have a poverty rate of 26%, a childhood poverty rate of 40%, right, that speaks volumes about what our priorities are in our budgets. And I view our budgets as moral documents. We can say that we love our children, we can say we value education, but if time and time again, those are the things that are being defunded and underfunded, while the war machine is constantly getting more and more money thrown at it, you know, I think that says much more about where our values actually lie.
You support Hakeem Jeffries as leader?
Not necessarily. I would like to have a conversation with Hakeem before we make those determinations. I think, again, I'm here to represent this district, and this district is one of the most left progressive democratic socialist districts in this country. It's full of working class people and immigrants and working families that are struggling right now, and they want to see leadership that understands that really deeply and that's ready to fight for them.
A big issue that dominated your election and many other elections across the city was, of course, Israel-Palestine. I understand you've had sort of a journey that you've gone through in engaging with the issue. Could you take us through how that journey first began?
Yeah, I actually had the privilege of visiting Palestine when I was 20, and it was 2014. And while I was there, I was living in Nablus and just meeting a lot of people, and traveled around the region. And it was a very formative experience. It was one that really taught me a lot, not only about the Palestinian context, but also about our own context here in the U.S.
I want to stop sending money for Netanyahu's wars. I don't want to spend any more military aid. I believe Israelis won't be truly safe until Palestinians are free. I'm going to be one of the Jewish members of Congress who's boldest in support of Palestinian human rights. And I'm going to stand up strong against bigotry against Jews.
I'm Native American, Mexican American. My family has been shaped by displacement, by colonialism. And I think coming from that, I have
genocide.
An understanding of the project of American empire, and so a lot of sympathy and understanding for people who are being oppressed abroad. I also come from the labor movement. My union was one of the first major unions to call for a ceasefire, to call for an arms embargo. And union members were on the front lines of fighting against apartheid in South Africa, were on the front lines of fighting apartheid in Israel. And that kind of idea of deep international solidarity, that the working class of the world is more united, has more in common with each other than we do with the war profiteers and the war machine that tries to destroy us, I think is really foundational for my politics.
You were a part of the pro-Palestine encampments, and now you're in Congress, representing the district that Columbia was in. And I believe you were arrested at the demonstration, right, at Hamilton Hall. How's that trajectory from being a part of the encampments to now representing the school for which they allowed police officers to arrest you all?
It's a very surreal experience to go from being on campus and at the encampments, and then thinking back to it now as we're stepping into a very new role, and one where, the day that the encampments began, Congress was actually condemning the students on the ground, and now to have someone who was there with them stepping into this role is just truly surreal, and I don't think I'll have words for it.
Yeah, she's going to be in charge of a district that also features Columbia University, which is her college that demanded her arrest and prosecution. That's crazy.
For it for quite some time.
I think we've seen over the last 2.5 years, obviously 75,000 people murdered, millions displaced. At the same time that our lives are getting worse here. We can't afford our rent, childcare. There's so many people who are sleeping on the street tonight, and instead of investing in lives of dignity here, we have been bombing refugee camps abroad.
Hasan, the corporate Democrats are planning on fighting DSA and corporations will help them. How do we win in the situation? Great question. So I talked about this yesterday a little bit, but corporate Democrats have never stopped fighting against their left flank, whether it takes the shape of the Democratic Socialists of America or whether it be its affiliates, whether it be the Bernie-crats. They've always done this, right? And right now we're winning. It's not like they stopped fighting. It's not like they were like, welcome to the fucking fold. Welcome to the party. They've never stopped doing this. Right? And my attitude is that is exactly why they lost. So it's important for us to explain that to them. Right? Here come the 4 months of centrists attacking the left with far greater existential fury than they ever aimed at Trump because they prefer Trump and helped him win, says Eli Valley. Centrist Democrats rebuke party's left wing. We are capitalists, not socialist. And to them, I say, bring it on. This is what they've been doing. This is exactly what led to the demise of the Democratic Party. This is what led to Donald Trump getting elected twice, not one, but twice. Okay? I said it's ironic that this pivot to the center is what caused the Democrats to lose to an incompetent fascist twice. And now there are far more Democratic socialist electoral victories because voters recognize the failure of moderates. So they have one speed. It's like that pigeon trying to do stand-up. You know the meme I'm talking about where they're like, come on, tell us another joke. And he just like flips through the jokes and it's always pivot to the center, attack the left. That's what it is. That's precisely what it is. It's a crow. That's a raven. Okay, whatever. It's not a pigeon, but you get the point. You get the point I'm making, right? And there are clearly moneyed interests at play here that can muddy the waters, but you have to be able to out-organize it. You have to be able to out-organize these people. And we can. And we have. Right? We have with Daria Liza. That was a great example. With Claire, that was another great example. And I hope that Melak Kuros will be another victory for the socialist movement in this country. AOC was talking about this earlier, and I think she was 100% right when she said that the center of the party has no affirmative vision to provide. The only people who are saying that they will do and not what they won't do are the Democratic Socialists. Yes.
Please.
Here's AOC speaking this morning on iHeartRadio, and then we'll see the response to that.
They said, we're going to sign a pledge against socialism. And we say, okay, but then when you pull up this website, they can't answer the same question that you just asked me, Santita. There's no... Okay, fine. If you're against them, that's okay. But what do you believe? And that, I think, is the core of the weaknesses from that wing in this moment. There's no affirmative vision really coming from most places in the Democratic Party, with the exception of democratic socialism. They said, we're going to sign a pledge against socialism. And we say, okay, but then when you pull up this web.
Yeah. They have no vision in the affirmative. All they have is reactionary attitudes. And this Promise to America like account that I found out recently is not even run, like, I don't even know if it's officially affiliated with the Promise to America. This like new centrism coalition that just got implemented. One of a million, okay? Whether it be the Abundis, whether it be the fucking, the Problem Solvers Caucus, they've created a new one, right? Oh my God. So the Promise to America, the vision for America is mostly just a vision for Israel, let's be real. But they respond with, hi, AOC, our Promise to America isn't just about rejecting socialism, it's a vision for the future. Our principles say it best. We believe in an economy that works for everyone, not just those already at the top. We believe in secure borders and safe communities. We want a government that works to solve problems. We want a politics of persuasion, and most of all, it's just vague platitudes. The beauty of this kind of messaging is it literally is one size fits all. You could be a Republican and say this. As a matter of fact, Republicans do say this. Okay? Republicans say this all the time. This is exactly the same thing that they say. Do you understand? Democrats cannot comprehend that this goes beyond a simple branding issue, that you haven't branded centrism well enough. True centrism hasn't been tried, they say. Okay, some of them are ideological zealots. Many of them are paid to be ideological zealots because they're mercenaries, right? Because there is no guiding principle of centrism out there. It's not a real thing. Unless you're Lex Friedman, who is the one true centrist. Okay? But they have no vision in the affirmative. Socialists do. They have a place that they want to move this country towards. They have an idea of what a functioning society looks like, and they want to implement it. Meanwhile, liberals are constantly forced to respond to those changes because they're in the center and they are utterly devoid of some kind of vision in the affirmative. So what they end up doing is, like, if it's Trump that's like moving the country to the right, they say, oh, we oppose Trumpism. We want moderate solutions to mass deportations. If it's socialists moving the country to the left for the first time in a long time, they say, oh, we oppose that. We oppose amnesty initiatives. We want moderate deportations, a modest amount of deportations. That's it. Yeah. 45 years old. The Promise to America, D. New York. 45 years old, but young at heart. The King of Zing loves to say, while DSA's up to some monkey business, I'm over here standing on business and other really awesome, useful shit. And the problem for centrism right now is that if they're stuck between democratic socialism to their left and Trumpism to their right, and they choose to attack the democratic socialism of their left, because if they simply just attack MAGA Trumpism on the right, then it looks like they're aligned with the democratic socialism of the left. So they have to differentiate themselves, right? And if they have to differentiate themselves from the democratic socialism, they look like they are right-wing reactionaries. And to be fair, they are right-wing reactionaries in this moment. And that's it. And that is very unappealing. That's unbelievably unappealing to the Democratic base of support, to the voters, to the even independents that want these changes to take place, that want these changes to be implemented. Meanwhile, here's Donald Trump. Communism is the greatest threat to our country since World War I, World War II, Pearl Harbor, or 9/11. President Donald J. Trump. That's my goat right there.
So joining us now to discuss are the two co-chairs of the Democratic Social.
AOC response to centrists telling socialists to leave the party.
Here, the corporate Democrats tell you to get out of the party. What say you? Because you're a Democrat.
You can't tell them to get out and then in a presidential cycle, tell them that they have an obligation to vote for you. We're either a team or we're not. And at the end of the day, we all need each other, to our chagrin and to our disagreement. And to our, great inconvenience, all of us have to accept the reality that we need each other, whether we like it or not. And you can't tell people to leave when you need them. At the end of the day, and guess what? Look at the point that we're at right now. Hopefully in November, we're going to be winning. Democrats are going to be winning a majority that is healthy and sizable. But if you look at this present moment, the House majority, both last cycle and this cycle, was a difference of 4 to 5 seats. Okay? There are now going to be 4 to 5 Democratic socialists serving in the next term. So if you tell us to go, that we can't associate with the Democratic Party, all of a sudden, that's your majority right there. Mm-hmm. So whether we like it or not, we need one another. We shouldn't be talking about going our separate ways because we can't survive without a majority, and that goes in both directions. We're gonna have to figure it out, frankly. That's That I think is the first piece of it. And secondly, I think, when I first arrived to the House, it was,
This is AOC speaking on an iHeartRadio show with Santita Jackson.
I was met with a tremendously hostile environment. And it was obviously very clear that we were not welcome there. And they wanted to make us all, they want to make me a one-term congresswoman. They wanted to make many others, I think, a one-term congresswoman, whether that's Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, or whomever. But I think that, the attitude that I have taken to this over time is that on our end, when this hostility comes towards us, we can respond with hostility in kind. We can respond with defensiveness. But I think what I have learned over time is that I just have responded with, okay, watch us work. Watch us work. And we'll go from 1 to 2 to 4 to 8 to 12. And people can go crying and be upset, but we'll just keep growing. And
the thing is, if the Democrats, right-wing Democrats, centrist Democrat, corporate Democrats, didn't lie every fucking 4 years, like they were on board with workers' rights, a bold agenda that moves the needle in the appropriate direction for Medicare for all, for example. If they didn't actually take on that shine of the policies being advanced by democratic socialists, which on its face, at least for the time being, is social democracy, let's be real, okay, then so many voters would not have an appetite for this. So many Democratic Party voters who go, wait a minute, what do you mean free college? We don't want that. I'm a Democrat. I hate that, right? The problem is they have lied for years and years and made it seem as though this is what they want, but when they're governing, they govern differently. So now there are people who are invested in advancing this agenda, and now they're winning.
Of America's New York City chapter, Gustavo Gordillo and Grace Mauser. Thank you so much for being here. So let's start first, major wins this week for the organization. I want to start with the interview you actually recently did, Gustavo, and you said that after the DSA endorsed then candidate Zohran Mamdani in October 2024, DSA membership has more than doubled, growing from 5,900 members to 14,000 members. Did your organization see membership grow again after this most recent primary?
Yes, actually, nationally, we've seen thousands of new members pretty much overnight. And in New York City, we're very close to 15,000. We think we'll hit that probably this weekend. So, we've had hundreds of new people who are energized by these races. I think these big wins act as moments of political awakening. That was my experience when I first got involved in a race, which was actually Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's campaign, and just seeing that as an ordinary person, you can actually have an impact in the political system, I think is really transformative.
So 7 of the 8 candidates the DSA endorsed won their primary races this week. Some of these candidates upseated long-term incumbents like Congressman Adriano Espaillat. And some of the concern I've heard is about unseating incumbents that have some sort of level of power. Like Espaillat, he did chair the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. I guess why target members that maybe are in leadership positions?
Quickly, it was actually 9 out of 10 races, so slightly better odds. Yes. But the reason we chose to run in the races we did is because we look at data of past voting history. We look at where members are. We look at where progressive and socialist voters are. But we also think about, are the incumbents that we're running against fighters? They will say out of one side of their mouth that they're running on their record, but out of the other side of their mouth, they'll say that they can't deliver certain things. They can't deliver health care. They can't deliver protections for immigrant communities because their hands are tied. Both can't be true. right? You either are delivering or you're not. And for us, they aren't. And it's because they're not organizing in office, they're not fighting hard enough in office, and they're not sticking to their promises. So we want to replace them with people who maybe on paper have some similar ideas, but are actually going to stick to those ideas, take it a step further, and not only empower themselves in office, but empower their communities and build organizations outside of the halls of power.
It often seems like, though, that the DSA tends to target Democrats maybe a little bit more than Republicans. Are there any seats that you guys are looking to flip here when it comes to Republicans?
In the past, we haven't really run in Republican-held districts. I think it's something that we should look at in the future because ultimately we are aligned with the broader Democratic Party that we need to be fighting the Trump agenda. We want, we ran these campaigns on specifically fighting the deportation machine, abolishing ICE, combating, the wars that Trump is getting the country involved in, fighting funding for Israel. So, these are all broadly defensive fights against the far right. So I do think it's something we have to look at in the future, but so far we've mostly focused on Democratic primaries.
Now, there was one DSA candidate that lost on primary night, the 9 out of the 10, the 1 out of the 10, Conrad Blackburn, who is challenging incumbent State Assemblyman Jordan Wright. But there could still be, I think, as many as 16 Democratic Socialists in the state legislature next year. And Grace, I read an interview you recently did as well, talking about how you had a conversation and the DSA had a conversation with Assembly Speaker Carl Hastie about some of the concerns challenging incumbents. Explain more about that conversation.
Yeah, it, I think, was a very productive conversation. We were meeting with him to discuss our Tax the Rich campaign, in which I think Speaker Hastie was mostly on our side and wanted to make sure that New York City wasn't in a deficit, and also is interested, I think, in the short term and medium term in raising taxes. But Speaker Hastie is also very protective of members of his caucus, which makes a lot of sense, and asks that we stop challenging incumbents, which is not something we can do. That's really a core piece of our strategy on how we grow. We can't just sit around and wait for open seats and run for those, although we've certainly had some success, including this year, doing that. But we have to challenge incumbents. We know we'll have the opportunity to do that every 2 years. And it sends a stronger signal when you take out an incumbent versus winning an open seat. So there's a lot of reasons we have to do that, and we always strive to be honest about our strategy and our dealings, and we were honest with the speaker as well.
Do you think having more Democratic Socialists in the state legislature, do you think that Assembly Speaker Carl Hastie, should he continue to be Assembly Speaker?
In the past, our electeds have voted for him, and I think we saw him be an ally in the fight to tax the rich. And I think that we want him to continue to fight to tax the rich and to support an economic agenda for the working class. So I think, there's a lot that he can do to earn their votes again.
One of the things I also read that the DSA was sort of putting Governor Hochul on notice as well, saying that this is a sign maybe that she should maybe bend a little bit more next year when it comes to Mamdani's priorities, like taxing the rich. Is this one of the reasons why you guys wanted to increase the number of DSA members in the state legislature?
Absolutely. I mean, the governor, over the course of the winter and spring, bragged that she was not susceptible to voter input or the desires of her constituents, which I think she interpreted, or she was trying to project strength. To me, it read more as petulance and like a willful obstinance of against New Yorkers and what New Yorkers were demanding. And I think the Tuesday results show strongly that if she doesn't come around, if she doesn't start playing ball with the New Yorkers, socialists, progressives, a broad coalition of people who are demanding.
It's so. This is an interesting predicament because for Kathy Hochul, she will be under attack for any cooperation with the DSA by moderate and right-wing forces. So she's in a dire situation now that this momentum is growing, especially in her state. So she also needs to get off the fence. She has to lean into the growing momentum that DSA represents in her own state, or else she's cooked. And she might be cooked regardless.
That the rich be taxed in order to fund a state and government that works for working class people, then she may not be long for the office.
Now,
I don't understand Hochul's approach from a political perspective. Taxing the rich is popular even among independents and some Republicans. She thinks this will hurt her in the governor's race, but I just don't see that happening. What do you mean? It's because she's beholden to those very same corporate interests. That's it. Okay? That's it. That's literally it. She has to serve the actual masters here. That's the only reason why she's not fucking leaning into this populist messaging. Yeah, it's not the real base. Elections at that level are not won by actual voters. It's won because people don't want to vote for the Republican. And in the absence of real alternatives, right? Because she doesn't have any, it's over for her. I mean, it's not like the state is not going to vote for a Republican. She knows that. So she's trying to manage these two different coalitions. Voters on the one hand, which she obviously cares about, but not that much because it's a lock. It's a guarantee after the primary. And the coalition of business owners and corporate interests that will actively undermine her if she doesn't lean into their needs.
I guess when people have been watching the rise of democratic socialism, I think people like you too have been seeing this rise go on for the past few years. But for some people, I think this really started appearing in their minds when Mayor Mamdani was elected. So I guess hearing from you guys in just a few sentences, which I know is always hard, but help explain what democratic socialism is and what the mission is here in New York City.
Sure. At the core of it, we think that we have democracy at the ballot box where people go to vote, every year, every 4 years. But that democracy doesn't always extend into the economy, into people's daily lives, into the workplace where, bosses have control over the most important decisions of our lives as workers. And we want to put power in the hands of workers. And we want to do that through fighting for transformative reforms, like building affordable housing, making housing a human right, Medicare for all. We think that the far right, the neoliberals, have created an idea that the government can only be an imposition, and we think that collecting our resources actually can be a tool that the government can improve people's lives. I think that the mayoral administration has really been demonstrating that these past 6 months.
Some have accused the DSA of what's known as a dirty break strategy, using the Democratic Party ballot line to advance socialist candidates with the ultimate goal of building up enough infrastructure to break away from the Democratic Party eventually. Is that how you both see this mission?
I think we are playing the game with the rules that have been set out. We have a primary system. We're running in those primary systems. Voters are reflecting their preferences in the election system that we didn't design. It was given to us. So people who claim that we're playing unfair, I think, are just being sore losers, honestly. They're saying...
Got him. Yeah. I think one thing that's lost here, one message that gets kind of lost in translation here is that a lot of these right-wing Democrats in positions of power, these right-wing electeds, they're actually mad at the base, right? They're mad at the base. They're mad at democracy. They're mad at their own voters. But they can't run around and be like, my fucking voters are stupid for voting for these pie-in-the-sky ideas like this high-minded idealism. How dare they go and vote for these democratic socialists? You know, how dare they not vote for us? We're the moderates. We're the reasonable party here. What the hell's wrong with you? Why don't you want to love a pro-corporate agenda that places the interests of corporations over your interests? They can't say that. So they try to punish the leaders, the elected representatives, the outspoken media figures of this movement. That's it. I've seen this with the whole disciplining operation around Israel, right? Like they recognize that the overwhelming majority of their voters actually don't fuck with Israel anymore, but they can't openly say that. So they have to just yell at people who are outspoken critics of the state and consistently lie about them and manufacture outrage about them to engage in this disciplining operation, to punish someone, anyone, with the hopes that others will shy away, from critiquing Israel. It's just one example. Centrist Democrats who've done nothing but vote scold, belittle, and condescend, and refuse to stop backing genocide. I need you to find an army of highly motivated young volunteers who will door knock for capitalism and Israel's right to snuff out children in tents. Brilliant idea, Van, says Adam Johnson. Here is my goat.
If students can do that in 1970, now if students can do that in 1960, if students can do that in 1970, if students can do that in 1985 and 86, in 1993, when we have the United States government building a death camp, a concentration camp for black people who have done nothing wrong but get sick and want justice. That's all they've done wrong. If we can't close that death camp, if this generation cannot prevent another Japanese American internment in our lifetime, we should all get haircuts and go get regular jobs and give it up.
You know what he did? Exactly that. He literally got a haircut and got a job. It's ironic that he was just calling out his next shot. Anyway, Ta-Nehisi Coates speaks on Daria Liza and James Carville's unbelievably racist approach to Daria Liza. Let's take a look.
Congressional Democrats should see her as a member of the Democratic Party. You can't kick out of Congress.
Is there a better video clip of this? This is crazy.
Voted, but she doesn't have to be in a Democratic caucus. I don't have anything in common with Miss Chevalier, and I really don't want to be in the same party she's in.
Your reaction to that?
There's got to be a better clip of Iman's stream. No, I'm pretty sure there is actually. Hold on, I think I have it here somewhere. Yep, there it is.
Israel and American foreign policy towards Israel. Let me play for you what Democratic strategist James Carville had to say and get your thoughts to it about the candidates here in New York City. Take a listen.
Democratic caucus, and I really don't want to be in the same party she's in.
Your reaction to that, Ta-Nehisi?
Wow. You do this to me every time I come on an interview. Like something that leaves me completely speechless. Because look, the problem with that is, like, look, whatever you think of future Congresswoman Chevalier, she represents actual voters. Okay, she represents actual voters. And what James Carville is saying is that those voters should be disenfranchised. That he is so disgusted with whatever opinion she has that those voters should be disenfranchised. And I don't get it, man. I don't like, that is a district filled with black and brown people. They made their choice and he just doesn't respect it. You know what I mean? Which to me says, not so much, it's not so much a statement on Palestinians. is not so much a statement on Israelis, is not so much a statement on, anything that future Congresswoman Chevalier has said. It's a statement on how he feels about Black and brown people. And the fact that they are useful to him when they vote the way that he agrees with.
Cooked.
When they don't, kick them out the party. They don't deserve representation. I'm trying not to say Jimmy for life. It's not good. It's not good, Eamon. It's not good.
It's not good. It's not good for democracy. Let me, if I can, maybe close out by asking you to kind of
Ta-Nehisi Cookes, get it
give
right.
us a gut check whether this is more than just a vibe
He does.
check,
He
right?
coats,
I think there,
but he doesn't sugarcoat. He cooks.
would be some critics who will say, and correct me if I'm wrong here, not that the central thesis of why Kamala Harris lost the campaign was because about Gaza, but Gaza was certainly a factor in the reason why she lost. What would you say to critics who say it was actually about inflation, it was about economics, it was about a lot of other things? Gaza was not something that pollsters came up with, pundits thought was an issue, and it might not be an issue going forward, that the party's fixation on this right now, as some Democrats are warning, is misguided.
Yeah, I can't really tell you that that's why she lost. I don't have, that data. I don't have those sorts of numbers. But I mean, to me, look, I know the headline was what the headline was, but I was less interested in that than asking the question of whether, in fact, someone who would not have been in that.
Ta-Nehisi Coates, not a numbers guy. Okay, he said, "I'm not numbers guy." You got Patrick Bet-David for that. You can ask him about the number. I know you really like the number. I'm not a numbers guy.
Place if it was not for the Black freedom struggle. And I think this is actually not just true of Kamala Harris anymore, but in true of the Democratic Party itself, that it owes its very present existence to the Black freedom struggle. Is it actually honoring the core morality and principles of that struggle? And are we settling for an interpretation that says human rights, civil rights for certain people and screw everybody else? Or was this supposed to be about something bigger? Was it, did human actually mean human? And my argument is, in the words of Fannie Lou Hamer, in the words of Coretta Scott King, in the words of W.E.B. Du Bois, in the words of Martin Luther King, it was always supposed to be bigger. If this is just interest group politics, I mean, I don't know what that is. Then I don't have a place in that party, and I don't have a place in that coalition myself.
Yeah. He's so good, man. HasanAbi mogged by PD JD Pon John. Speaks Chinese, marries Iranian, apologizes for the existence of Taiwan, a true soldier of the axis of resistance. John Cena with his Iranian wife visiting Iran's Shiraz was not on my bingo card. It was on mine. This is who he has always been. Okay? It's John Cena, not John Zena. Okay? Get it right. John Cena, more like John China, more like People's Republic of China. Okay? 谢谢. 谢谢, Lao Ben. What? Answer me? What happened to that fashion photo shoot you did? Did it ever come out? Was it a famous fashion magazine? Answer me. Answer me. Yes, it was Dazed Middle East. Dazed MENA. Centrist Dems are rolling over in the first year is why there's so much voter apathy? Yes. What is... Hey, Kim Paxton, that's not your wife? Yo, can a chopped unk score a little side? Why'd you shock your dog? Because I love doing it. It's my favorite thing to do. That's why I did it. Can a chopped huzz get a little bit of huzz on the side? You know what I mean? Let him riz, bro. He's ugly as sin. Let him riz. Hard to think of a worse message for Dems right now than this bag of bones preening for his legacy by projecting a diluted fantasy discourse on a public opinion. I don't want to even get into that. Ben Jordan gave you a shout out for you defending his name last August. I sent his vid against being pro-Israel. Yeah, we'll do that in a second.
Oh, the only way socialism could win is
Genuinely, what was the controversy with your dog, bro? People hallucinated an alternative reality where I'm abusing my dog that I love more than most human beings. That's it. And it was all the rage for the longest time. And nowadays, most people don't give a shit one way or another. But there are still right-wing weirdos who will come in here to be like, you're a dog abuser. You're shocking your dog. It doesn't really matter. It's utterly irrelevant. Sure, yeah, I love shocking my dog. See? There it is.
they're cheating. But we're not cheating. We're playing the game exactly as it was laid out to us. And frankly, in a lot of ways, the rules are unfair. The democratic system is not really that democratic. There's a lot of critiques I have, but we're doing what they have asked us to do. But then when we win, they say, oh, no, not like that. So really, I think they're being a bit of a sore loser when they say things like that.
So do you feel like the Democratic Socialists are never going to break off from the Democratic Party? They're always going to be maybe part of this bigger tent?
Yeah, it's hard to say what will happen for sure. You know, there's always a possibility that we are kicked out at some point, given how some of the rhetoric has been. There is a possibility where maybe if the democratic system is reformed and we have more parties like countries in Europe or Latin America, there might be room for that. But as it is right now, we know that the way to build power for our goals is to run as Democrats, or sometimes maybe even as independents, depending on where in the country we're looking, and to work with the people who are interested in achieving the same goals as us. Frequently, those are Democrats, not always, but we're working within the system we have now to get as far as we can.
Now, at one of the primary watch parties, there were chants when House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries came on TV screens.
Oh, God, they love the optics. Can you invite, this person is the #1 Dean Withers fan, by the way. Can you invite Dean on the stream and talk about Jubilee and also make him a socialist? Can you invite Dean Withers on stream to talk about Jubilee and also make him join the DSA? Can you invite Dean Withers on stream to talk about Jubilee and also make him a socialist? Sure. I will do it. I will invite Dean Withers on stream and make him a socialist for you, chatter. Okay?
We're next. And Gustavo, I think you posted on social media saying that Councilman Chiase would have beaten Jeffries. Now, I know he didn't run against Jeffries this year. Do you guys plan to run a candidate against Jeffries in 2 years?
Well, the thing about 2028 is that I think it's pretty likely that the congressional districts, the districts in New York will be redrawn. And so it's really difficult to strategize.
Yeah, not if Hakeem has anything to say about that. I don't. So here's the thing, okay? This is a huge, huge deal. Rewriting the New York congressional districts, redrawing the New York congressional districts is an absolute necessity, in my opinion. Okay, there are a lot of what is it called? Like opportunity districts, right? That's what it's called. Like black opportunity districts that need to, in my opinion, get chopped around so that we can draw up more numbers for Congress. Okay, we can draw up more numbers. There are a lot of comfortable districts, and the thing is, a lot of the establishment Democrats that sit on those districts don't want those districts to be redrawn because they like the safe districts that they're in, and they've been sitting on those safe districts for decades, okay? So, unfortunately, while there is a lot of opportunity here to cut these districts into numerous safe blue districts, there's going to be a lot of resistance from congressional Democrats that don't want their districts to be chopped down at all. Yeah, right now, New York is 19D, 7R. We could get down to 3 Republicans with little effort and 1 to 2 Republicans with some work. the people that are standing in opposition to that, unfortunately, are those who sit in comfortable blue districts, though, and they don't want their districts to lower their margin of victory. They also probably are worried about DSA candidates coming in and taking them out. It's not like those districts wouldn't be safe. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, those districts would still be safe. It would go from 80-20 to like 65-35, but they're more so worried, I think, about like what these new districts would look like as far as because look, let's be real, okay? A lot of those districts are super safe districts because of the population density of black voters, okay? That's why they're black opportunity districts, right? And moving black voters from one district to the next with this redistricting scheme would make more Democratic districts, right? But that would also threaten establishment Democrats that sit on these districts, especially because if there are less black opportunity districts, for example, they'll make the argument that these districts will be less safe and that Republicans could potentially win, which is bullshit. Obviously, that's not the case. But they could technically lose to Democratic Socialists. And if your job relies on the machine that you've built there, yeah, exactly. They've built their machines there, chopping it up, leaves them with a broken machine and leaves them vulnerable to primaries. It levels the playing field. So it's really good for us, and it's really good for the broader Democratic Party in its efforts to fight back against the Republican redistricting initiatives. It would literally end up giving black people more opportunities, right? It would literally end up giving more black voter participation, right? But the problem is a lot of the establishment Democrats are, as far as I understand, very shy about this, right? They don't want to do it because it threatens their comfortable seats. So who knows what will happen?
That far in advance, not knowing really what the districts are going to look like. But what I'll say about the leaders of the Democratic Party, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, is that I'm not sure that they're as in touch with the voters of that they represent.
Yeah, there's no mystery. There is no mystery. What is the mystery of Dem authorities and operatives not wanting to lose power, post and influence of the DSA in this case? The Dem and DSA ideology is secondary to their calculations. They just want to hold on to their positions. Exactly. It's the same reason why so many centrist Democrats are fucking chirping, like consultants are chirping on the timeline about the growth of DSA and how bad it is. Oh my God, this guy's losing his fucking mind. Look at this. Fox News is melting down, saying this is a national crisis. Anyway, speaking of the national crisis, I will now have a guest on. Okay, Hartzell Gray. He's running for Congress. He's a DSA cadre candidate running for Congress. I don't know if he's here yet, though. Hold on. Is he here? Oh, all right, perfect.
What's going on? What up, chat? What up, chat?
Oh my. What's happening? Good to see you. Good to see you. All right.
Oh, you perfect. All right.
All right. What an opportune time to have you here. I'm glad you've made it all the way out to liberal California.
It just feels like home.
Yeah, it's exciting times.
Yeah, man.
It's exciting times to be a DSA guy running for office. Not so exciting if you're an establishment Democrat.
Expect us. Expect us.
Yeah, and it's great to have you in person here, and maybe even in your district eventually. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Yeah, of course. Hold on. Let me pull up the. Let me do the intro and whatnot real quick. Where is it? Okay. Hold on. Okay, don't look because these are my notes.
I'm not looking at a thing. I don't know nothing.
Okay, these are my notes.
I'm just overlooking. This is,
Yeah.
by the way, thank you so much. This is the hospitality. Just pulling back the curtain. Just top notch. Which camera? Top notch. Just
Yeah,
truly incredible.
that's
This
the
one,
one. Yeah,
tell you
yeah,
what,
yeah.
just got a Star Wars gifts out of this. So
I know.
thank you.
Well,
Thank
you leaked it. That was we were.
Oh, you're
supposed
gonna
to, Hannah fucked it up. She should have hidden that, and then we do that later in
I
the
messed it up. I jumped
later
on
in the stream. But yeah, Hartzell Gray, everybody. Democratic Socialist running for U.S. Congress in Missouri 4, Kansas City. It's a R+10 district. You're a former soccer commentator, and I say former because there's some drama with your potential previous employment, allegedly fired for supporting Palestine. You're a radio host, and your opponent is Jordan Herrera. The primary date is August 4th, 2026. Campaign website is hartzell4congress.com. You got endorsements that you've lined up from Ro Khanna, Nina Turner, Kansas City DSA, and also Track APAC. You're an activist, you're a community organizer, you're a radio host running for Congress in this newly redrawn seat, this newly redrawn district that stretches from a slice of downtown KC to the suburbs of Jackson County, all the way out through farm country across west central Missouri. You're the descendant of a sharecropper who picked cotton in Arkansas before finding refuge in Kansas City. We'll talk about that history as well. You had a career as a popular commentator for the city's soccer team before the billionaire owner pushed for your dismissal due to your vocal support of Palestine and also anti-billionaire sentiment. For those of you tuning in, Hartzell takes no corporate PAC money, supports Medicare for all, public and social housing, supports stronger unions, is an anti-war foreign policy that includes ending U.S. funding to Israel, overturning Citizens United. I'll be asking you a lot about that as well. You've, like I said, earned the endorsement of KCDSA.
Shout out KCDSA.
Yeah. And you're in a really interesting district because there is a real opportunity here to potentially make the case to the voters that the working class is hungry for someone willing to talk plainly about healthcare, money, and politics, and endless war, even in a Republican seat. So yeah, let's get started.
Yeah,
like
man.
I said, thank you for coming on. You spent 9 years as the voice of sport in Kansas City. You hosted NPR. You've hosted NPR radio. Your great grandmother picked cotton as a sharecropper in Arkansas. Your main opponent in this primary, Jordan Herrera, is a former assistant attorney general who worked under Missouri's hard right Republican attorney general. What does a candidate who got fired for his politics and called soccer matches for a living understand about the plight of working people in this district that a guy who lawyered for a MAGA attorney general fundamentally does not?
Listen, every time I walk into a stadium, the first folks I talk to, it's always the stadium grounds crew, right? Because those are the homies. Like, those are the ones, not only they know they got the keys, but also like they give a damn about who you are. I see those folks every single game, right? And what I know also is that they can't say a damn thing about how they feel about their work conditions, right? I was commentating and emceeing during the worst of COVID, right? None of our folks got a chance to say that I can't go into work. They got bills to pay, right? And so part of this campaign is knowing that we should all be free and fed, right? We all deserve it all. And so the opportunity to bring a working class voice to amplify, right? I'm not asking anybody to vote for me, to do a thing for them. I'm asking humbly if I'm allowed to walk with you as we do a thing together, right? This is not a campaign that's an intellectual exercise. This is not a resume boost. This is the urgency of now that MLK talks about, right? This is Frederick Douglass saying we need the fire, we need the earthquake, we need the whirlwind. And our folks, this is the show me state. And these clowns, these Republicans, these sellout Democrats, they have shown their asses. And so now it's time for us to come after theirs. And that's exactly what we are doing. Listen, I'm not going to talk shade on anybody in this race because this ain't anybody anti. It's pro-policy. It's pro-people. It's pro-movement.
Okay, you got to give it a little shade, though.
Let me tee it up. Come on, let me tee it up a little bit. I'm building that crescendo because, listen, what I also know is that I have the moral clarity that when I say we need healthcare for all, universal healthcare, I'm not then in the same sentence going to then demean or quote unquote call our working class folks meth heads, which is what Jordan Herrera did. He was talking about affordable beachfront property in the Lake of the Ozarks. Affordable for who? You know, his laugh line with this podcast he was on was shitting on working folks who are struggling with addiction. I myself am a suicide survivor, right? Saved my life. I wouldn't be here, but I was still done a disservice. I should never have had to been to that point, right? My mom was done a disservice because she had to pay for that. You know, my dad was done a disservice because he had to pick up my dog, right? Like we are all being shafted. And to have someone who would claim to represent some of those same ideals about how we all deserve universal coverage, but then demean folks who need it the most. Like I'm disgusted by it. So you're talking about what makes me different from my nearest opponent. On top of the moral clarity and the policy, we talk about expanding our tents. Well, like what does that mean? So we get folks in this tent and what do we tell them? I got a beard now and we threw some trans kids under the bus. Like that's not expanding the tent. That's actually nonsense. And so we are coming to Congress with a movement. Deb said, you know, I don't come from a movement. I come with a movement. I alone am nothing. Together we are everything. And so like this lived experience as an organizer on the ground with tenants, with climate activists, with just working folks from doulas to you insert folks who are trying to turn our pain into policy. I am unapologetically on the side of working people, not on the side of a resume builder, on the side of building power. We have outraised our nearest opponent 6-1. We are not swayed in data centers. We are staunchly opposed to that, unlike perhaps my closest opponent. Again, we have a moment that we're going to make a movement. We can do something transformational. And if we're not rooted in working folks, then what are we doing it for?
Yeah. We'll get back to like the logistical support that you are not being offered in this race, because I do think this is a place to make a lot of impact, given it's, you know, given that it is a somewhat of a blue wave year, and this is a district that's R+10.
Was R40.
And yeah, exactly. It's a district that has dramatically shifted. And from what I've seen from the voters that speak about their personal plights in deep Republican districts, things that they constantly talk about is the affordability crisis getting worse. Some of them are even frustrated with Trump's actions, claiming that he was going to be a peace president. And then obviously not following through on that promise. But overwhelmingly, the thing that they talk about are these goddamn data centers. These goddamn AI data centers that are popping up left and right everywhere. They're like, this is unacceptable. I mean, this is a universally despised policy position, and yet people are still shamelessly in support of it. So do you feel like there's a real opportunity here to stress the importance that those who put the interests of corporations over the interests of the masses could actually win over even Republican votes and enough independent votes as well, that they can actually win a Republican district?
Yeah, we're seeing it. I mean, one of the things that was most fascinating for me was we were talking about the genocide, talking about Israel's genocide. And one of the things that was just so illuminating was we got folks who voted for Trump 3 times. They got the hat, they got the shirt. Would love to vote for him for another 3 times, which I think is like their plan or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But what they are saying, they won't say that Trump sold them down the river to Israel. But what this man did tell me was that Mark Alford, the Republican incumbent, sold us down the river to Israel.
Yeah, good czar, bad boyers. Like they think, you know, Trump is infallible, but people around him are actually making him
these evangelicals, right?
Yeah,
so like
take
Trump,
the wrong decisions.
They understand that Trump is a quote unquote imperfect vessel, right?
Yeah.
So it's on Alfred to quell those worst angels. He's not doing it. Our folks are just getting shit on right now, demolished between the tariffs, between the cost of everything, and like you said too, this idea of America first. Like it is an actual crisis of conscience right now.
Yeah.
An actual recalibration of what that actually means. And we can actually do that in a leftist socialist perspective that is not xenophobic. It is actually just rooted in investing in working folks instead of sending bombs for babies.
Christian values, like love thy neighbor, right? I mean, that is like at the heart of you know, this movement.
Yep. Love and liberation. That's what this is.
Yeah. All right. So let's talk about your district. So in 2025, Donald Trump got on Truth Social and personally ordered Missouri Republicans to redraw the congressional map in the middle of the decade. They obliged. cracking Kansas City 3 ways along Troost Avenue, the literal historic dividing line of the city. Emmanuel Cleaver's safe blue seat got flipped from a D+23 baseline to R+17. In your own district, the new 4th was redrawn into the deal. Can you explain to the viewers what was actually done to Kansas City here and why you decided to run in this gerrymandered district anyway? And also, I do want to ask you about Hakeem Jeffries as well.
Yeah, so when we initially announced our race, we were running in the 5th against Congressman Cleaver. Again, a 20-year AIPAC-backed, Congressional Black Caucus, and you were talking about that just a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
It was a race that was not meant for messaging. We were playing to win the game. Yeah. But we also know that we have to win the hearts and minds, right? And we were going to do that. We still can do that, I think. But they decided to split Kansas City into 3, like you said. And it's the historic Troost Divide, just redlining. The epicenter is in Kansas City, Missouri. The J.C. Nichols family, which my grandfather is actually one of the first Black folks allowed on the plaza. So this historic, very bougie, upscale plaza area. J.C. Nichols, it's one of those things with our family. We know the history of the segregation, the redlining, and all that. But, my grandfather and my grandmother, 10 bar for them. And so it's just the continuation of this history that is still so prevalent today. And so, yeah, like it was almost too on the nose. Like this was a racist map, unconstitutional, completely illegal, but they took Dear Leader's messaging and they brought it back the next day and it was signed within a week, right? And so what we have an opportunity in this assault, and that the 4th district that was primarily rural, just about all of it, now has downtown Kansas City. We've got the suburbs. We've also got, like I said, rural America. So we have an opportunity. Urban America, it is just making sure we phone bank, we canvas. It's all relational, right? In the suburbs, we harness the energy that the soccer moms and the soccer dads are doing. And the same thing when it comes to the rural, it is harnessing those relationships, meeting folks on their level, saying you deserve to be free and fed. You talk about not just raising the cap on Social Security. You talk about eliminating the cap. Their eyes light up. You talk about, and that's the thing, it's not even lighting up eyes. It's not even educating. It's not drawing those lines. It's saying, my dude, my girl, my friend, my neighbor, just look that direction. And you're going to see the through line is that it's big business, it's billionaires, it's oligarchy, it's war machines, it's these oligarchs. That is our enemy. It's not, Trump made a material message. He said, you're right. Your rent is too damn high. Bidenomics sucks. And it does. Kamala, you talked about economic opportunities for Black folks. Remember when Obama browbeated all the Black folks right around the time? Why you got to vote harder? Just gotta hit it a little bit harder next time.
Yeah, he said. Well, that just slipped out.
That wasn't bad, huh? Not too terrible.
That was pretty good.
Hey, Hasan. I want to thank you for having me on this show. Yes, you did. Yes, we can.
I have one here.
And pussy too.
My favorite excerpt of that memoir.
Yeah.
And pussy too. But my point is Kamala's economic agenda for Black men was legitimately crypto and get a mentor.
Yeah.
That's actually insulting.
Yeah.
Like that's not a material argument. Trump said your rent's too high, but it's not corporations, it's not landlords, it's not private equity. Yeah. What he said, it was the immigrants. It's the Somalis. That's a material message that our folks took a chance on, were shafted, lied to, but now here we are. And where is our opposition party other than just writing strongly worded letters?
Yeah, no, exactly. There's a real opportunity here, I think. And the thing that I want to ask you, this is a little bit inside baseball, I guess, but like Hakeem Jeffries talked about the dummy mandering. And this is somewhat of a unique opportunity because it took a safe Democratic district and chopped it. So now you do kind of have a much closer, like you have 2 closer districts that are potentially winnable. So are you getting any logistical support from the congressional Democrats? Have they reached out to you at all? Or is there anything happening in that regard?
Reached out to who?
Yeah.
They ain't reached out to me. I ain't seen nobody. In fact, what happened was before we even really went public on this race, we're still running in the 5th at this time, got an Instagram message on a Sunday night. Never forget this. And it said, hey, congrats on your run. I'm with one of the biggest lobbying firms in the country. Would love to talk to you about this race. And I was like, this is weird, but here's the email, right? And my brother, like, mask off, not even trying to hide it. It was insert name at AIPAC.org. A little bit layer deeper than that was a Black woman that sent it.
Yeah.
Now, at the time, again, I'm running against Cleaver, who was an AIPAC-backed candidate for 20 years. So what's that say? Number one, they see us as the most viable candidacy in this race. And number two, they just do not give a damn. This is just disgusting. They try to buy out another black face to stump and shill for genocide. And that's why I'm so happy that in 2026, we're going to send 2 socialists to Congress from Missouri. We're going to send Cori Bush back, and I'm be heading with her. It's got I-70 socialist pipeline, baby, and we're about to change the game. Kansas City DSA, I got to give a shout out to my comrades. I mean, we are winning power. It's not just winning tweets or winning messaging. We're winning power. You know, we have the World Cup this year in Kansas City, right? We are under a police state. Now, I'm a former voice of soccer. I love soccer, right? But they are hijacking our memories, hijacking our nostalgia in service to a police state built a jail, Hasan, that they said was because of the World Cup, not even built yet. You know, and so what we did in Kansas City DSA, we did the Monarch Pledge. We went to all these different businesses and said, if you will make sure that you won't serve these 21st century stormtroopers, if you got us, we got you. And so that's the Monarch Pledge that we're doing. We had just this morning, I mean, ICE has just, these goons are unstoppable until they meet us. And so while we do have this fight that we're waging, we are winning, we will win. And let's never forget that there's always more of us.
Yeah. So we already talked about this, but, billionaire owned Sporting KC. You said that allegedly you were fired for your advocacy. You filed a lawsuit alleging the mayor's chief of staff leaned on the local NPR station to discipline you. You've likened it to being told to shut up and dribble.
Yep.
How did getting fired for your political beliefs lead you to running for Congress?
Yeah, well, first off, not all skin folk is kinfolk. So let's go ahead and lead with that. Listen, I'm somebody who, I'm a fighter. I'm also a person. And I'm not going to be shit on by the highest levels of my city. I'm not going to be shit on by a billionaire. I refuse to believe that. So let's talk about it, right? So October 7th happens. I thought our mayor put out one of the most insensitive tweets that I had seen. In fact, for the months after October 7th, we had children from Gaza who sent a video to every member of our city council, just left on deaf ears, and unfortunately left on dead ears, because so many of those babies now are no longer with us. And I am somebody, we mentioned my great grandmother, her name was Priscilla. We called her Mama Silla, the sharecropper. On her deed, it literally said no colored folks allowed, but she turned that house into a home, right? And in the year 2000, after decades of no investment whatsoever, the city said it's time for revitalization, right? We know that code word, right? It says we got to kick y'all black and brown folks out.
Yeah.
Mama Silla was given a bad deal, and now I can't go back to the home that raised me because I cannot afford to live there. I am tired of waking up every day. Our people are tired of waking up every day feeling violated, feeling like we just got our car broken into. All the feelings of that, right? You feel like you messed up. You feel violated. You feel sad. I am so sick of our folks dying, And so to have the highest offices in our city try to silence that voice, not mine, our voices, is unacceptable. And I, as a journalist, this is a First Amendment case when we're talking about the situation with City Hall. Let's just break it down. Went to a City Hall action with a bunch of our tenants. The strongest tenant union in the country is in Kansas City with Kansas City tenants, right? Just some of the best folks in the world. And so there was changing the definition of affordability. It went from about $700, $800 a month to our mayor raising it to about $1,500, closer to $1,700 with inflation now, right? Who is that affordable for? Who is our city for? Clearly not for us. And so I'm there with our tenants. I'm sitting at the end of the aisle. I'm not trying to pull focus. I know I have an effect on people. And I just look at the mayor, I got my mask on, look at him. I can see he's mad. His chief of staff's running in and out of the gallery. Get a call the next day from a friend of mine. Says, "Hey, brother, just so you know that your name is all up and down City Hall right now." I said, "What do you mean?" "Oh yeah, man, they called your job." So maybe they called my job. So they call from my boss and says, "Hey, we got a phone call. I think you might have heard about it. The mayor's chief of staff reached out." And I said, "Well, what did she say?" "She tried to get you fired." "Oh, okay." "And we have the emails?" Oh, okay, interesting." So hey, heat of the moment, right? Shit happens. Then they circled back the next week to see if they had done what they were supposed to do. Now, NPR, the KCR, which is our NPR affiliate, they did pull me off the air. So they caved to it. Months go on because I'm still working. I'm an MC. I'm a professional. I do gigs with the mayor, right?
Yeah.
Fast forward a few months later, I said, "Yo, we got to have a conversation about this, Q." His name's Mayor Q. So, I heard something about that, Hartzell. I heard something about that. Okay, I heard something about that. So I have a meeting with the chief of staff a few months later. Long story short, I was bribed I was offered a position on one of two boards, either the Reparations Committee or the Economic Development Council on the East Side. I knew immediately what that was. So I said, thank you for the coffee. I'll see you later. And so, then we ended up filed the petition. I encourage everyone to read it. It reads like a movie and it's crazy, but it actually happened. And, that was just the halls of government. But yeah, billionaires seem to think they control things. But when you say billionaires shouldn't exist, I guess they take that personally. And so after I thought nearly 10 years of excellence, in fact, the very last game I officiated, I was told it was the best game I'd ever done by the same person who would then go on to fire me. And he says, I got to let you go. They had a meeting on a Wednesday, so we got to let you go. So, got to let me go. I thought we were just having a postseason recap. I said, well, why? Oh, man, it's politics. What about him? Like, what part was it? What about, what just all of it. I said, well, who's this coming from? Is this you? He said, no, it's coming from top, tippy top. I said, okay. And this was in December, just a couple months after October 7th. I was alongside some of our Palestinian American activists in Kansas City, Al Hadaf, shout out, some of the best folks in the world. We did a die-in at our local mall. And I know folks saw me. People were like, oh, that's Hartzell from Sporting. So I'm sure it got out in addition to the posts I made up for the mayor as well. And after a decade of service, they said, we don't like you anymore. So what do? We do the next thing. I'm a working class guy. I mean, just this last Christmas, I was working in a warehouse. I was working at a warehouse at a chocolate shop because my rent's too damn high. And I, a few years ago wouldn't have had to do that. And that's fine. Again, I'm a radio guy, AFI, nothing from nowhere. I'm no one at all. But this shit sucks and we deserve better. And so I'm not trying to make this about me. I'm trying to let people know that you're worth it. You've always been worth it. And if anyone tells you otherwise, tell them to get bent. And so I guess me selfishly, I refuse to be treated like that. And together we're going to make sure none of us are treated like that.
Yeah. I mean, that's powerful. Getting back to your district, there's a private equity group called Noble Health that took nearly $20 million in federal COVID relief. And then they shut down 2 rural Missouri hospitals, Audrian and Calavey, and left its own employees, holding hundreds of thousands of dollars in medical bills after pocketing their insurance premiums. The private equity playbook is gutting rural healthcare across the country. This is a problem that exists not just in KC, but all around the country. Do you support Medicare for all? And what do you say to rural voters who just watched Wall Street vultures close the only hospital in town?
I tell them that we're coming for them and we are not going to allow that to happen again. Yes, unapologetically, I'm a supporter of Medicare for all, healthcare for all, which includes gender affirming care. I will make sure I fight for that. We're going to repeal the Hyde Amendment. I am somebody who believes, we talk, like I said, suicide survivor, right? So I'm somebody that believes if we really want to talk about ending the stigma, then we have to have the follow-up, the back end of that sentence has to be calling for universal health care. Because if not, then let's be honest, it's not a serious conversation. I know a lot of folks get uncomfortable saying that, but to stew in silence or just to stew in a circle is still insanity. And so, yes, we need and deserve it all, which will also make sure we fund those rural hospitals and make sure that we don't have to have our folks have to get a $15,000 life flight because the closest hospital is over an hour away.
Yeah.
And that's just for a broken bone. Don't be pregnant because you may have to go even further because they don't have any of those services available.
Yeah.
And it's our folks, we've got so many of our folks here who the only chance they see their government working, period, is to put the boot on their throat. And it's time for us to show them a government that works, that can make a material argument that speaks to our needs. If we can't speak to the human right that is healthcare, then what the hell are we doing?
Do you feel like that message resonates beyond the city population and the exurbs in the suburbs, but even in like the rural districts? Like, what kind of, have you seen a conversion in voters and the door knocking operation and like going out and speaking to folks that normally would never entertain voting for a Democrat, a black Democrat, especially a Democratic Socialist even? Or is the Democratic Socialism moniker actually something that identifies you as something separate from this machine that they've been trained into hating, that they've been conditioned into thinking is bad and wrong?
Yeah, I think it's yes and. So that first part is that you just said is absolutely a yes. And on the campaign, you know, because we got a whole lot of miles, right? The furthest East County is 3.5 hours away from where I live. And so we just lead with listening. It's not labels, but they know I'm a Democratic Socialist, right? And when you lead with that simple message of free and fed, they say, yeah, I want to be free and I want to be fed. In fact, I would say there's not a conversion happening. It's just folks listening to what our people actually are saying. Everybody knows that we deserve universal health care. I've got more people that say not even just Medicare for all, you know, that's kind of the slogan everybody knows, but I've got folks in rural America literally saying universal health care. Mm-hmm. You know, like this is not something that is a boogeyman to them. This is like life or death for our folks. And you know, I think Elon and the oligarchs have made it very easy for us because you've got cartoon villains now. You know, Elon owns more than the bottom 53 is more now % of the wealth in this country. But you know what? It is his buddies, the 1%. Some of them actually aren't terrible people. Listen, I've been rocking with Taylor Swift since Teardrops on My Guitar, but we're going to tax the hell out of him. You know, that's fine. And that is okay because the 1% own more than the bottom 90+% of the wealth in this country. So when I talk to Nana and she's like, yeah, Elon sucks. I'm like, yeah, Elon, Bezos, they all cartoonishly evil. But yo, Nana, the 1% is also the reason why your nursing home could be on the chopping block. You know, so it's not just Elon, not just the Doge. We've been getting Doge for a long time. And so now this is our moment to turn a moment into a movement. And what we saw on Tuesday, what we've seen, this Trump 2.0, like we're winning. Not just the argument, we're winning because, and it's not just because we're right, we're winning because of lived experiences, man. Like I'd lost a family member to suicide. And you know what? If we had a freedom budget that I'm running on in the spirit of Dr. King and Asa Philip Randolph and Senator Nina Turner, right? If we would have had a freedom budget that would have guaranteed a job with the living wage, he would not have felt to be in that precarious position. If we would have gotten rid of these weapons of war off the street, these guns, because that's how he took his life. If we got rid of those guns, they would be gone. You know, how many of our folks, if they would have had a guaranteed social home, they'd still be here. So this isn't like just saying that the stats show we're right. It's our lived experiences demanding that we have what we should always have.
Yeah. Getting back to an AIPAC person reaching out to you, despite the fact that you were very outspoken about your pro-Palestinian advocacy, what do you think that says about AIPAC? Like, what do you think that says about even like candidates that they think are malleable, they think are easily persuadable?
I would say they fuck with the wrong one then on my part. It is a level of desperation. And in this situation too, because I consider myself a son of a black radical tradition, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so and then circling back to this, you know, kinfolk conversation, it is just a level of self-loathing that is almost hard to comprehend, especially when you've got somebody who's chilling for AIPAC who is a person of color. Now, what does that say? I think they think we're useful idiots. We're actually brilliant and we're winning and they're losing. Now, I think, you know, specifically in my race, I think that's because they see us as the most viable candidacy and something that is good. I mean, I liken our race similar to Afton Bame in that we have a real working class movement that's not labels, but we have a real chance of flipping this seat. And like when we flip Missouri 4, so goes the world. Like politics changes.
No, this is something that I've talked about quite extensively. Like a lot of people talk about how democratic socialism can only win in like deep blue districts, which by the way, they never interrogate why that's the case either, because those are still Democratic voters. Like in New York, that was a closed primary. Yep. So these are lifelong Democratic Party voters who saw an establishment Democrat, the head of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, as a matter of fact, against a 32-year-old activist with no previous experience. And they said, I like the message of the activist. I trust this person more than I do the person that's been my representative at that point for running for a 5th term. That means it's actually the voters that are looking for this change.
What a concept.
Right?
Democracy.
The voters that have an appetite for this change.
Yeah.
So I think that there is a real opportunity here to expand beyond that. I think like there is no working class movement in this country without the black working class, and there is no socialist movement in this country without black socialism.
Especially in the heartland, man, like the black preacher in the heart. I mean, we're real close to Lawrence, Kansas. You know, I forget the name of the socialist newspaper that's out there. It was the first paper to publish The Jungle. I can't. I'm spacing on the name right now, but yes, we have a working class, populist, socialist tradition. I mean, if I can get like a little Star Spangled simp real quick. I mean, we come from a radical American promise, and believe it or not, you know, I think life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is transformational. We got life, right? You got a bunch of these folks. It's an awakening, not a religious thing, right? You got a bunch of woke folks. How the hell are we gonna get anything done? We chose liberty. We chose people power, not profit power, not pack power. This is how we're gonna get stuff done. We have a mandate now because it's the process, it's the struggle. So life, we have liberty, how we get stuff done. What do? We pursue our happiness. And what is that pursuit of happiness if not a guaranteed healthcare, housing, a job, making sure we defund the war machine, invest in babies here, not blowing up babies overseas in service to these forever wars that are gonna profit the oligarchs and the war hawks and the war machine. And so I think that it's a mandate.
It doesn't benefit. It doesn't benefit the citizens. And I'm wondering, since you have a lot more insight into your own district, I've spent very little time in Missouri.
We'll get to that. We're gonna fix that.
Yeah, no, for sure. But this is something I'm very interested in hearing about, because we hear from centrist Democrats all the time that, like, you don't understand right-wing voters or independent voters in the heartland. They actually want someone who's going to be pro-Israel. And now the Republican incumbent that you'd face in November, again, this is plus 46 as a state for Trump, but the district that you're in is plus 10 is a plus 10 Republican district. So it's certainly winnable, especially considering the newly found unpopularity of Donald Trump, because he never delivered on his promises, one of which was to end the war in Gaza, as he said, on day one, even though Israel has yet to be restrained. So the Republican incumbent you face in November, Mark Alford, took a trip to Israel, paid for by AIPAC's sister organization, met with Netanyahu, who is deeply unpopular, I assume, in your district as well, and promised to make sure American money for Israel does not wane. You got evangelical Trump voters in this district who are starting to feel like their own congressman sold them out to a foreign government. How do you talk to a conservative Christian in rural Missouri who's beginning to suspect that their representative holds the interests of Israel above the well-being of their neighbors, of your neighbors, of the constituents in this district?
I would say these electeds are making it very easy, because that's exactly what they're doing. They're catering to Israel, not to our folks here at home. And so I'm very unapologetic in how I present this. This isn't like people, you know, the Palestinian question is not something I'm good at. It's like very much a core of who I am.
Yeah.
And so I'm straightforward. I'm very honest. So listen, Israel's apartheid ethno state that's been committing genocide to Palestinian people since before the Nakba. They're committing ethnic cleansing in Lebanon as we speak. We should be ending all ties, all diplomatic ties with Israel. All of them. That's not a friend. That is a pariah.
So how do like?
Well, you tell them this. This is
how
what you
big
tell
is
them.
how big is a force? How big of a force in politics is Christian evangelical Zionism in this district, in your opinion, though? Like, are there still people who are just like, no, we got to bless Israel. God blesses those who bless Israel. That type of thing that we hear from the likes of Ted Cruz and whatnot. Or are they more pragmatic about this, where they look at it and they're like, this is a foreign country. They're intervening in our domestic politics. Like, is there a way to get across this message to people who are perhaps the most resilient force of pro-Israel politics in the country?
You just tell our folks what we're missing out of. Why are we're sending money to an Iron Dome as you just got evicted or you just lost your farmland? You know, I mean, it is truly that simple. We are losing not just American service members, but that's the most tragic, but we're losing everything. We are losing
$1 billion a day.
A day. And when you say that, and like, listen, we all got screens. Our folks are seeing what's happening. They know this ain't right. They know that, like, we've been watching a genocide for nearly 3 years now, every single day. And as groceries are going up, as we've got single moms who have to decide what grocery to put back because they got rent due the next day. Or you've got folks who, you know, again, they are family farmers who no longer have their family farm because a data center took it. And that same data center who's working on AI, it's actually just logistics for a laboratory to murder working class folks overseas. So like we're using Missouri land to test out weapons of war and surveillance state apparatus. Like you break that down to them because we can see what's happening. And your bills aren't getting any cheaper. And we're still at war. And we just had a trillionaire, you know, and you can't pay your bills. We had kids in our district. I went to a school called Lee Summit West High School, Titan Pride. And I got it was on a Facebook viral message about how we need help paying some of these school lunch debts because these kids can't go get their diploma because they've got 3,000 plus school lunch debt. And you mean to tell me that we're going to send billions upon billions in service to genocide?
Yeah.
An empire?
Yeah.
Get out of here. And I'm just, you can't unlearn what you have learned. And our folks are seeing their life not being made better, but they're seeing a whole lot of money being given to Israel. And you make that make sense. We don't have healthcare here, but we're paying for theirs over there. What? Like, sometimes it's just that simple. I don't need to come in with a dissertation. I'm like, yo, so here's as much we're giving these clowns who are blowing up, you know, everything. And here's how much you're not getting. And here's how much you can't get from point A to point B because you don't have public transit.
And on top of that, them blowing hospitals and schools over there is also leading to your gas prices going up as well over here.
And our farm.
And then Donald Trump is saying he doesn't care about the cost of living.
Literally word for word, does not care. And like I said, that crisis of conscience when it comes to America First, MAGA, our folks feel betrayed. They feel betrayed. And they, you know, how many times do we say, oh, you know, we got a deficit, right? We have a spending problem and a revenue problem. Yeah, we do. We're spending money on wars that are going to last us forever. And we have a revenue problem because we're giving billionaires tax breaks. But we can somehow keep finding money to send all this aid over to Israel as we literally are having over 800,000 of our neighbors unhoused, 68,000 plus of our folks dying from a preventable illness because they don't have health care.
Yeah.
I mean, you just can't, you can't give me gravy and tell me it's sweet because the gravy ain't jelly. That's something we talk about in Kansas City. It's kind of a phrase there.
I was a little confused by that.
No, just follow that walk. Just show me a walk.
No, I got it. I understand the principle behind it. Gravy is not sweet.
It ain't sweet.
Jelly is. Or Jello, I think.
We got there. We put that together. You got to come to Missouri more.
Here, well, let's watch this. So we got Mark Alford here.
Oh, I know this clip. Yeah.
Yeah, GOP rep Alford says his voters are willing to pay more for gas because of war. I want to put that to a test. Now, one of the things that I want to also get across is like, what are the needs for your campaign right now? You need money, obviously. Why do you need that money? I assume you haven't received a lot of attack ads at this point.
Not as far as like ads go. We've got, we have just my nearest opponent, right? In the primary. He called himself a progressive for a few weeks and he called himself a blue dog. And now he's like a capital, whatever, just making up titles pretty much. And so
are there any polling numbers out there?
Not yet. No polling yet. Okay. Hopefully, if things go well today, cha-ching, then we'll get some polls done.
Yeah,
wink,
there will be attack ads after this, though. They'll be
absolutely.
They'll call you.
We're going to clip this thing till kingdom come, and that's fine because listen, we need that moral clarity. I know who I am. I know where I came from. I know who brought me to the dance. It's our working people. I don't shy away from who I am and who got me here.
Yeah.
I am a democratic
they'll say
socialist.
You're a radical. They're going to be like, oh my God,
what's
this guy went
radical
on.
is that we got kids who can't get their diploma because they have school lunch debt.
Yeah.
That's radical.
All right, I'm just getting you ready. Like they're going to say, this guy went on a broadcast of a person who said America deserved 9/11 2019. He was talking about the concept of blowback, but we're still going to rehash that. We're going to reheat those nachos over and over again to make it seem like he was saying something that most Americans don't intrinsically understand.
We've gotten death threats on this campaign. I'll be completely honest with you. I know mom's watching, pops, but like, it's true. You know, we're on the Canary mission, right? And so, you know, this is what it is. Like, you come at the kings and queens and everybody in betweens, and you best not miss.
Yeah.
And these folks don't understand that what they have in me and our movement is undeniable. From undesirable to undeniable.
This
we're gonna
photo
do
is
it.
this photo's crazy.
Isn't it crazy?
Yeah.
But I hate that they cropped out. So I got mittens on, and I hate that they cropped my mittens off.
Oh, because they wanted to make you look. I mean,
look at it. I mean, honestly,
we know what they were doing.
We know exactly what.
Yeah, they were like scary, angry black.
But
men.
look at that. Look at that.
That's why they don't show the mittens.
Look at that chiseled cheek, though. I mean, you talked about John Cena earlier, and you know, I'm just saying, like, you can see me, and he doesn't look terrible. But yeah, I mean, I will say too, like, one of the parts that I love about this is that I got the Canary mission to post a Bret Hart meme, which is just truly like my little pro wrestling heart is just, you know, completely just was just so
Promoted
happy for
hatred of America. This was what it was, the original link. Bibi Netanyahu, the blood-soaked butcher of Gaza, has once again dragged the world closer to an all-out war with his latest reckless strikes on Iran. Trump and his war hawks grovel at Bibi's feet while mainstream American media parrots Israeli propaganda as if it were gospel. Enough.
Yeah, they didn't like that one.
Yeah.
There's a few more they didn't like either. Maybe like all of it.
Yeah, I don't think they liked any of it. Hold on. Promoted hatred of America. Let's see.
That's the Bret Hart one. That's my pro wrestling shout out.
I want to see the original link. Let me see this. Bret Hart claims he woke up one morning and saw the truth. America stinks.
They're going to definitely clip that one. They're going to clip that.
That's funny. You see, that's the other thing, though. I think a lot of these things, a lot of these like attack ads and a lot of these counters that would work in a pre-Trump universe don't have the same emphasis anymore because Americans are by and large, and especially Republicans, are by and large sick and tired of this like, oh, you made a joke at some point. You posted this meme, this like wrestling promo. I'm going to take that seriously. I'm going to take that like it's your fundamental plank of your campaign. I think, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think people hear that and they go, really, what are you going to do for me? That's what I want to hear.
Yes, that's it.
Like, what are you going to do for me? Are you going to make sure that my healthcare is adequately funded? Are you going to help me make sure that my rent is stabilized, that like the cost of living is manageable? Because I think that's what people care about at the end of the day, but they've forgotten to care about that because, unfortunately, Democrats don't offer that as an alternative. No. They also engage from a defensive posture in like culture war things, like culture war battles.
It's a muzzle.
And they refuse to focus on material changes that people are desperate for. And I think that is why I think your race is a huge test for that. Is a huge battle against that. This lie that establishment Democrats have told us over and over again that like what Americans have an appetite for in a state that voted for Trump by 46 points, what Democrats have an appetite for is a moderate position on Israel and giving Israel maybe not like $10 billion, but instead like $5-6 billion instead of cutting checks for Americans.
And when and there's too many of our folks who will weaponize their identity as a way to silence any sort of answer. You know, I was listening to, this was, I think after Trump's first speech when Trump 2.0, the address he made to Congress, and it was on MSNBC. And Rachel Maddow was talking to Hakeem Jeffries, and it was like the heart of the Fighting Oligarchy tour. And so Maddow was like, so when are y'all going to do something? Like, what is happening? We got, all this stuff. And like his next sentence was something about like being a descendant of slaves and like something about, it just didn't make any sense. Like just the weaponization of one's blackness or the weaponization of any sort of identity as a way just to squash any sort of criticism or any sort of plan or policy. And it's like, that is, and maybe that's another reason why I'm running. It's just, I refuse to have folks use that as a shield. As someone who is a black man who lives the black experience every single day. This country was built on the backs of slaves in bondage and also those who chose the sea also. And so I understand that when we take care of that anti-black racism, so goes the rest of those dominoes. But as we do that, it's a working class agenda too.
Yeah.
We take care of working class black folks. We take care of working class everybody. And so that's why it comes for me. It's not an illusion of access. It's a guarantee of coverage. And that's what is lost across the board with these bought and paid for sellouts. And that's why we got to get more of us in there to cook. Because we're taking our pain, making it policy. In the organizing space, they say, take its crisis to its creator. And it's not just the oligarchs and the C-suite. Some of this creation has been done by our electeds, Democrats and Republicans, and too many Democrats too. And so we come for them as well.
So let's get back to the realm of sports a little bit. Something that I'm not very familiar with, but you are. But this angle I am a little bit familiar with. In 2024, the Royals and Chiefs tried to ram a sales tax through Jackson County to hand billionaire owners a brand new stadium. They spent $3 million on the Yes campaign, and it lost by 16 points.
Beat that ass.
Now they're back with a $1.9 billion ballpark with up to $600 million in public money, and this time with no public vote at all. What was your role in stopping your neighbor's tax dollars subsidizing the profits of a billionaire? And if elected, will you work with local representatives to carry out the will of the voters and stop the new ballpark deal?
Yes, absolutely. And so my role is just a rank and file member of a lot of good folks who made this happen. From tenants to, again, I alone didn't do a damn thing, but like when we brought that fist to its, we let these folks have it. We had a coalition of socialists, of communists, of libertarians, of conservatives. Again, the through line is that we're tired of getting fucked by billionaires, right? Yeah. And so, what I was able to do is just help amplify this working class message that said we're not going to pay for our own displacement. And so, circling back to that same mayor who tried to get me fired for practicing my First Amendment constitutional right, that same fella who did the Trumpian tactics to get me fired is also trying to do this Trumpian tactics to move money around. It's crazy. I don't wake up every morning answering my phone and asking a billionaire how I can help them. I don't know how people do that. I don't have their numbers in my phone, and I sure as hell wouldn't cater to them. That's for sure. And so, in fact, the Missouri Workers Center, so it's a collection of working class folks. It's our big advocacy group here in the state. They submitted signatures to put this onto a ballot. You lost once, you're not going to skirt around us.
Yeah.
And so, but he seems to say his exact words that ship has sailed already. Are you kidding me? So he thinks because we can maybe buy some shovels and break a little ground that we're just going to bypass the will of the people? What are we doing here? There is no reality where I will ever sign off on giving a tax break to a billionaire to do anything. To do anything. You want to pay for that playground? Do it yourself. It still might be a bad idea.
Yeah.
But we're not going to do that. And the fact that we talk about a better world is possible in DSA, right? Again, who is that better world for? Because we talk about, hijacking our nostalgia, hijacking our civic pride. You should have seen all the ads. The Royals are going to leave. The Chiefs are going to leave. And yeah, the Chiefs are going to leave. But you know what? Fuck you. Because the fact that you would take what we gave you, our heart, our soul, our dollars, and because you want a bigger handout, you're going to go across the state line? All right, see you later then. Because it's a bad deal for them in Kansas too. And so, I'm getting worked up because it's personal for me. And it's personal for a lot of us. And
yeah, where's the Kansas City pride?
They're trying to put it in somebody's pocketbook, baby. That's the problem. That is the problem. And it's not going to be allowed to happen anymore because we're going to make sure it doesn't happen anymore. So yeah, expect us again and then keep expecting us. This shit is nonsense and we're not going to allow it. We're not going to just find loopholes to continue to find reasons for us to pay for our displacement. That's nonsense. It's not going to happen. We're going to fight back. These are, and by the way, these are losers. These are losers. So it's time to throw these losers under the bus. I'm not going to simp for a bunch of billionaires who took an L. We just showed we can beat you. We're going to beat you again.
Yeah. It's still.
And actually, one last thing. It's
frustrating.
I got some sports folks because I come from radio. And this is what they do to working class folks. Because I got a lot of really good friends who work in the sports world. And, some of my best friends said, Hartzell, man, like, I hear what you're saying. I'm out for you. Like, rah, rah, rah, power to the people. But hey, like, billionaires do pay your bills, man. Like, do you? And I just,
Mine too, technically.
You know, and listen, like
I'm on Amazon, so.
And I'm going to take that check and I'm going to make sure that I use it to do everything I can to make sure that you are no longer a billionaire.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm okay with saying that.
Yeah. It's just unbelievably frustrating. It's like funds to Israel, funds to billionaires that want to build their new larger stadium at a time when people are suffering. I think people can see it. It's getting so glaringly obvious. The contradictions are heightening to such a degree that I think like the average working class person understands that they're being shafted.
Yep.
It's up to us to either allow the reactionaries to channel that frustration into our neighbors, you know, undocumented migrants, trans people, black people, or it's up to us to clearly communicate who is at fault here and what they're doing.
Both
to people.
And we do both those things.
Yeah.
And that's what, like at KCDSA, we're doing the exact same thing. We have our KC Ice Free campaign. So what we're doing is we're going to our neighbors and just letting them know, like, hey, these are your rights. Like, we've got your back. We're going to drop off those cards. Yeah, but we're also going to make sure that when we get those notifications, we're going to be out there. We're going to stand in the way. We will record these things. We're going to make sure that we have to have us. And so we can name out our enemies, name out the folks who we're coming for, as in the same time making sure that we take care of our folks on the ground. And that's how you do that. That's why I'm so happy I'm running as an organizer, because if you don't have that, you don't get that.
Yeah. So big tech. Our favorites. They are, we talked about it already a little bit, but they're descending on the Missouri farmland and Kansas City suburbs right now. I've seen it with my own two eyes. They when I was stumping with Corey Bush, there was this old, I believe, like warehouse-looking area. The roads were covered in potholes. It was a very bumpy ride, and in that bumpy ride, I pointed out this like cool-looking building that was near the college campus. I said, what is that? Like, what's going on over there? And they said, back in the day, the Armory used to be a place where there were a bunch of businesses, like a bowling alley, things like that. And now it's a data center. Smack dab in the middle of St. Louis. And it turns out, I mean, it was across from the Target 5+1. And I thought that was somewhat dystopian to see those two things like at the same time. But yeah, they had converted this like beautiful looking building into a data center. Data centers are not just taking up space in big cities, but they're also eating up a lot of this land, Missouri farmland, and also the suburbs. They're these AI data centers.
And in downtown areas too. In the urban
there's
parts.
There's an 800 megawatt project in Independence that just got $6.26 billion in tax breaks, while Google and Amazon are buying up all the farmland. You know, you got Republicans that are like, the Chinese are coming, they're buying up the farmland. Turns out it's not the Chinese. It's Google and Amazon that are buying up this farmland. Your opponent, Jordan Herrera, he won't touch this issue with a 10-foot pole because he's terrified. How do you stop big tech from draining our water, our resources, jacking up our electricity bills, and paving over farmland to power AI slop? And why is your opponent, Jordan Herrera, even afraid to talk about this?
Well, I will say it's hard to talk about data centers and stopping them as you use AI for all your social media captions and your posters and your flyers, and you don't have a union bug on any of your material. That's probably not the best way to start that conversation. I would say that I am unapologetically anti-data center. I want a moratorium immediately. I want, if we're going to have them, they need to be public utilities and need to be regulated as such. You know, Senator Sanders says we should own 50%. I think we should own 100% of that. And we need to make sure that we have a
sounds a lot like what Bernie was suggesting.
Yeah, and I want Bernie to do a little bit more. 50% ain't enough, baby boy. Come on. I mean, again, we've got folks who would have us send our water, clean water, as we got folks in our district who don't have that, by the way. But some of the clean water we do have, we're going to send to cool off a computer that's going to take our jobs away and make sure, like, this is the new NAFTA is here, you know, and this is taking not just the rest of the blue collar folks we still had, it's now coming for white collar folks too. And so, no, this is massive. When I'm in rural America, it's rural hospitals and healthcare. It is data centers, and it is the security state of this flock cameras. Those are the big threes that I'm hearing in the ground in rural America. And they are angry angry. And there's so much between the corruption, between the unaccountable big money, the sellout of politicians. You mentioned in independence. They debased themselves. Just absolutely disgusting. And I hope there's gonna be some recalls. And I hope all them busters end up getting kicked out. And so yes, I am not gonna sway on this. Again, I didn't say one thing and then did another thing a few months later during fundraising season. No, I stay true to who I am, and who I am is anti-data center, and it's anti anybody who would try to placate to both sides. We have no time for nonsense. We need serious people, not a serious resume builder.
Mm-hmm.
We need a serious person with a serious movement ready to make serious change.
Okay. And once again, support Hartsel Gray, everybody, by going to the donation link that we keep spamming. You can also phone bank for him as well. But remember, this is a campaign that's backed by you, the people.
Yeah.
So obviously, every dollar helps.
I think our average is about, I have my phone on me, it's like $21.
Okay. And how much have we raised so far? Does anyone in the chat know how much we've raised so far? Because I think Michael from Pennsylvania raised 12 grand for you.
I think it was 13.
13 grand for you? Okay, so we've already passed that number, but we got to double that number is what I'm saying, okay?
I love that. Oh,
because that's crazy that we would get only 13.5 grand here when Mike from PA raised 13 grand on his own, okay? This is like, we got to get at least double that number. So I need you to pump that right now.
That is getting pumped. Oh boy!
Yeah, speaking of which, so there are obviously a lot of nationally prominent campaigns and nationally prominent politicians that go out and endorse some of these races. Whose endorsement would you court if you had the opportunity?
Oh man, every single leftist in this cycle we've seen, from Zoran to Daria Liza to Chris Rabb to Melat, who's going to get through, Dr. Hamawi. Again, we were endorsed by Congressman Ro Khanna.
Mm-hmm. There's also Justice Democrats. Have you reached out to them at all?
We're a red to blue, and I know that's blue to blue is a little bit more sexy.
Mm-hmm.
But I do very much appreciate all the work of Justice Dems. I mean, absolutely incredible.
Mm-hmm.
And I do hope that in this moment that, when we say run candidates everywhere, run socialist candidates everywhere, we got to make sure that we run those that are going to be red to blue flips.
Yeah.
Because we do have a real opportunity, a real moment. So I can't wait we've had some conversations a little bit earlier in the campaign, would love to circle back. I know we got a lot of wins. We got more winning to do. And I know, we're of the left, we're grassroots, so I know resources we're never going to outraise the right wing jabronis, but we are intentional with ours, and I think that this is a campaign worth being intentional on.
Yeah. Okay.
But yes, money, please.
All right. So, you brought up the flock cameras. We should talk about that too. So, you mentioned just now that folks all over the district have raised concerns about flock surveillance cameras spying on them, which I feel like, a state like Missouri, there's a libertarian streak in a lot of folks.
Yep. We got rid of right to work. We raised the minimum wage.
Yeah.
Jeff City, the Republican supermajority, taking it away. But no, we have a populist strain. Always have.
But yeah, part of that, of course, is, being wary of mass government surveillance, which is happening. The state has even blanketed rural areas with cameras that scan 20 billion plates a month nationally and feed them to police officers and ICE agents. Some Missouri cops are using the cameras to stalk their wives while they're at work. I have that story right here, which is, I guess expected. Here it is. Cops are already using license plate readers to stalk people, including another in Missouri created 542 test searches over the course of 10 months to monitor the whereabouts of both his wife's car and a mysterious second vehicle. What's your policy on cops getting cucked? Should they be able to monitor and surveil their wives and numerous other Missouri folks?
I think I can say confidently that I am pro cops getting cucked.
Okay.
So you go ahead and clip that one. I think I can go ahead and I stand
So
behind
they
that.
they should have to work it out in their marriage through communication rather than
Yes.
surveilling their wives.
Yes, like if you can bring the chair closer. You don't have to put a camera. Just move the chair a little bit closer.
A group called Deflock Joplin put that timeline together using Have I Been Flocked, where the pattern was reported to the Joplin Police Department and the allegations were duly investigated. But let's get back to the constituents because I'm fascinated with this district.
Yeah.
What have you been hearing from the constituents regarding the flock cameras, and what's your plan to regulate surveillance while you're in Congress?
Right, and so because we've got quite a few military bases that are in our state, and Mark Alford, the Republican incumbent, he's on the Appropriations Committee, and so he's just selling out our state to defense contractors. He's using loopholes that if you name something this, then we'll get money for this, but it's actually just going to weapons of war that's going to be used in Palestine. So yes, I am very much. I'm somebody when we talk about defunding ICE. I think we need to go a step further because, of course, we're going to defund ICE, but we need to also defund the Department of Homeland Security, which is just a Department of Homeland Domestic Terrorism. And so we need to get rid of this security state. When I'm talking to folks, and this is when I say
they're surveilling you too.
Yes.
Like they're not just surveilling me. Okay, if you're watching from Missouri and you're like, well, Hasan, that Hasan guy, keep an eye on him. They're surveilling you too, and sometimes it's the cops doing it.
Yep. Exactly. And so we and our folks rule America just like all Americans. What do you don't look at me, don't spy on me.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to be, I've got some legislation that I'll be putting together, especially when it comes to we talked about the military bases, whether there's any kind of testing of different weapons because they have the ability to test these things and not tell you what it is they're testing, but we can put legislation together that says if you're going to do a test, you have to let us know. And I think that's enough of a, eye raiser that folks can, what are we testing over here, right? So again, it's raising the consciousness, right?
Yeah.
And it is also being firmly against it. I want to make sure that we do everything we can to regulate. And by regulate, I mean hearings, investigations. We need to prosecute these folks. Again, we talk about in the online space, I think we also need to make sure we have a digital bill of rights or some sort of online personal bill of rights, just so that we have our protections, just so we know that our data isn't just being sent. When we hit accept all cookies, I don't know where those are going. I can't eat them, so I don't want them. So we just need to make sure that we stand firmly against these things that we know are terrorizing us. But we got too many folks who are Democrats who won't say that because they're taking Palantir money, Hakeem Jeffries.
Yeah. All right. So let's talk about the World Cup.
Yeah.
You brought up the fact that there's a temporary jail that was created. It's the city's first since 2009.
Yep.
The city spent $26 million on this temporary jail for the World Cup. 24 community groups say it looks like an ICE detention center, and as of June 24th, there have only been 2 arrests. And weeks before kickoff, they did something that is really messed up, which is they reinstated bus fares.
Yep.
After years of being the first major American city with free transit. Let's watch this video from a friend of the show, Pablo Torre, finds out real quick about the World Cup and the money being wasted. And then I want to ask you your opinion.
Never played each other at a World Cup. They would meet in Kansas City, which is an absurd kind of idea, right? That
Why is it absurd? Why is my man shitting on Kansas City? It's not absurd. Kansas City is the heart of America and heart of the World Cup.
Say it louder. Say it louder for folks in the back.
Gladiators
for the cuts
of
in the
soccer
back.
would eventually meet in Kansas City. So that would be an amazing game.
And so what did the public pay for the possibility, the privilege of hosting such matches? There is a particular big ticket item funded by taxpayers in Kansas City that, again, required a bit of a pop-up construction here, Adam.
Yeah, I mean, this is, of all the stories, I think, in the lead up to the World Cup, this is one of the more bizarre ones. A modular jail. So they said, we need a jail. And they said, we need a jail quickly because we might.
That's what I always think. I'm like, oh, a wonderful opportunity for the city, maybe boost some commerce,
right,
boost some attention, bring some shine to Kansas City. And I'm like, what can we do? Let's spend $26 million on a temporary pop-up prison.
That's it. That's the one.
It's so fucking stupid.
That's the one. Need it during the World Cup.
There could be a streaker.
There could be. Who knows?
A guy in a wolf costume could turn into a bank robber again.
Yeah, and I think it was maybe based on perceptions of soccer fans that some people would argue are fair and accurate, that other people would say are typecast. and a little bit outdated.
This is now 25.8 in totality.
Yeah.
Who pays for that?
Essentially, quarter-cent sales tax. From what I can see, that's around 24 million that brings in a year. So this is essentially over the year's budget in order to do that. And the city architect gave a construction update in which she provided some of the images for this jail.
You're able to see that. Looks like ICE detention center. No windows.
I should say, I mean, Melissa Robinson,
Good morning, Melissa Robinson, 3rd District Vice Chair.
who is the council member who said that, actually voted to approve the project. So this was city council members, I guess, seeing the fruits of what they had voted for.
I mean, this is like the worst episode of House Hunters. It looks like an ICE detention center.
Yeah, it's
we
like-
love it. This is public money going towards the construction of this modular jail that is being built by a private contractor whose previous work is also worth noting here.
Why is it worth noting, Pablo?
Well, because the company's name is KBR, and you may know them from previous detainee facilities, such as the one at
Guantanamo Bay.
Which is, again, just like, great. Glad we got the Guantanamo Bay guys in Kansas City. I'm glad the World Cup has brought us all together.
We've reached 23,000, by the way, but that's not enough. We got to get to 33,000
Oh,
now.
man.
This global village.
Thank y'all.
And just the construction, the completion date of this, it said May of 26.
This is the catch of the whole thing. The World Cup jail is not ready for the World Cup. Messi and Ronaldo have never played it.
Yeah. Yeah. Your thoughts?
I mean, it's insane.
It's insane. It's actually insane. And he didn't even mention, there's another jail that we just put up. They didn't even mention that one.
So what does that say about the priorities? Like, what does it say about our priorities that we can find $26 million for a pop-up jail, which might ultimately get used by ICE, but we're recharging working people just to ride the bus?
Yep. I mean, our city wasn't looking for a real public transit solution. They wanted a headline. You know, it's crazy to me that we can and in fact, doubling down on the World Cup, which I'm a former Division I athlete. I ran track, sprinter. Anything more than the lap is called punishment. I stand by that. Like I was out. My wife is Croatian. We watched Croatia win the other night. We were downtown. Watched the game through the windows. It felt like awesome. It was great. One of the reasons why the World Cup is here is because Kansas City is fucking dope, and we have the best people in the world. And the powers that be hijacked our nostalgia, like I said earlier. How is it that we're going to add bus fares? We're going to add bus fares for the World Cup. We're going to add actually even more bus routes. Okay, this sounds great. World Cup's over. Guess what's going to happen to those extra routes? They're gone.
They're gone.
We have a streetcar.
No, the bus fare remains.
Bus fare remains. Now we have a streetcar, son. Streetcar that goes downtown. Pretty parts of downtown, affluent. I live downtown, right? So like I use the streetcar.
Mm-hmm.
Why is the streetcar free? Why is the streetcar free that goes to, downtown River Market, affluent, to UMKC, the Plaza, affluent? But hold on now. Make that make sense. Why is that? Again, who is this city for? That's the question. It's not for us, apparently.
Yeah.
And we have a mayor who would rather take PR trips and go to Super Bowls and jump in pools and we call him his name's Quentin. He does this thing called the Quentin Shuffle. It's kind of like the Cupid Shuffle, but like just a whole lot less rhythm, like no rhythm at all, pretty much. And so you can do that. You can jump in circles for billionaires and answer their phone calls. But when single mom, when the disabled veteran needs to get from point A to point B, all of a sudden the city's nowhere to be found. It's a joke, and I love my city. I love the people of my city. In fact, I like some of the electeds in our city. But it is painfully obvious what is happening right now. This is gentrifying an entire city, not just certain parts of our town. It's all of us. We brag about all the out of towners who have moved into downtown now. As I'm gonna have to probably get forced out. My rent is still too damn high, and I'm running for Congress. And I'm looking at places where I'm gonna have to move because if all of this redevelopment happens, they put the stadium down there. It's not just it's not the footprint of home plate to outfield. It's all of the area. It's going to kick us out. It's going to have all the profits go to the same rich folks who bought out our politicians, the same folks who bought out the people who are going to be constructing it. and they're going to get their C-suites, and they're going to get their tickets to the games. They're going to get their campaign donations, and such is life until it's not going to be life anymore, because we're not going to allow it to happen. It's not going to be business as usual. We refuse. We've seen this, like I said, with our KC Ice Free campaign, with KCDSA. We stand up, we fight back. We match the courage of the folks of our district. Our district is fascinating. We beat that stadium fight by 16. That's not just a bunch of wokies. That's not a bunch of commies. That's a bunch of people, working people saying, fuck this.
Yeah.
And so we'll say it again.
So I know this is almost like it's the same old song and dance over and over again, and it's becoming a bit of a cliche here as far as like horrible priorities for city and state government. But the Trump administration right now is scouting a warehouse in South Kansas City to turn it into a mass detention center and could cage as many as 10,000 people. ICE arrests in Missouri are already up 76%. And last year, masked agents stormed a Mexican restaurant in Liberty, grabbed a dozen workers, and a federal judge later ruled the raid warrantless. As a congressman, what is your plan to protect the immigrant families in Kansas City and around the country from a federal kidnapping operation that's snatching people off the street? And what is your take on ICE as well? What should we do with ICE?
Yeah, we're going to abolish ICE. It's not a few rotten apples. The tree is rotten. And so we're going to make sure that we abolish ICE. Again, we come from the organizing space. We show up for our folks. I guess just this morning, tragically, we just had a bunch of our folks abducted. I just was on the plane and saw the updates. And so we're going to make sure that we literally in the trenches are there for our folks. And on a legislative level, again, we're going to make sure that we talk about pathways to citizenship. We guarantee pathways to citizenship for anyone who was assaulted by these goons. Automatic. And I want reparations. I want accountability. We're going to prosecute these clowns. We're going to make sure that, we are going to lock them up, because you know what? That's barbaric. That is gangsterism. Illegal. It is also illegal.
Yeah.
And so we will prosecute.
It's time for law and order.
It's time for law and order. It's time for law and order.
No, but like actually,
it's time for us to uphold uphold American law, and I'll just be a human. And so, we will make sure all of these folks are held accountable. They will be prosecuted. We're going to introduce articles of impeachment. I don't care if we don't have the numbers to convict, although we might after November. But we need to have a merry-go-round of Democrats, a merry-go-round of progressives every single day for this entire cabinet. Every single day. We need to make sure that we, again, don't talk about reform. It is abolished, and it is to be remade in the image of people with a North Star of, I want you here. I don't want you not here. I want you here.
Yeah.
And we got to quit shadow boxing these right-wing conceptions. When Kamala VP Harris said, don't come, you should have told him to. When you talk about we want a lethal military force at the border, who are you talking to? If they wanted a Republican, they vote for Republican.
Yeah.
And so, yes, it all comes.
But again, remember, you're not just working to defeat a moderate Democrat who's wishy-washy and no one can identify exactly what his policies are, but you're working to unseat, or you're working to take out a Republican as well.
Yep.
And these issues still are issues that pertain to everyday existence of working class folks, regardless of their political ideology.
Well, because we can't expect to have any help from these reactionaries, right? Like, we know that they are the worst. We know that these are not serious people. And so again, we continue to show up for our folks, but like Mark Alford doesn't give a damn about us, right?
Yeah.
And so it is very much as we name that villain and attack that flank, we also need to say, like, where is my opposition party, dog? Like, what are you doing? And so it's not, we can walk and chew gum at the same time.
Yeah.
We can say do better as these folks continue to do worse.
Yeah. So you're running on publicly owned, permanently affordable housing and on repealing the Faircloth Amendment, the federal law that's blocked the construction of new public housing for decades.
Yep.
What does social housing look like in Kansas City under Congressman Gray? And how do you break the death grip that landlords and developers have on this country's housing supply?
Yeah. So we need to take on these corporate landlords. We need to get private equity out of our lived experiences, out of our life. So when I talk about social housing, and I'm informed by the tenants of our city, it is a home that is yours democratically controlled. It's off the market, and it is funded in perpetuity. And it's all throughout our city. And it is based on the fact that housing is a human right. It's not that we need looser zoning restrictions, because also who's the one deciding what should be loosened, by the way?
Yeah.
It's the fact that we don't have it funded. We need funding. And that was under President Clinton that we got the Fair Cloth Amendment, which is just gutted public housing. President Clinton and the Telecommunications Act is it's one of the reasons why we're in the media landscape that we are today. While there is no radio, while there's the big 4 or 3, it seems like it's getting smaller
NAFTA
every single day. Exactly, right?
There's a reason why people in Missouri don't like the Democrats. And I think a lot of people automatically assume it's because, they're racist or this or that. And I'm sure there's, some voters who lean on that side for sure. But I think even those voters feel like there's no alternative. It's not like the other side is actually offering them any benefits. And all they've done as far as their form of governance, as far as their legislative agenda, has been jobs being shipped overseas and their quality of life diminishing. And in that anger and that frustration, they turn to the opposition that says, you're right to be angry. You're angry at what? You're angry at undocumented immigrants. Right. Actually, they're the ones who stole your jobs. And that's not the case, right? It's a capital owner that shipped your jobs away. And it's sometimes a Democratic Party that was working at the behest of these capital owners that shipped your jobs away.
You remember that clip? It was right after Trump got inaugurated the second time. There was this, it went viral. This guy, farmer, Trump guy, under Biden and the IRA took a bunch of the subsidies to completely revamp his farm, his equipment, ton of money, right? And then of course Doge happened. Trump took all that away. He could, gutted all that. And he was on MSNBC, actually, big old burly white dude who was bawling his eyes out. And he was, but his takeaway was that I will never do business with the government again. And so that's why we say we need socialists running everywhere, including in red to blue. Because my brother, you are so close. It's not the government. Yeah. It's the fact that you have these sellouts and oligarchs who are trying to make it so that you cannot be made whole from your government. Yeah. And so that's why it's I'm not educating. I'm not connecting that dot for you. I'm saying, my brother, I got your back, number one. And number two, can you feel what I'm saying, right? And sometimes it's just that simple. And so and so next time, I don't want him to not do business with the government. I want him to call out the folks in government who are fucking him over.
Yeah.
And right now it's Trump and these reactionaries and these warmongers.
Going back to the primary, though, your main primary opponent, Jordan Herrera, is running as a bipartisan bridge building moderate.
Okay.
He worked as an assistant attorney general under Missouri's far-right Republican attorney general. He won't touch the data center fight at all. He's been slippery on abortion, and he won't even say the word genocide when it comes to Gaza. What do you say to primary voters? Because that's, what you're going into right now. What do you say to the primary voters who've been told a moderate is the safe choice? And why is now the right time for a Democratic socialist instead of, I guess, MAGA light, even though Kamala Harris basically lost on that front as well?
I want folks to tell me what they think moderate means. When we talk about a better world as possible, I want folks then to tell me what that means. What does the air feel like? Can you get from point A to point B? Can you go get a checkup? What do you all think it means to say a better world is possible? Because so far, when I hear folks saying to go towards the center, all I'm hearing you say is a better world isn't really possible, and I don't really feel like working on it. That is the difference right now, is we need someone who is going to fight unapologetically. I'm not going to be swayed or moved based off of what the algorithm says today or based off of what I think is supposed to be said today. No, I am running with a movement and of working folks' lived experiences. And I'm an organizer who comes from the space of co-governing, right? So our folks, our movement, we should always be in lockstep. We should always be doing these things together. And if you're going to be wishy-washy on one thing, how can I, again, I'm circling back to the clip. I should have sent it to you, how can you be someone who says you want to champion working folks, you want to champion healthcare, and then go on a podcast and make fun of quote unquote meth heads? How can you say you got so much great area? We love our folks in the Ozarks, but just don't talk to the meth heads. And then double down and say they make themselves known as a punchline.
Yeah.
So what is that moderate? Is that centrist? Is shitting on working folks with addiction, is that moderate? Because if that is, I don't want nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
But I think what our folks do want is healthcare, housing, a job, and to make sure that, you know, we have a climate that's going to be around for a while. Because, like, I want to go outside. I want to make sure that we don't have these crazy droughts that's making our yields even lower than the yields already are. I want to make sure that our folks are guaranteed it all. And if you're going back and forth because you're trying to play politics, I don't play pundit. I'm a person. We don't play games, period. We live and we win. And we don't win by someone who doesn't quite know what it is they want to do.
Yeah. You got to either shit or get off the pot.
Yeah. You got by the way, you have a beautiful bidet in there. That was really.
Oh,
yeah,
thank you. Yeah,
good.
no, I have a bidet in every bathroom in this house. I feel like bidet for all is my.
Yes.
If I was running for office, that's what I would make.
Bidet, baby.
Yeah. Okay. So, we talked about Jordan Herrera. You've been blunt about the state of Black political leadership. The Congressional Black Caucus has been seen as a way to defend entrenched political power and not create new opportunities for young Black men and women that want to rise through the ranks. You've said too many Black faces are being bought up in service of a genocide, in service of tax breaks for the rich. You've called out Hakeem Jeffries taking Palantir money while Palantir profits off of bombing children. What is your critique of Black political establishment and the Congressional Black Caucus, and what's your vision to change it from the inside if elected?
I've been extremely disappointed with the Congressional Black Caucus. Remember, formerly the conscience of the Congress. If that is our conscience, if this is where we are, then I think that we need a new conscience. I mean, how do I say this? And I guess it touches on what I said a little bit earlier, right? It's just the weaponization of one's Blackness in service to capital, in service to empire, in service to, you know, in some cases, a Black bourgeois. Why isn't the Congressional Black Caucus championing Medicare for all?
Yeah.
Why isn't the Congressional Black Caucus championing the War Powers Resolution? Why are we taking AIPAC money, period?
Why are they the most outspoken when it comes to genocide in Gaza?
And that's one of the reasons why I ran initially in the 5th against Congressman Cleaver, is that, you know, that seat before we were gerrymandered was a D plus 1,000, you know, like that should have been a seat that sets the agenda for the nation, a radical, bold, progressive, leftist, socialist agenda. And that is just not what we had. And you know, I think, for example, Wesley Bell in St. Louis, you know, case in point, you know, we're not endorsed by Jamal Bowman, but he's a friend of the campaign. We saw what happened to Jamal Bowman with Latimer in New York.
I mean,
and even into my specific example, the person that reached out to me was a Black woman.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's a shame. It is disappointing. I'm not sure if I'd be allowed in the Black Caucus, to be honest with you. I'm going to try to, I'll try to get in, but I'm going to be very blunt, is that the era of do nothing goes to everybody. And so we're done with doing nothing. And we need, again, what happened to the conscience of the Congress? What happened to your moral clarity? What happened to love and liberation?
Yeah.
What happened to any of that? And so, no, I haven't, you know, I haven't gotten, no one's reached out from the CBC to me. But my number is always open, and I would love to have a conversation, because I would love to tell our folks some things that we need to do better, or just do, period. Because right now it's been very disappointing, especially, you know, to shill for apartheid is just a level of, not even cognitive dissonance. It's just a level of fecklessness, a level of corruption and sellout. You know, what Ta-Nehisi Coates said, you know, there's a familiarity, right? He felt a familiarity when he was there.
Yeah.
How could you not? And we need to start calling Israel an apartheid state. It's apartheid Israel. It's not Israel. It's apartheid Israel.
Yeah.
And we need to call out our folks in the Congressional Black Caucus, and I plan on doing that. And that doesn't mean I'm not mean. In fact, I'm a pretty affable guy, but our folks need more than window dressing and take a knee photo ops.
Yeah. What about Hakeem Jeffries? Will you support Hakeem Jeffries' bid for Speaker of the House? And perhaps even more importantly than that, do you think Chuck Schumer is finally old enough to run for president?
I think that Chuck Schumer,
he should go older.
I think he needs a little bit more marinating.
Yeah.
He's close. I just want to see maybe another decade or two to see if he can really get there. No, I've already called for Senator Schumer to step aside. Get out of here. When it comes to Hakeem Jeffries, well, very similar answer to Daria Lisa. I'll talk with my constituents and see. I mean, no. The answer is no.
Okay. All right. What are your okay? So this is, I like to call this the Zoran question. He made it very easy to understand. Top 5 policies that he would like to be defined by. What are your top 5 priorities for Kansas City, and how would you go about implementing them?
Yeah, it is healthcare. It is housing, guaranteed job, living wage, union protected. It is taxing the rich, getting rid of Citizens United, big money out of politics. And then it is divesting from the war machine. Those are our big 5. Because everything, if we take care of those things, especially when we get money out of politics, the actual downstream of making our folks whole is going to be transformational. And that applies. There's no arbitrary boundary that would say you don't deserve all those things. And the reason why we don't have some of those things is because of the corruption and the gross and the swamp. And when we liberate ourselves of that swamp, everything changes.
All right, so we're going to do rapid fire, and then I have one last question.
Let's go.
All right, rapid fire. Do you support Medicare for all?
Yes.
$25 minimum wage?
Yes.
Universal child care?
Yes.
Social housing?
Yes.
Repealing the Faircloth Amendment?
Yes.
Abolishing ICE and prosecuting ICE?
Yes.
Cash reparations?
Yes.
A moratorium on data centers?
Yes.
Repealing the right to work nationally?
Yes.
Banning congressional stock trading?
Yes.
Ending Citizens United?
Yes.
Ending America's permanent wars?
Yes.
Ending all U.S. aid to Israel?
Yes. And by the way, we're going to free Puerto Rico as well.
Hell yeah. A free Palestine?
No. I mean, I will champion.
No, I was asking on top
of it. Yes. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. From the river to the sea.
Okay. So the primary is on August 4th.
August 4th, yeah.
You've outraised your moderate opponent nearly 5-1, almost entirely on small dollar donations. You said the average is $21. Something
like that, yeah.
Or something like that. We are about to hit $30,000 on today's fundraising initiative, and hopefully we can reach $30,000. But for people hearing you for the first time today, what do you want them to understand about your convictions, and how can people chip in and get involved in your campaign, both inside a district and also outside or near the district?
Yeah, I mean, it comes back. I hope I'm not sounding like a broken record, but it really, for me, just comes back to the fact that you deserve so much more. You deserve actually the most. You deserve to be free and fed. We do have your back. And what does that look like? It's making sure we guarantee the basics. It's making sure that we are loud and proud and unapologetic in our support for working folks, not just here at home. Workers of the world unite, because that is our through line. It is our power as working people. And I guess that's it, right? I want our campaign to be one that empowers working people. We need to empower our folks to realize not just the potential that we've always had. It's more than potential. It's just who we are. And so if that can resonate, if that fires you up, if that you think can make you whole, then please join us as we build this better world together. Donations, obviously, grassroots campaign. I imagine after this episode is clipped, we're going to need a few more dollars to counter. I'm sure it will be an incredible amount of ads, but at least I look good because I got a haircut today.
That's not necessarily a bad thing.
No, I don't think it's bad at all. Listen,
it's actually worked in favor of virtually every single campaign.
I mean,
so
baby
far.
boy, you batting 1,000 right now. So, congratulations. I need that Hasan bump. And
hopefully.
But no,
inshallah.
It is, inshallah. It is just one of those things where, anyone tells you don't deserve it, ask them why, and you'll find out who's paying for them to say that. So don't listen to that nonsense. Don't listen to the pod save bros. You save, we save each other. And I guess that's it. Hartzellforcongress.com. Donations, absolutely, but also volunteers, phone bankers. If you are in the Missouri area, come and kick it. We just had our office opening. It's dope as hell, so come and vibe and just pack your bags as we get ready to go to Congress. We're going to take 2 socialists from Missouri back to Congress. Like, what the hell is that? And also shout out real quick to, again, my chapter of DSA, Kansas City Democratic Socialists of America. Also, shout out my boy Isaiah on the Kansas side, endorsed by the Southeast Kansas DSA. So we are building power, and there's no better way to do it than with each and every one of you. So would love to have you join us on this movement, because we got us, and there's no better way to do it.
Hell yeah. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, brother.
Some more primary voting information for everybody tuning in from the district. The voter registration deadline is in person July 8th, 2026, by mail, postmarked by July 8th, 2026, online July 8th, 2026. Absentee mail-in voting is not available to all voters, but the absentee mail-in ballot request deadline in person by August 3rd, 2026, by mail, received by July 22nd, 2026, online July 22nd, 2026. And the absentee mail-in ballot return deadline is in person by August 4th, by mail, received by August 4th, 2026. And early voting is available to all voters.
And check where you are, because we got a new map. I mean, mark out for the incumbent Republican is the rep of Missouri 4 in this new maps. It is live. It's illegal, but it's live. And I had a lot of folks who did not realize that, no, Alfred is your guy right now. So definitely check and make sure you know what district is yours. And then let's plug in, let's lock in.
Yeah, and the early voting start and end deadlines is July 21st, 2026 to August 3rd, 2026. And polls are open on Election Day, 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. CT.
I have a request for you, though, if you don't
What's
mind,
up?
Hasan. So, because I'm trying to get you to Kansas City, right? Just got to get you to Missouri.
Mhm.
And I come from pro wrestling. I'm a pro wrestling guy. I'm a commentator. I wrestle a little bit myself. And I'm just saying,
Sami Zayn just won as the first Muslim.
First Muslim, right?
Yeah, I know him too.
You know Sami Zayn?
Yeah, I mean, not like we've
AKA,
communicated on the internet.
Mr. Generico also in a previous life. No, I come from pro wrestling, right? And I'm just saying, the main event of let's just say we call it, I don't know, Fight for the Fourth. I'm just saying a tag team of Hartzell and Hasan taking on some jabronis.
You want me to do pro wrestling?
I want you in the ring. I need my tag team partner.
I got someone who's my best friend is obsessed with wrestling, and he's done a little bit of not pro wrestling, but like he's learned how to do it, and he's worked with some pro wrestlers as well. I mean, we could potentially make it happen.
No, here's the thing. I need this to happen. Because this is what the people need. It's what they want. You got to get the people what they want.
Okay.
And I just think that a chance for me to take my shirt off in a campaign setting is something that I just don't want to turn off. So if you could, you hear what I'm saying, right? We could do something.
We reached 30K as of now, so we can potentially make it happen.
Hartzell and Hasan fight for the fourth. Ooh yeah, dig it, brother. Ooh yeah.
Yeah, sure. I'll bring back.
Y'all heard that?
Bring back.
That's confirmation. Where's our contract signing?
I'll
Can we
bring
do that?
back. What was his name? Muhammad.
Yes. Oh. Kids, ask your parents. There you go.
Yeah. No, we've watched it on the stream. It said
it's actually insane.
It's
like
such
that whole
a funny
thing
character
was
because
crazy.
back then, when you watch it back then, he's obviously like the villain. But like, if you listen to what he's saying with today's perspective, you're like, wait a minute, he's like not wrong.
It's literally, he was just doing Mandela. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing?
He was literally talking about how like all Muslims are being blamed for the crimes of the few, and it's like America's actions have actually destabilized this region.
Oh, he got deep. It was a hell of a promo.
Muhammad Hasan.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think he now owns a car dealership.
Oh, he does.
He does. Mm-hmm.
He's also not Muslim.
No, not at all.
Or not even Arab. I think he's like Italian or something.
Yep.
It's so funny.
Yep.
And it was always hilarious because his manager was speaking in Farsi.
Yep.
And he didn't speak Arabic at all, but he would just like say a couple Arabic words. But then his manager would come out and speak in Farsi, and you're like, what the fuck is this? If you know anything about if you're from the Middle East, you're like, what the fuck? It
was wild.
None of this makes sense.
Absolutely crazy.
But it was awesome. I love, like, I'm fascinated with like American
versus the Undertaker.
American, American culture, and some of that is, racism. And I think there's some very funny moments that come out of that when they're just like trying to piece these things together.
Pro wrestling, it goes through Kansas City, the heart of professional wrestling. It really does. Handsome Harley Race, all kinds of stuff. Yeah, man. So what I'm saying is we can add Hasan's name to the history books of
Okay.
professional wrestling in Kansas City.
I'm also an old man, though. I'm 34. I'm about to be 35. So.
We're the same age. What do you mean old? You ain't unked up.
Yeah, but you're athlete. You're athlete.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Just
I play.
stop it some more.
I now destroy my ankles every time I play basketball. You know what I mean? It's just it sucks.
I saw you did some pull-ups the other day.
Yeah, I did some posts for Claire's campaign. I had to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So
Hey, it worked.
We'll see. We'll make it happen. But
Okay,
thank you,
my brother.
Hartzell.
I appreciate you, man.
This was
Thank you
great.
so
This
much,
was wonderful. All right, everybody. I'm gonna play you this. Wait, not this clip. I'm gonna play you GOP Rep Alford while I walk Hartzell out and take a photo with him, and then we're gonna be back to doing regular commentary.
Thanks, y'all.
Okay. All right.
This is temporary, and then I think the gas prices will go down.
If it doesn't end quickly.
I'm saying your premise is wrong. It will. Okay. I'm saying that
You're hoping.
And so are you.
I'm not hoping. I'm positing the question.
I'm not hoping. I am confident that this is not going to last a long time. Okay. And I'm confident of that. And at the end, I guess, let's say about a month from now, we'll have this conversation again and see who was right.
I mean, that's really what the Republican plan is to deal with gas prices. Hope that this ends sometime soon. Hopes that the economy the crude oil market will stabilize. Hope gas prices will come down, and hope that it does not undercut their affordability message come November. But you talk to other Republicans, they say hope is not a plan. Josh Hawley, being one of them, told me that they need to act, do something now, look like they're doing something at least. Otherwise, voters are going to really take it out on Republicans. And the question is, have they even convinced voters that this is a sacrifice that they need to make? That's another thing I heard from a lot of Republicans too, like Congressman Mark Alford from Missouri, saying that we need to convince voters that they may have to pay 30 cents more per gallon at the pump because it's worth it. And Lindsey Graham, I asked the same question today to him. I said, what about these gas prices? He said it'd be much worse if Iran had a nuclear weapon. And so that's the convincing that they have to do. But they're all over the place, and they're not making that case to the public.
Yeah, I don't think the good people of Missouri believe that nonsense. I don't think it works like that. I don't think it's a convincing message. Be like, sorry, your gas prices are going to go up. Sorry, we just have to keep burning $1 billion, and we got no money in the tank for you. We got no money in the bank for your needs, because all of that has to go to waging wars at the behest of Israel. Anyway, maybe we'll bring Will to Kansas City as well. Okay, that was a lot. Let's look at Fox News malding. Now imagine Fox News malding about democratic socialism brewing in blue cities. What would they do if Kansas City, and St. Louis, the SLU, brought 2 democratic socialist electeds into Congress? I mean, I don't even know. I don't even know what that would look like. Okay? You'd be giving Fox News aneurysms. Okay? They would vomit live on air. I think Jesse Waters might have an actual aneurysm. Like, he might actually crash. Don't call STL the SLU. The Lou. Sorry.
The Democrat Party is facing a reckoning as far-left socialists sweep key races across the nation. Now, we've been watching this coming for a while, but now it's an insurgents, and moderates in that party had better watch out.
Brian would be out. Brian would be out doing this.
I'm Brian Kilmeade. I'm Brian Kilmeade. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Everybody else, too. The insurgency is rattling establishment Democrats and sparking fears about the future of the party during the midterm elections and beyond. I'm Harris Faulkner. You are in the Faulkner Focus. I call it the socialism disease. And if they don't put this down, It's going to happen across the country, and it affects everybody, not just Democrats. This scroll shows the far left's influence right now across America. Major progressive groups have endorsed nearly 20 candidates, and at least 25 have already won in multiple states, including Illinois, Michigan, Maine, and Pennsylvania. President Trump says it goes beyond socialism.
Why do you think it is that now the endorsement of Zohran Mamdani means more than the endorsement of Hakeem Jeffries?
Well, they're going radical left. They're going really, you talk about the Democrat socialists. It's really communist. If you look.
We watched pieces of this already. I'm going to skip it. Wisconsin next. Yes, tomorrow Francesca Hahn is going to be in the building. Mamdani ally Brad Lander discusses his very Jewish beliefs with Batya! ! Which I'm going to skip because I don't really care about Batya. Sargon of Akkad.
And joining
Batya Ungar of Akkad. Anyway, Chris Murphy says Democrats should accept Trump voters, not embrace socialism in this full interview. Chris Murphy is another one of these like moderate guys who has been trying to reposition himself as somewhat of a progressive now, but it's not really working for him, especially considering that in the immediate aftermath of the defeat of Kamala Harris, he thought we should just lean fully into pivoting to the right rather than reconsidering where our priorities lie. He did that thing, and then now he's trying to be more progressive, but he's not fully invested in being progressive. So he also endorsed Mallory McMorrow. So I don't think he's too fond of the little movement that we've built. He's Pino, progressive in name only. I love Pino. Pino is so stupid. Pino is such a stupid fucking term, and I love it. Pinot Noir.
Now is Democratic Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut. He's the author of the new book, Crisis of the Common Good. Senator Murphy, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Let's first off start with your reaction to the latest primary results out of New York. You've heard President Trump say that these candidates aren't socialists. He's gone as far as to call them communists. As someone who identifies as a progressive, is this a moment of reckoning for establishment Democrats?
Oh, I think you're going to have different candidates being nominated in New York City and suburban Connecticut. This is a party that is also nominated and won with candidates like Abigail Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill. I want us to be a Big Tent party. I mean, I've been saying this for years. I think that it's actually a sign of a party that is alive and growing when there's a contest of ideas inside the party. So I'm not a Democratic socialist, but I do believe that the Democratic Party has been historically way too timid in taking on corporate power. I think our party should have bigger ideas. I put one on the table last week, a $25 minimum wage. And I think we do have to have answers for the way in which corporations and billionaires are taking over and corrupting our politics. So I do think that there is somewhat of a trend that candidates who are confronting concentrated corporate power in a meaningful way are winning. And I think that that is something that the Democratic Party should pay attention to.
Well, there's a lot of polling that shows that the rise of socialism is becoming a big part of the Democratic base. In fact, over 2/3 of Democrats view socialism more positively than capitalism. Does the Democratic Party actually need to embrace the moniker of socialism, lean into it?
No, but I think...
No. Obviously, he's not going to say, yeah, well, let's lean into it, you know?
We have to understand that people do not believe that this version of capitalism has worked. And frankly, it hasn't worked. I mean, you have 40% of Americans today that are working full time and don't have enough money saved up in the bank for an emergency car repair. Meanwhile, we just saw the first trillionaire made in this economy. This version of capitalism isn't working. Now, I make the argument in the book that we should embrace, what I call a common good capitalism, a capitalism where we have more shared prosperity, where we want more millionaires and less trillionaires, where we have a higher minimum.
This kind of stuff is pretty good honestly, because it literally forces these guys to come to our side reluctantly, because it recognizes that there's a real crisis in capitalism, right? It's not far enough, obviously, and because because they have this like weird predisposition to this moderate pivot, no matter what, we just keep pulling the Overton window to our side, and they just come along with it reluctantly. You know, oh, we haven't done real capitalism. It's going to be real capitalism. I promise. It's going to be like, they just love to ratchet. I've begun to realize that a lot of these centrist Democrats, a lot of these liberals, they have no real ideology. Sure, some of them defend corporate interests. Sure, many of them defend capitalism. But ultimately, there are plenty of people who just love the ratchet. Okay? They just love ratcheting. So if they're just fucking windsocks, we make sure that we blow the winds in our direction rather than the right. Okay? That's it. And eventually they're just going to be like, oh, we want redistributive capitalism. We want capitalism with real safeguards, real protections. And eventually you just pull them so far that they're like, honestly, okay, fuck it. Capitalism is not working. Whatever. These dudes just find a million different ways to say they're Keynesians. Yeah, but they're not actual Keynesians, right? So eventually they'll get there. And then eventually they'll go further beyond. I really do believe it. Even with the Congressional Black Caucus too, like, I think that while many people might not agree with this statement, I do think that a lot of these guys just want to, keep their power, keep their seats. And slowly but surely, or eventually, they understand that the only way to do it is by falling in line with the momentum, right?
Wage, where unions are more powerful. Democrats are not going to win by defending this version of capitalism, but I think we'll be able to offer ideas on how to dramatically reform it rather than throwing out the entire system.
Well, let's talk about one of those candidates who won on Tuesday, who describes herself as a socialist, and that's Daraliza Avila Chevalier. She's faced criticism now over deleted social media posts. I want you to take a listen to this attack ad from her former opponent.
Let's meet Daraliza in her own words.
Thank you.
She won't stand by Kamala Harris.
Okay, let's get to business.
Isn't this kind of funny that this, because she won, this almost feels like she won because of it rather than in spite of it? Isn't that kind of funny that, the attack ad that was supposed to take her down all of a sudden turns into a ideological position that is actually successful in Harlem? Now it's a promo video. If you hit an attack ad of a candidate that won, all of a sudden it's now just a promo video. Are you making the argument that it's like the anti-Democrat posture in a closed primary in a fucking city that went to Kamala Harris by plus 59 is now a viable way to promote the campaign? Is that what you're trying to say? Because this didn't work. The anti-Kamala sentiment did not actually work to defeat the anti-Kamala candidate by your definition.
Won't stand by Joe Biden.
Yeah.
She even called him a rapist.
Yeah,
she
what's
won't
up?
Stand by veteran.
What happened? What happened? This was sent to many voters in the district. This right here was sent to voters in upper Manhattan and parts of the Bronx. And they saw it and they were like, okay. Okay. Are you saying that this is a viable ad to win Democrats? Interesting. A collector's item, folks. Yes, I will be framing it. Make no mistake, I will be framing it. Mint condition. PSA 10, I'm going to get that shit graded.
For the American flag. She stands with dividing us by race. Meet the real Daria Lisa, the one she tried to delete.
So to be clear, Senator, that was an attack ad from a fellow Democrat. You've talked about this bigger tent. If you're saying the Democratic Party needs a bigger tent, does that include someone who called a former Democratic president of the United States a rapist?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not super familiar with that race. All I'm saying is that this party has to have a real contest of ideas. And I just don't think that our defense of incrementalism has worked. So I don't mind a contest of ideas. And I just don't know that we have had it to the extent that voters have been satisfied. Listen, it's no secret. Voters aren't super happy with establishment Democrats or establishment Republicans these days. I will say, though, what binds to
Yeah, this can't be good for Kamala Harris 2028. I mean, come on. Like, I mean, seriously. It's just like, look, she apologized for it, but like, you know, this is the only thing that they pumped. What are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? You know, this is how many of the voters in this district first encountered Daria Lisa. It's not good.
together. I think every Democratic candidate that is running, including the ones in New York, is that they are standing up to protect American democracy.
Oh, Joe Scarborough has some choice words for fucking Chris Murphy's interview here. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not super familiar with that race. This is what frightened Republicans do when confronted with horrid things Donald Trump has said. Now Democratic senators are trying to say this about a congressional candidate who accused Joe Biden of rape. Stop now. Senator, does this refresh your recollection? Be better than Trump's cowards. Why the fuck would voters care about this, you idiot? Why? Like, they already saw it and they voted for her, you fucking idiot. The fuck is wrong with you? It's so dumb. Like, what, you want a Democrat that is supposed to caucus with this other Democrat now to instead spend a good deal of time rehashing old tweets that she apologized for? Are you fucking stupid? It's so dumb. Comparing Daria Lisa to Trump is also extra dumb, but that's besides the point.
And right now, the biggest threat to this country are not a handful of House candidates in New York. It is the president of the United States that is trying to destroy American democracy. And the Democratic Party, left, right, and center, is united around the fact that we need to protect this nation from Donald Trump's attacks on the rule of law.
Okay, to that end, I do want to read to you part from your latest book, Crisis of the Common Good. You say that many leading Democrats and even more in the pundit class treat populist leaders like Bernie Sanders, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and Zoran Mandami as fringe threats to the party's electoral success. Voters chose Trump because they wanted a revolution, but my party doesn't yet seem completely ready to seize the moment. How do you seize the energy of the left wing of the party without alienating mainstream voters and maybe even some Trump voters that might be willing to cross over and vote for Democrats?
Yeah, the argument that I make is that there are a lot of Trump voters who believe that the economy is rigged, and they mistakenly thought that Donald Trump was going to unrig it. They now see him as a fake populist, and so they're open to listen to a Democratic Party that is for increasing the minimum wage, breaking up concentrated corporate power, bringing back the strength of labor unions. Now, I think we have been probably far too judgmental of some of these voters on the right because they don't share all of our cultural and social views. I don't argue that the Democratic Party should change our views when it comes to issues like guns or climate or abortion. I just think that we have to accept into the coalition.
Dog, you win them over by offering them things, okay? You force the argument to not be on the grounds that Republicans cut, which is, how many trans people you want to eradicate from public existence, but you force the argument to be on the boundaries of, do you want health care or not? That's it. I've never been one of those guys that's like, oh, we can't win any Republican voters. I just have a different theory of change. And my theory is, if you go to these Republican districts and you tell them, like, we're not gonna allow AI data centers to prop up in your backyards, they're gonna jack up your fucking electricity prices and destroy your clean water supply or take over your clean water supply. We are going to stop that. If you tell the voters in that district, like, we're gonna fight for your health care too, you know? I know the Democrats are not exactly beloved in this district, right? Maybe you're too worried. And for far too long, you've thought Democrats don't mean anything. Democrats don't actually do anything for you. They don't do right by you, but we are different. We are going to give you health care. We're going to give you public housing. We're going to do a federal jobs guarantee. If you go in there and you tell them, like, here are the things that you need, we're going to improve your lives. The Republicans have lied to you all this time. They've told you, oh, your enemy is trans people there. Your enemy is undocumented migrants or whatever, and that we have to spend billions and billions of dollars on fucking Israel and Israel's wars and billions of dollars on a domestic occupation force and tens of millions of dollars on flock cameras that are engaging in mass surveillance and peeping on you instead of your roads, then yeah, I think that argument is very convincing. That argument is unbelievably convincing. Argument always has been the same. It's like gun fuckers or Bible thumpers.
I mean, no, but the thing is that it's like okay.
Gun fuckers and Bible thumpers, no matter how like transphobic or racist they are, you know what they also need? Roof over their heads. They need health care. So when you fucking go to them and you're like, I'm gonna serve you health care, I'm gonna give you a roof over your head, I'm gonna do public housing, I'm going to do government-funded housing. I'm going to do a federal jobs guarantee. You're going to have a good-paying job. You're going to have health care. But you got to cut it out with this trans shit. Like, they're going to have it too. They're going to say, maybe there's going to be people who say, no, I really hate trans people and I can't do that, right? But the overwhelming majority of people are going to look at that and go, yeah, I'll do that. I don't care. My argument always has been the same. It's like gun fuckers or Bible thumpers.
I mean, no, but
They're playing Solidarity Forever in the background. Tear to my eye. What are your thoughts that right-wingers think Republicans stand for law, order, justice, despite Epstein, wage theft, and fraud? Yeah, it's bullshit. And we got to hammer home that point.
here we are.
Denver Pride crowd reaction to Maylot Kuros could be heard from miles away.
The one and only Mila.
Bro, you're acting like Trumpers would make a rational choice in the best interest if they only knew the facts. Many of them are simply irredeemably white supremacists, even at their own detriment. We need to defeat these people completely and stop pandering to them. What did I just tell you? I didn't say we're gonna pander to them. You think telling people that you're gonna fucking give them healthcare is pandering to them? It's just what you're gonna do. It's what you should do regardless. And no, there are of course going to be people that are like, fuck you. I don't care. But we shouldn't care that they don't care. What, you think races don't deserve healthcare? I'm sorry. We're going to give them healthcare, whether they like it or not. What do I always tell my fucking haters that come in here and call me a Muslim terrorist talk about how all Muslims are pedophilic rapists or whatever? I tell them, look, man, I'm fighting for you too. I don't give a shit that you don't like me. I'm going to force that healthcare down your goddamn throat. Okay? That's it. It's that simple. And here's the reality. There are a lot of people who will look at that and go, no, I want to kill trans people. Sorry. That's my number one priority. There's going to be people that say that. There are going to be people that say, no, I don't care. Undocumented migrants are scary. We got to purge them. We got to purge all migrants. We got to purge all black and brown people. There's always going to be people like that are not winnable. But there are certainly a lot of people who have even voted for Donald Trump, who are independents. Okay. And there are going to be people that will look at that situation that haven't ever been offered this alternative, this rational alternative, this self-interested option. That's it.
People that may have voted for Donald Trump and wants a party that is going to unrig the democracy, but may not be ready to join us on all of our social and cultural views. We should give them a place in our party. And I think the only way that we give them that place is by being stronger in the way that we confront the consolidation of
I logged on to tell you that your audio quality on that was so quiet. It was like how LaCroix tastes, a hint of Hasan from one room away. Wait, what? Really?
Corporate power in this country.
Okay, let's zero in on that topic that you raised earlier, and that is your new bill to raise the minimum wage. You are calling for a minimum wage of $25 an hour. It has not been raised nationally since above $7.25 an hour since 2009. The most recent analysis from the Congressional Budget Office said that even a $17 per hour raise would result in massive job cuts. Would your bill actually do more harm than good?
Of course, NBC News, reactionary at the behest of Capitol, immediately. Oh my God. Well, economists say this is going to kill business owners. It's going to kill business. Okay, dude, fuck off.
No, it wouldn't. And there's plenty of economic analysis to show that
It's
if you
true.
gradually
Chris Murphy is correct, by the way. Yes, an increase in minimum wage actually doesn't kill job growth or jobs in general. It's fucking bullshit. That's old. That's old mentality.
$25 an hour, you're going to create more jobs than you're going to lose. And my bill doesn't do it automatically. But this is actually a unifying issue. And so when I talk about how you bring Republicans who voted for Trump over to the Democratic side, an aggressive increase in the minimum wage is part of the answer. If you ask Democrats in an open survey what they think the minimum wage should be, they say $27. If you ask Republicans independents, they say $26. You know why? $25 is just the minimum wage you need to pay your bills in this country. And in the most affluent, most powerful country in the world, if you work full time, you should be able to pay your bills. And by the way, we can afford it. It's not like we can't pay a $25 minimum wage. We just choose not to because we've become okay with dozens and dozens of people in this country making hundreds of billions of dollars. So this is the kind of idea that shows that the Democratic Party is ready to fundamentally change this economy. And I think this is the kind of idea that brings Trump voters over. Remember, there was a meme online about a year ago in which folks were claiming to the right that Donald Trump had already implemented a $25 minimum wage. Right. And people in his coalition were super pumped about that. We can't let Donald Trump pretend that he's actually going to raise wages, but we got to show that the Democratic Party, if we get power, is really willing to do it.
So on the issue of affordability, there was a bipartisan housing bill that passed both chambers of Congress, but it's currently stalled after President Trump said that he won't sign the bill until the SAVE Act is passed. One of the elements of the SAVE Act requires voters to show ID. If there was a vote that came to the floor that just required voters to show photo ID, would you support it?
Well, I mean, it depends on what it looks like in Connecticut. You know, we have safe and secure elections. This whole idea behind the SAVE Act is trying to push a mythology that our elections aren't secure, are rigged. That's not true. The problem with the SAVE Act is that they don't really care about the voter ID provision. That's not why they're pushing the SAVE Act. They care about a provision that would create a national voter list that would allow Trump to go in and take people out of it so he could claim that the wrong people voted in state elections. It's actually why a lot of Republicans in the Senate don't support the SAVE Act. Donald Trump is the most unpopular president in the recent history of this country, and so he is trying to rig the election in part by creating this national
But Senator,
voter
if I could pin you down on that, though, do you think establishing a standard by which a photo ID is necessary to vote in elections is something that should exist in the United States? Just that simple premise.
Yeah, I think that.
Are these guys also trying to be the pro-Trump? Are they just fighting over one another? All the mainstream outlets are fighting over one another to be regime propagandists? Is that what's going on? It's sold as a solution for a problem that doesn't exist. So what are you talking about?
There are a lot of people in my state that don't have that ID, and there's no evidence, zero evidence in this country that there is a problem at scale with people faking their identification in elections. And again, let's just dispense with the
Chris is right.
Idea that that's what this bill is about. That's not what this bill is about. This bill is about trying to create a national voter list that creates the pretext for Donald Trump to try to say that state elections have been rigged or manipulated.
Okay, Senator Murphy, we're going to leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us.
Dog, NBC News is the right of Mitch McConnell on this, by the way. Like, any sort of nationalization of the election registry is something that fucking Mitch McConnell has opposed his entire life. What the hell is going on, dude? Yeah, that bleeding heart libtard Mitch McConnell. There is a reason. There is a reason why there aren't enough votes in Congress to get this done. Because even Republicans don't want it.
Yes, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
We thank you for watching, and remember.
That's why Trump is malding. Oh shit. My goat's over at the Sunrise Movement. Mitch hasn't been seen in 2 weeks, by the way. Yeah, bro. He's having sex. Okay? He went to a med spa and he's getting his fucking back blown out. What is it to you? You know what I mean? Let him fucking have his fun. He has served Congress dutifully. Let him get his shit pushed in, dude. What the hell?
No way, not today.
Cory Booker, Texans don't want you. Texans deserve better than you. What are you doing here? Texans don't want you here. What are you doing?
Families apart across the nation, and you're only calling for reorganization and reformation? What does that even do? Our current administration is tearing apart America. They're using up our national resources, and all you're doing is taking money from AIPAC donors and not fighting for our communities.
Senator Booker, why should Texans listen to you when you've accepted at least $1 million from AIPAC? Deserve better Democrats than moderate Democrats like you, Senator Booker. We deserve better than sellout Democrats like you, Senator Booker.
The middle class built this country, and labor built the middle class. Look, it's not just his.
I can't do this.
I also know the story of America, like many of you. It's a constant push and pull between peril and possibility. It's a battle that's never truly over. She had won the last election by
Looking really good, Mr. President.
19 points. That seat just happens to represent a quaint little place you've all heard of, Mar-a-Lago.
He's running. Look at him. He looks great. He looks so good. Yeah, he should have stayed in the race, honestly. He could still be president right now. He could win if you vote for him. If you vote for him, he could still win.
We're the United States of America. There's nothing. There's really nothing beyond our capacity if we act together. So let's get up and fight back, God darn it. I love you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
He still can't find his way off the stage. And of course, this is not an indictment on Joe Biden. This is obviously an indictment on his family, on Jill Biden, and on Hunter. If Jill keeps doing this, Hunter needs to intervene and say, stop doing this to my dad. You know, he sounds like he has marbles in his mouth. He's disoriented. It's not helping his legacy or his image. It's certainly not helping the crowd. I mean, here they are yelling Genocide Joe at him. Listen.
It's a constant push and pull between peril and possibility. It's a battle that's never truly over. And we'll look.
That's your legacy, old man. I hope you got still enough brain processing power to understand that that's your legacy.
Those are Democrats, of course, who have not forgiven him for allowing what happened in Gaza to happen under his watch. And so
That's so funny for Fox News to say this, by the way. Like, what? Do you think Israel's committing a genocide, Fox News? Like, I know you guys love highlighting the tension between the progressive wing of the party and the do-nothing Dems, but like, you support Israel currently, right now. You support everything that Trump has done at the behest of Israel right now.
you know, it's just bringing up more anger in the party.
It's painful to watch. You know, remember we made fun of him for, as president, lying on the beach in Rehoboth, Delaware? Like, go back to the beach. You like it there. You can relax there. Like, this, being put in this position is really, you wonder if he really understands how bad it looks for him.
Yeah. And Democrats don't want him. The Democrats are ready to turn the page and move to the next candidates. They don't want this. And so why they keep insisting on allowing him to do it is baffling to me.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't know anything. I don't know enough about him, but Wes Moore freaks me out, dude. There's some about Wes Moore that I just like. I don't know what it is. He just like scares me. Maybe it's because he's like jacked. I genuinely don't know if he's like a good governor or not. Don't talk about my governor. Is he good? I don't know. I actually don't know. I'm just, this is pure vibes based. Okay? Entirely based off of vibes. There is something about his vibes that freak me out. He's got like a vampire energy. And I don't know if it's like totally unwarranted of me to feel this way about him. But he is one of those guys that I have that feeling about. Hogan Loki is better, but Wes Moore isn't the worst. Okay.
Chief Washington correspondent Jonathan Karl, who will be hosting This Week later this morning.
I think you're scared of bald people who use Botox. Maybe.
John, good morning to you. So let's start there with Iran and the U.S. once again trading strikes. Where does this leave the ceasefire?
Well, Whit, to state the obvious, they haven't ceased firing. I mean, we've had some significant exchanges of fire. No deaths. These are targeted attacks it appears, on both sides. But I think the most significant thing overnight was the Iranians firing not just drones, but missiles at U.S. Bases in Kuwait and Bahrain. That is an escalation. This is beyond, a drone hitting a tanker going through the Strait of Hormuz. That said,
why is that an escalation? That's literally just retaliation. Like, what do you mean? America struck Iranian bases on Iranian soil, and then Iran retaliated by striking American bases on foreign soil. Why would that be an escalation from the Iranian side? What the fuck? They're like, no, you don't understand. You're not playing by the rules. You're supposed to literally stick to just the tankers. You're not supposed to hit America back when America hits you. Okay, that's cool, I guess. I don't know anyone that plays by those rules, but
the
all right.
ceasefire, the shaky ceasefire that does not involve the total ceasing of all firing, does at this moment appear to be holding. These are tit-for-tat strikes with limited damage so far.
Yeah, it just goes to show how delicate the situation is, though. John, I do want to turn to politics now. You also have an exclusive interview with New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani this morning. Let's take a look at a clip.
Republicans are going to make you the poster child for the Democratic Party.
Let them. We don't have to ask ourselves what life looks like if a socialist wins. I won last November, and over the course of these last 6 months, what we've delivered for working people are the very...
This was beast mode. I'm glad he's getting more confident as far as saying, like, look, I got a record to show for it in a very short period of time.
Things we were told were impossible.
So, John, many are wondering if this Mamdani movement is limited to areas around New York City, or could it really have a national impact on the Democratic Party?
I mean, that's the big question, and it's a big part of what I discussed with Mamdani. By the way, fascinating.
One of the things that's super funny to me, at least, is the idea that these guys can't comprehend anything beyond, like, individuals and their personal political pet projects. This is not fucking Zohran Mamdani's project. This is democratic socialism. This is socialism in general. Like, and he understands that, obviously. But it's just really funny that these guys cannot contend with a world where it's not like one person that's building their own personal machine. Because that's all they've seen their whole lives. So they, like, can't contend with a reality where people all around the country, all around the nation, are actually working to serve the same cause, working towards the exact same goals, to make our politics more responsive, to make sure that the people that we elect in a position of power actually defend us, rather than the interests of corporations and foreign lobbies. And it's hilarious because, like with Espaillat, Espaillat built a machine, right? It was a machine of Dominican political power in the city, but it was a machine that only served him, right? It wasn't a political machine that he built, or a movement that he built to I don't know, unlock additional benefits for Dominican New Yorkers or working class New Yorkers broadly. It was just a machine that got him elected and gave him more power in his little fiefdom, right? And it clearly wasn't even successful enough to, make sure that he gets reelected, right? But that's basically all these guys care about. So it's funny when mainstream media looks at a guy like Zohran and they're like, oh, this is just a guy who's like, this is the Mamdani project. This is a guy who's like trying to, this is a guy who's just like simply trying to build his own personal movement or whatever. You know what I mean?
Interview. I mean, he is unflappable. He has been called by President Trump just a couple days ago the biggest threat to America in 250 years, his National Democratic Socialist movement. And Democrats have been almost as harsh. There was a manifesto put out of sorts, a statement, open letter by a group of moderates.
If this was the Mamdani momentum, then the rest of the DSA slate that he did not endorse, but he obviously wanted them to win, would not have won their seats, right? It's purposeful as to delegitimize a bigger movement, boss? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. You know what I think it is? I think it's a lack of vision for these guys, and it's to our benefit. It's not bad. It's good. If they don't understand that this is a national movement, then that's to our benefit. Okay? It's good. So, as long as they don't grasp the severity of the changes that we're fighting for, they will continue underestimating our power, hopefully, and they will continue to not actively try to defeat these incumbents or defeat these insurgents. And then, worst of all, I could totally see them trying to make sure that the opposition, like a Republican, wins, as they tried to brute force Andrew Cuomo into the general against Zoran, just to make sure that their theory of power remains at the heart of Democratic Party's national politics.
Running for Congress, many of them currently in Congress, declaring we are capitalists, not socialists. They see him as a threat, too. He sure thinks that his movement has potential way beyond New York.
Well, a fascinating conversation. John, thanks so much for your time. We appreciate it. We'll be looking forward to it and tuning in this morning for more of Jonathan's exclusive interview on This Week with New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani.
She was Lebanon's conservation queen.
I'm assuming this. But what? Oh, this was unbelievably racist, too. Hold on. Oh, this is what I wanted to talk about. Tucker Carlson walks back views on Islam as the problem, but then also, and then we'll get the fun stuff, okay? We're going to get the fun stuff. Don't worry.
Be surprised that the end result is genocide. We shouldn't be surprised. Like, this has been coming for a long time. Israel has completely changed. I feel sorry for Israel, but the Israel that I first visited decades ago bears no resemblance to modern Israel.
Is the United States complicit?
Of course, we paid for it. We made excuses for it. We made it possible, and there are weapons. Obviously, of course, we're complicit. That's one of the reasons I'm upset by it. That's my country. These are my tax dollars. This is my reputation. This is the moral authority of the nation that my ancestors built.
Oh, I'm sorry. Only 10 minutes of fun on a 6-hour day. I'm sorry. I should cast aside this broader political project that I've been talking about. Right as we are at the precipice of seizing more power. My apologies. I should have told Hartzell Gray, hey, sorry, buddy. We're going to watch Jubilee videos today. Unfortunately, I can't interview you and fundraise for you because some of my chatters wanted fun day because it's Sunday. What do you want me to do, man? We're owed 2 more hours of stream? Okay. Should I cancel Francesca Hong tomorrow so we can have a fun day, like a true fun day? Is that what you guys want? Huh? The cheeseheads are going to be very disappointed. You don't want to disturb the balance between Madison and the rest of the DSA chapters in the state, in the beautiful state of Wisconsin, where I believe we will make a major impact. Green Bay Packers all day, baby. Woo. You will never get new viewers, big bro.
So, yes, I feel very implicated in this and enraged by it, and not primarily enraged at the Israelis, who I think are are delusional for a bunch of different reasons. I don't think that's an Israeli-specific phenomenon. We felt a little bit of that after 9/11, when people bought the lies about there were many lies about 9/11, but the net result was to convince Americans that they were under siege from global Islam, that there were a billion people trying to kill them. I felt this way myself. And many times I said on television, the problem is Islam, the problem is Muslims. Like, they all want to kill us. They're all crazy. They're all in this lunatic suicide cult created by Muhammad in the 7th century. And I believe that. I was hysterical. I believed that. No, that's not true. Nothing about that is true. But I believed it. So it's a little harder for me to judge Israelis when they're like, every Arab, Christian or Muslim, it doesn't matter. Arabs are by definition committed to the extermination of Jews, and we must kill them before they kill us. Like, they believe that.
You know, many would argue that Trump 2.0, this second term, has seen the president almost totally...
Do I believe him? Some people will say it's Qatar funding that's making him talk like this. I still think that he's... I mean, first of all, regardless of my opinion, him saying that matters. Okay? Let me just say that really quickly. Regardless of my skepticism or scrutiny of Tucker Carlson's past and what he might do in the future, him saying that is unbelievably important. Okay? Straight up. No other way to look at it. No other way to analyze it. So make no mistake. Tucker Carlson, someone who has participated in vile Islamophobic attacks for decades, turning around and saying, I was hysterical, I was wrong, that is fucking huge. Okay? That is huge. Having said that, however, I still do think that he is establishing a tremendous amount of credibility in this sphere, which I still worry he's going to lend to, you know, whoever the Peter Thiel hand-selected person is going to be, most likely J.D. Vance. Okay. This week, Tucker Carlson platform another hardline anti-Semite, a pastor who told Tucker Carlson the Jews killed Jesus, whose writings rail against international Jews. But unlike last fall's interview with Nick Fuentes, this time the media hardly noticed. Yeah, what do you call it? I mean, he does this stuff all the time. This stuff is par for the course. This stuff is not even that surprising to me. Like, there are plenty of way more aggro, out and about anti-Semites in the right-wing anti-Israel sphere than Tucker Carlson. You know what I mean? I think the real meat and potatoes that directly contradict his current output is not him fomenting anti-Semitic conspiracies or leaning into like notable anti-Semites to interview. As a matter of fact, I think this kind of commentary is only going to boost his credibility. It's only going to boost his credibility. It's only going to foment more anti-Semitism because he's such a good propagandist. Well, right on the money.
Well, will you support J.D. Vance? I think he's great compared to Rubio.
Obviously, he's great compared to Rubio. Obviously. Look, I'll support the best person. I always have liked J.D. Vance enormously. I think he's really smart. He's in an impossible situation. I think he's doing his best. I strongly disapprove of, obviously, as I've said 100 times, of this war and of what.
Oh, I love how Trump and others have been blaming Vance when he's volunteering to go stop it, when internally it's confirmed he tried to stop it just like you did. I love how the guy that was right, he's the bad guy now and the war is his fault.
Oh, we always, it's the people who tell the truth who are punished. It's the people who try to do for selfless motives the right thing who are punished.
Well,
and maybe
will you
one or
support
two I
J.D. Vance?
respect.
I think he's great compared to Rubio.
Obvious.
Why are they red? He's red for an amazing reason. What is this? God damn it. I'm having a hard time watching you whisper every time you're still chewing and don't wait another 20 seconds to talk. Why don't you just put a 10-minute video on, finish your goddamn meal, and then pick it back up after? Fuck me. This is Tucker reading the room and building credibility for the most Nazi campaign you've ever seen, either to run himself or be the power behind the throne propagandist. Yeah. Yeah, I never really thought about it like this, but I do think that the next 2028 is going to be the fucking posters election, it seems. At least it's shaping up to be that. Posters that power candidacies. On the one side, you got Tucker Carlson. On the other side, you got this community posting our way into a presidential candidacy. But yeah, as I was saying, like Tucker Carlson, like pointing to Tucker Carlson's animosity towards Israel, which reads to the average person as like a sincere, a sincere position held by the majority, and then tying it back to anti-Semitism is always going to be a foolhardy endeavor that actually makes people self-identify with anti-Semitism. I think the real way to counter Tucker Carlson's statements is, one, his own personal association with J.D. Vance, and two, something that I've said over and over again. Him and even Nick Fuentes want to turn America into Israel. Do you fundamentally oppose the things that Israel is doing on the grounds that it's like murdering children, it's an ethno-supremacist state, it's an ethno-state, or do you oppose it because it's Jewish while also doing an ethno-state? Nick Fuentes has made it very clear. He's said openly on numerous occasions, like, no, we want to do what Israel is doing, but not for the Jews, but instead for Christian nationalists, right? And I think Tucker Carlson has a similar opinion to that as well. And I think that's the adequate way to oppose this agenda, this way of thinking.
Saying on the right.
Like Ted Cruz would not give a shit about Tucker Carlson's quote unquote anti-Semitism. Man, Richard Spencer had no idea how much him saying that he wanted Israel but for Americans was going to come back to haunt the far right. You think that's... No, that's a moment of honesty from Richard Spencer, who's an utterly irrelevant figure anyway. No one gives a fuck about Richard Spencer. It's not 2017 anymore. Richard Spencer has literally become an open Democratic Party voter who unironically and sincerely advances the NATO Atlanticist position. And as I saw a video of him on the timeline, it was shocking. He was critical of like Trump not doing enough for Ukraine. Like Richard Spencer's turned into Richard Hanania or numerous other like Democrats who fucking despise me on the timeline. It's kind of crazy. He just straight up is like, he straight up keeps saying like, no, we're going to usher in a fascist world, a fascist America, a neo-Nazi America, but we're going to do so by way of the Democratic Party.
A cancer on the right. And it is rising anti-Semitism on the right. Look, the left a decade ago.
Scratch a liberal, right? No, it turns out scratch a fascist and a liberal bleeds. It works in the opposite direction too.
Anti-Semitism began to rise, and the Democrat leaders basically looked the other way and just hoped it would go away. and it didn't. It's consumed their party. There is a very real pro-Hamas contingent of the Democrat Party. Here's the scary thing. I've seen more anti-Semitism on the right in the last 18 months than any time in my life. And it is spreading.
I wonder what's going to happen when so many of these fucking... Like, Mr. Beat is a bit of a liberal, no? Like, what's going to happen in the YouTuber, like, liberal sphere when the DSA is the only game in town? Are they going to have to go back on all the shit that they've talked about me? Are we going to get them to fucking say, hey, man, yeah, it turns out you guys actually had all the motion? Because for years and years, these guys have fucking demonstrated this irrational hatred for no reason, like the liberals. I think one of those liberals who never really did that too much, and I think has been more radical than we give him credit, is Philip DeFranco. But yeah, it seems like he likes the DSA. Mr. Beat is cool with DSA, to be honest. He was on that PV stream with you and Oliver and stuff. Yeah. I thought that these guys were, for the longest time, they were like objectively anti-socialist, anti-communist, hated people like myself, may have even called me a terrorist, you know what I mean? Mr. Beat is a big advocate of uncapping the house. I think he's pretty decent in terms of libs. Yeah, no, I know. I know that's his attitude. Wait, Mr. Beat is one of your ops? I know he's a massive lib. No. I don't think Mr. Beat is one of my ops. I just always assumed that he would be in the category of like liberal guy who thinks any kind of socialist content creator is disgusting and ruining the fucking ruining the movement overall, you know? Did you see that Hen Mazik guy?
Told every name online. None of them really cut like this one. So let's clear it up. This is why I'm not Hasan Piker. I pay my taxes.
So what kind of a wealth tax?
I don't know what the exact number would be. I genuinely don't know.
Would you fall in the wealth tax?
I don't really have a lot of assets.
I condemn terrorism.
Wait, I pay my taxes? Dog, that's me talking about not having enough assets to to be able to even get hit with a wealth tax, and me paying straight income. So 50%.
Yeah.
Favorite flag?
Yeah.
Hezbollah.
No one deserves 9/11 attack.
America deserved 9/11, dude.
This video is so funny.
I'm saying it.
I don't hate women.
Shut the up, you stupid idiotic old lady.
You turn out to be a slut who's craving for attention, old enough to count, old enough to mount.
I don't hate gay people. I am one.
I always say, like, if you work out, you're gay. Bro, you are the gayest. You own a gym. You are literally facilitating homosexuality.
I oppose the regime in Iran.
Wait. Why is half of this shit just like me very clearly joking that he's taking sincerely? And then the other half, even a year ago, did you ever expect the 9/11 video to continue coming back around? No. No, I didn't. Because I thought it was like already established. You know what I mean? Like, we went through this process. I got yelled at. I got death threats in 2019. And then we moved on. And, you know, there's new shit about how, I don't know, how fucking I'm in favor of current terrorism as opposed to terrorism of the past. Like, that's what they say now. But it is kind of funny because, like, people constantly bring that up, and I just don't think many Americans give a shit about that, where they're like, okay, so he said America deserved 9/11 in 2019. Like, what the fuck does that... Like, what am I supposed to do with this information? You know what I mean? Like, okay. And then if they read a little bit further into it, they understand what I was saying or hear that I already fucking apologized for it or whatever. at a certain point, people got to realize, like, it's not about that statement or even people misunderstanding it. Some people might actually misunderstand it and get mad. Maybe they're in their fucking feelings, but most people are just upset about something else. For a lot of people, it's about Israel. Brandon Lee Mulligan called you a sin eater, and it has fully come to pass. Everybody has pounded your ass into oblivion while the candidate wins an election. Beautiful, really. Thank you for your suffering. Yeah. Apologize, it was a mistake. No, I think it's valid. I should have used a different sequence of words. But yeah, the reason why they do this barrage of fucking silliness is because they can't be like, we hate that he's fucking defending the Palestinian resistance, and we think Israel is awesome, and we hate that he just like says it sucks shit all the time. And we just simply can't punish him any longer because back in the day, we used to be able to fucking tell these guys. Back in the day, we used to be able to tell these guys to shut the fuck up, and they would shut the fuck up. But they never do any longer. And as a matter of fact, it actually boosts their popularity. So we're just going to keep doing this fucking disciplining operation with the hopes that at least other people. The old enough to count thing is all over Facebook recently. Dog, that's literally fucking bro tips. Look at me. Like, that wasn't shot with a camera that was built in this decade. It's literally 5 pixels. I have a fucking 3 head, dog. Look at this. Look at my hairline, dude. Look at my fucking hairline. Does my hairline look like that? I wish it still did. The most embarrassing thing about this video is your shirt. Yeah, it wasn't great. Yeah. Anyway.
I would never go on a 5-star trip to Cuba.
It's incredible. It's truly one of my favorite places officially.
I've never shocked my dog.
America, Kaya, please just just stop.
And even though we are 2 Middle Eastern men, we are not the same.
Middle Eastern men. Did you get your subpoena? No, I never did. Damn, your hairline did run away a little bit. I mean, honestly. Brother, I love you, but you look like a thumb from Spy Kids in that old photo. Man, I know, dude. Israelis are now making films about themselves to document how they are the real victims of the last 3 years. They're still incinerating Palestinian families at tents and bombing apartment buildings in Lebanon, but watch this film on the criticisms they endure while cheering it. Every one of these Jewish horror stories goes like, I wonder what would happen. Nothing happened, but I did wonder. I mean, yeah, Golda Meir quote, when peace comes, we will perhaps in time be able to forgive the Arabs for killing our sons, but it will be harder for us to forgive them for having forced us to kill their sons. Peace will come and the Arabs will love their children more than they hate us. That's what Golda Meir said. Monster. Disgusting monster, dude. Well, your hairline always looks great, except for the latest I've had it appearance you made with Austin. You look a little balding in it. Okay, dude. Started taking supplements because of your recommendation, bro. I just turned 32 and I hope my hairline comes back a little. It does.
Like a cancer.
Anyway. Let's go. A reminder, there have been more feature films made about October 7 than about Iwo Jima. Ay, ay, ay.
Italy unleashed, whether on immigration or tariffs or the Iran war. And
Why are you sending me a fucking bad empanada video? HasanAbi wine mom? What are you, crazy? You think I'm gonna watch that motherfucker's video even if he's making a good point? What are you, out of your dang mind? Come on, HasanAbi wine mom.
Is that since his comeback, Trump has had almost total control over the Republican Party.
She probably doesn't know, everybody. Calm
power in
down.
both the Senate and House behind me. That is why people see the midterms as so critical,
Fed empanada.
including Trump himself. In the last hour, he has actually urged people to get out and vote, saying those elections are critical, and no wonder he knows he could lose some of that power. So how are voters feeling? We've been working with Public First, a global research firm who have carried out a focus group in Georgia and a national poll exclusively for Channel 4 News. The poll shows people are worried about the economy and the cost of living. Not very many think that Trump has made America affordable again.
Oh, it's bad,
but when people
Hasbro.
focus on his unpopularity.
Never mind, it wasn't bad. Fed empanada. Fed empanada. Oh my God, there's a mail-out phone banker, and currently there's a mail-out phone banker. Chatters. There's a mail-out phone bank happening right now. And there are more than one phone bankers on there whose username is Toby Durden. What's wrong with you? There are multiple Toby Durdens on the Maylot Kiros phone bank. First of all, it's not Toby Durden. It's Turby Durbin. Okay? So get it right. It's Turby Durden. And I think, isn't today the runoffs or something? Isn't today the runoffs? This is your community, bro. But which one is the real one? We're all Turby Derby. Hello. And guess, you know who's not on that phone bank? Dusty Johnson. That's right. You know who's not on that phone bank? Larry Roden. No Dusty Johnson and no Larry Roden on this goddamn phone bank. Only Turby Durden. The man in question, oh, the beauty. What a beaut. What a beautiful soul he is. Look at him. Larry Roden is a disgusting liberal snowflake. Only Turby Derby is red enough for Republican red. Shaky Gurga is my go-to name now. Hell yeah. He's a grade A hog, dude. Toby Durden put a video out
Come in every which way.
Condemning you. I know. We got it on the docket. Don't worry. Turby Derby.
Which is real. They miss what's going on beneath the surface. Get out of Washington, D.C., and you'll find he's extraordinarily popular with some voters.
Hasan's sexual attractions to the most fucked up humans that exist. Okay, man. What? Oh, I'm sorry. Is Chung not such a unique shape? Just in general, not just for humans, but a unique shape that we've never seen before? Like geometrically? That's not fascinating to you? You don't want to kiss him a little bit? I do. What state is Turby Derby from? South Dakota, brother.
We saw a lot of that in Georgia.
Freedom. He's a dictator. A lot of people are saying maybe we like a dictator.
Is he the most divisive president in U.S. history? When American voters were asked to score how well Donald Trump is doing out of 10.
Trump's approval now at the lowest level of his second term. Only
33% gave him 0. But for 12%, he is a 10 out of 10.
Approve 100%. 100%.
To delve deeper, we travelled to Savannah in Georgia, a critical swing state, a place where national elections are won and lost. Where pollsters, Public First, set up a focus group for Channel 4 News with a spread of that Trump love.
He's running this country like it's a company, a business.
And I love that.
And hate.
The thing negative that I could say about him, like, I'm just trying to think, there's so many. I was like, which one do I pick?
Oh my God. Bro, if guys that look like this, that are former Trump supporters, are pulling out, I don't know who he has that remains. I'm sorry. This is literally American History X, bro. This is literally Chudwig. Like that guy, this is Chudwig. Also known as Ludwig, also known as co-worker wig. The elderly and the mentally handicapped. I mean, low key, yeah. This guy's changed my oil before.
So with midterms looming large, what will be on the mind?
Like this lady is like the last MAGA bastion. Okay, Chudwig Norton. All Trump's got that remains is Turby Derby and this lady.
Of these voters when they enter the polling booth.
How would you describe the state of the country? What are the things that are going well? What are the things that are going badly?
Badly is immigration, for sure.
The economy.
Oh yeah, cost of living.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. You know, housing alone is just ridiculous.
I would say gas prices.
Corruption in government seems to be an ongoing.
And for Andrew, that corruption comes from Donald Trump. But on this issue, the panel is split.
You'll notice that under your chairs you have a piece of paper. How would you rate Trump's performance since taking office?
The spread here is slightly more forgiving of the president than our national poll, but the divide still stark. A 0, 2 4s alongside 3 perfect 10s.
Okay, we've got a range of numbers here.
A judgment on which the room let rip.
Shameful, unqualified, disastrous. Somebody, if we have problems, is throwing gasoline on a fire to address them.
I mean, the guy has guts. People just don't like the way he says things, but somebody had to. You know, they don't like it, but I don't care about that. I care about the results.
And it's not just what Trump says, it's what he posts. Endlessly on Truth Social, stretching from first thing in the morning long into the night.
He tweets more than anybody I've ever seen in my life. This man is 70 plus years old and he's tweeting all the time. I'm like, why are you tweeting? Stop tweeting like a petulant child.
He's intense and he does a lot of stuff that upsets people, and I get it. But this man's 70, honey. If he wants to tweet, let him.
Like wanting to reward him for absolute dog shit is even crazier. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, but fuck old people. No. Not all old people are like this, okay?
Actually, he's just turned 80, celebrating by staging a UFC fight on the White House lawn. But could the contrast between opulent scenes like these and the reality of life for average Americans hurt his Republican Party in the midterms?
I work 2 jobs. I'm 39 years old. I think I'm a millennial. I'm probably going to be a forever renter. I feel sometimes there's just no way to get ahead, you know, and I've always been a hard worker, just kind of put your head down and just grind it out. But I've been grinding it out now for 5 years.
I don't know many people that don't have 2 jobs. That's like the norm.
If she wants to drive, let her, is funny, but like they do drive. You can't stop that lady from driving. What are you, crazy? That lady is never stopping her driving.
Next day, as he heads from his IT job after 9 hours starting at 7 a.m. to a major retailer where he'll be collating online orders on his feet until 10:30 p.m.
Do you think Donald Trump understands what it's like for someone like you?
I don't think he could possibly understand what it's like to to put in the amount of hours that I put in personally every day, to not see your wife and your daughter, you know, certain days a week because you have to be gone to make a living.
Michael isn't on the breadline, but says these supermarket hours are needed to maintain a middle-class lifestyle for his family. Back in the room, where there is a security guard, a pedicab driver, a factory worker, and a veteran, affordability is the top issue and will dominate the midterms. But has Trump's war made things worse?
No one's mentioned the war in Iran. How much of an issue is that?
Well, the war in Iran is the reason the gas prices is high.
The war in Iran needed to happen, just my opinion. Granted, they're building the bomb is not going to affect us here in the States because it doesn't have that big of a reach at this point. But it does affect everyone in Europe.
Sometimes we need to kind of stick to ourselves and not actually help everybody, because sometimes it...
Dude, Americans find a way to literally take the right position and somehow apply the most selfish and insane perspective to arrive at the correct position. It's so funny. It's like, yeah, Iran has nukes, but it can only reach Europe, and that's not our problem, is a better way, is a more prescient message for the average American than it is to be like, they don't have nukes, they never wanted nukes, why are we blowing them up? It's so funny, dude. Like, this isn't even like they don't really have nukes, and we're just kind of using that as a reason to go wage war with them. We're lying about it like we did with Iraq and weapons of mass destruction. Instead, we're just like, the bomb is not big enough to reach me. It'll only nuke Europe. Who cares? How is that possible?
Causes more pressure on us over here.
Mr. President. On the question of Iran and so much else, Trump's talking points were certainly cutting.
I guess we'll take those. Fuck it, right? I mean, I don't know. I don't know anymore, man. I don't. God damn, dude. The average American. Oh my God. It's so crazy. Fuck it. We write those. That's hey, one on the anti-interventionist docket. You know what I mean? Like, weird, but okay. But it also goes to show, if like Trump lied and said that the bomb can reach America, then these guys would be like, yeah, we should nuke Iran. You know what I mean? Like, I guess they didn't lie adequately enough. Like, they didn't lie well enough to get those guys on board. Because they just said like, oh, it'll only nuke Europe. We have to protect Europe. And America's like, I don't really care about protecting Europe. Oh, I think I misunderstood her. We have to do it to protect Europe. No, I thought she said it sucks though.
That big of a reach at this point. But it's going to affect us here in the States. Happen, just my opinion. Granted, they're building the bomb is not going to. War in Iran needed to happen, just my opinion. Granted, they're building.
She said it needed to happen.
The bomb is, but it does actually help everybody.
This lady said, the first lady said the war in Iran needed to happen because we needed to fucking protect Europe. This lady said, maybe it's better not to help everybody.
Because sometimes it causes more pressure on us.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I didn't misunderstand her. I misunderstood her. No, I'm saying this lady arrived at the correct position, but took the wrong way home. Yeah, she said, we shouldn't be helping everybody. It's fine. Yeah, she took the wrong way, but she arrived at the right destination. We take those. That's a dub. We put that down. Write that down. That's a dub. Her position is can't stop all the nukes. Let Iran nuke Europe. I don't care. If that's the take, if that's what's gonna take, then fuck it, you know? What? I am not making enough to eat, you fucker. I am food stressed. I'm underweight, you idiots. That's my family. What? Who are you talking to? We don't know how much you weigh.
Over here.
On the question of Iran and so much else, Trump's talking points were certainly cutting through to his strongest supporters.
Waste, fraud, theft, and abuse. Numbers of fraudulent people on Social Security.
Look at fraud. Billions of dollars being thrown away.
Barack Hussein Obama, who sent Iran pallets of cash.
Obama dumped all that money in Iran. Pallets of money.
I look at London, and it's been so changed. Now they want to go to Sharia law.
And Trump is using Great Britain as an example. See what happens when your government is taken over from the inside.
By what?
The entire panel raised concerns about
What does that mean? What are you saying? Oh my God. Oh my God. These people, man. Oh God, it's so fucking tough sometimes. I hear what Republicans have to say. And I'm just like, I can't even hold on to this because we don't exist on the same reality. Like, we don't exist on the same plane of existence. Like, you're in planet B. The fuck are you talking about? Trump did what to the UK? They're making an example out of the UK? This kind of shit actually shocks me to my core, because it's like, there's plenty of things that people used to be able to look at where we had consensus reality, but biased narratives could develop off of this consensus reality. You could look at the same story, right? And Republicans would say one thing, their takeaway would be one thing, and the Democrats' takeaway would be an entirely different thing. But at least there would be some kind of consensus reality. We could both look at the same thing. Nowadays, Republicans don't look at the same thing. Like, they just invented whole cloth, an entirely separate set of facts, an entirely separate reality. They're like, yeah, remember when Trump actually came in and threw Keir Starmer on the ground and started beating his head in? That was crazy. I mean, I thought, I'm not a violent person, but I thought, well, that's a good example to make out of the UK. And he said he was doing it because the UK is actually implementing a nationalized healthcare system over there, and it's communism, and Trump is big fighter against communism. We can't have that here either. That's why I'm voting for Toby Durden. Like she thinks like the UK is doing Shakira law, and Keir Starmer was implementing it, and Donald Trump was combating this somehow. I'm like, none of the things that you said have happened. Like, the only thing that I can grab onto from that statement is that the former prime minister of the country, like the former leader of the UK, is Keir Starmer. You got that part right, and that's it. I don't think Trump did anything. There's no Shakira law. What have you thought about rebutting their phrases with nuh-uh? No. Yup, my conservative friend doesn't believe that Cuba is under a blockade. Oh,
immigration is a massive issue.
Immigration.
None of them were that across UK politics.
Okay, what about Trump's relationship with the UK? Have you seen much of that? Has anyone seen?
No.
I haven't seen it.
Okay. Does anyone see anyone saw that Keir Starmer resigning?
I didn't see that
I
one.
saw it.
That's news to me, yeah.
That's news to anyone else?
But they were very engaged in what was happening at home, with a critical Senate race in Georgia this November pitting a Trump-endorsed Republican, Mike Collins, against Democrat John Ossoff, who some think might run for president. But what about those names more often talked about?
J.D. Vance. Would he make a good president?
For him?
J.D. Vance.
I would vote for J.D.
I might. And just
Oh my God, I'm Brian Kilme. Both of the people who were like, the one person who was like, we have to intervene because Iran is nuking Europe, and the person who said we don't intervene because Iran is nuking Europe and I don't care about Europe, are both voting for J.D. Vance.
Yeah.
Marco Rubio, Secretary of State. Okay. Hands up if you'd vote for him.
I'd give him a maybe, yeah.
Some maybes here. All right.
So what do you do when a country is this divided?
Stephanie, how you doing this morning?
I'm doing great.
The next day, we brought Trump-loving Stephanie,
Bear with me on the turn.
and Trump-hating Andrew back together again. She tends to not talk politics with her Democratic voting daughter, he
Stephanie.
with his Republican voting dad, trying to avoid arguments like these.
When you look at Biden, your buddy Biden,
I wouldn't say he was my buddy. I voted for him out of necessity.
then he's your buddy.
Stephanie thinks the Democrats have gone woke.
LBGs and HYZs came along, and
Andrew, who grew up gay in the South, worries the clock is turning back.
And I'm seeing those rights come under, what progress we were able to make come under attack again.
Can you foresee a future where the division is less? Where you're not holding up a 10 and you're not holding up a 0?
I would like that.
well, the 10 was for Trump.
Yeah.
So there'll never be a president like him again.
Bro, what is happening? Yo, there's something seriously crazy about the frequency in which Trump operates that make these ladies go nutty mode. Like, they want to fuck him, they want to suck him, they want to be him, they want to wear his skin, they want to be his children. Like, what the fuck? She sincerely said, there will never be another man like him. That's God. That's God for you. How is that? Like, what happened? What the fuck has he done for you, lady? There's plenty of other racists out there. You know what I'm saying? It's not like Trump is the only racist, man. Why not other races? That's my question. Why not other races? Get better races to be on board with. That's my new initiative. I just want to see. I want to see where this goes. Because, like, why Trump? You know what I mean? He doesn't have a lot of redeemable qualities, especially at this point. He's gone back on virtually all of his campaign promises. So why Trump? Why not another racist? I want to see. Is there another guy that could captivate your attention this hard? What are they seeing that I'm not seeing? I wish there was an opportunity for me to, like, put on their glasses for one day and just stare at Donald Trump to understand what the fuck is happening in their minds. Because they talk about Trump like they're never going to vote again. Like, once Trump is out, see, that's the other side of the story. But honestly, who cares about what you're saying, Lol? I mean, yeah, if you're one of those people, which I assume you are, yeah, of course you don't care. But I'm sincerely trying to understand, like, what it is about Trump that is so captivating for you. You know what I mean? What is it that grandmas that have gone through menopause feel horny like they've never felt horny ever before in their whole lives when it comes to Donald Trump? Look, I'm going to run this back.
So you're not holding up a 0?
I would like that.
Well, the 10 was for Trump.
Yeah.
So there'll never be a president like him again.
Like, your grandma talks about this. Your grandma only talks about, like, Donald Trump this way. You know what I mean? It doesn't get her going to think about Marco Rubio. Certainly not Stephen Miller. Lols, dog zapper, loser. Wait, what? Bro, I asked you a question. Why is it that you and this grandma want to have your backs blown out by Donald Trump? Why can't you answer my question? Why do you guys always got to behave like a bot? Come on. I'm asking you seriously because he's goated. Okay. No, but like actually, would you ever vote for another Republican? Like, do you like JD Vance? Do you like Marco Rubio? Or is it just Trump? To them, he's Robert Redford adjacent. I would vote for Trump, of course. JD Vance is goated. Okay. How is Trump goated? Like, what has he done that you like? How has Donald Trump materially improved your life? I know you're going to say he closed the border, but that's not like, how did that materially improve your life? Trump is goated because he made eggs cheaper. They're not. Inflation is actually at all-time highs still and only got worse since the war in Iran. Yeah. Okay, border closed. It made eggs cheaper. So the first one is not correct. And then the second one, you don't even explain how it ends up materially improving your life. Hasan, you're just LTN and Trump is Chad. What is just the LTN? Oh, I'm a low tier normie? I'm a low tier normie and Trump is Chad. Okay. Yeah, I don't think this guy can vote. And not because he's under the age of 18. Like, I think he's medically not allowed to vote. Because he's, like, medically 12. He might actually just be 14 years old. Actually. We are alike. You and Trump or you and I? POV is he's a billionaire business tycoon. Me and Trump. You and Trump are alike. You guys both rapists? Are you guys both slaves to Israel? You guys both take billions of dollars in tax revenue and direct it back into your pockets. You and Trump together. This is like the Enver Hoxha meme, you know? Me and Trump both made $6 billion last year. I made 0. He made 6 billion. But together we made 6 billion. You know, every dollar he puts in his pocket kind of feels like I'm making money. You know what I mean? Yeah, he's like me and Trump are alike. We both like minors, except Trump is a pedophile and you're just a minor, I assume.
In this world.
She may be right. There has.
Yeah, me and Trump are both alike. We both wear diapers and are attracted to minors, except I'm 12 and still shit my pants, and Donald Trump is an adult.
There's never been a politician quite like Donald Trump, which is why in Georgia and across the country, how people feel about one man will likely define the way in which both Republicans and Democrats perform in midterm elections. It was so interesting to hear how those voters saw so much through the lens of Donald Trump. Not one of them raised a positive message about the Democratic Party. Michael, who did 2 jobs and will vote against Donald Trump.
Chatter, I don't mean to alarm you, but this is the reason why your parents divorced, and you should know that it was literally because of you. I know they didn't tell you that that was the reason, but I'm going to clue you in on it. It's because of you. They talked about it behind your back. At least you'll have 2 Christmases, though, so that's good. But I just want you to know, your parents unironically did not divorce for any other reason but because of you. They were like, how could we have created such a demonic spawn, such a loser? You know, when there's like, You know when there's like a kid that you meet and you're like, this kid's not gonna he's not gonna make it. This is ass. We got to do it again. We got to try again. This mixture didn't work. This concoction didn't work. We got to try again with different people. That's what you did to them.
But he wasn't happy with the Democrats either. The Public First host did hold up pictures of California Governor Gavin Newsom and of Kamala Harris. The response was muted. One Democrat did get a reaction in both directions, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez on the left of the party, which speaks to the debate in the party right now after left-wingers won the New York primaries. But look, something else interesting happened. The Vice President, J.D. Vance, said something extraordinary last night. He said that if Watergate, probably the biggest political scandal in U.S. history.
Yeah, it's true. I hate that he said it because it's 100% true.
Happened tomorrow, it would be a 12-hour news story, and that it's crazy that it took down a presidency. He sounded like he thought his party was untouchable, but if it loses control of the Congress in November...
By the way, divorce statement was kill shot. He stopped talking after that because he knows it's real. Okay? Fucking clocked. Headshot. Rip. I'm done. Join Team Abdul. I'll let bygones be bygones. I'm sure you were on the timeline posting about how I'm a fucking terrorist, but it's okay, baby. Get on the winning team. It's your time. It's your time now. New polls dropped today. I don't know. I guess this Wedgwood polls. I don't even know what kind of poll this is. This has got fucking 29 followers, so I don't know. It's literally like a fucking Google Drive, so I don't know if this is a reliable poll or not. But yeah. Abdul Al-Sayed at 46%. I don't like Haley Stevens at 39. She's coming in close. I don't like that. Also, in the Senate against the matchup against Mike Rogers at 49%. Haley Stevens a tie. Mallory McMorrow losing to Mike Rogers. I guess they deleted that last post saying, okay, yeah, I give up. No! Plot twist, they're a Stevens fan account now. Don't you want women to win? No. Yeah. I want some women to win. I'm going to Colorado, to Denver, specifically to aid and abet 2 women winning. Not 1, but 2. But not all women. It's a man's world. Little column A, little column B. You know what I'm saying? I'm helping 2 ladies win in Colorado so I can, as a treat, get 1 guy to win over 2 women. Useless Moid. Moid. Oh, that's awesome. I just got done with phone banking for Maylot. Had a guy go on a rant about you because she was going to campaign with you. He thought you wanted to put liberals in re-education camps, so he thought that Maylot must secretly want that too, Lamau. Did you tell him yes, he does? And you're going to the camps unless you vote for Maylot? That's what you should have told him. You clocked him. The issue she had was not related to his ethnicity, but rather he was campaigning with someone who publicly sympathized with terrorists. Fucking clocked it. Someone says, it'd be wise for you to stop peddling this bullshit. We know it doesn't actually hurt Abdul in any way. All it does is raise his name recognition, and the more people see of him, the more they like him. Regardless of whether it hurts him, it's a bad thing you should stop doing. And so I'm going to speak up about it. There are people who see this kind of shit and they're just like, I'm one-shotted. I believe it. This guy is a terrorist. I tried to argue with him, just told him her policy. I tried not to argue with him, just told him her policy and got him off the phone. He said he still might vote for her. Let's go. We take those. We take those. Gary wants Republicans to win in Michigan. Yeah, Gary Peters has privately told associates that Democrats need to coalesce around one candidate to face off against Abdul El-Sayed and suggested Mallory McGraw should drop out of the race. Gary, you want to silence a woman? At the end of the day, you want people to ask Mallory McMorrow, were you silent or were you silenced? Don't do it. Don't do it, Mallory. You stay in that fucking race. Come on, Gary. You sexist piece of shit. God damn it, Gary. This is the funniest DSA attack ever. If the Democrats nominate someone from the Mamdani wing and the Republicans nominate Rubio or Haley, I'd vote for a Republican for president for the first time. Unimaginable for me as a liberal and a delegate to 3 DNCs. I'd vote for the survival of Jewish people. After I posted below, the DSA attacked me as a Republican, which I am so not, and said, good riddance. That's how anti-Semitic radicals drove me from the Democratic Party to become independent. I am the same liberal I always have been. Political homelessness is real. Wait, Todd, you've mentioned this to me many times. I re-registered as an independent a year ago. Wait, you re-registered as an independent a year ago? Rabbi, Zionist, civil rights advocate. Civil rights advocate. Civil rights advocate who wants to take away civil rights. So I guess he can advocate for more civil rights. Shout out to McMorrow Stan. Shout out to McMorrow fan. Listen to me, McMorrow fan. We'll welcome you into the coalition with open arms, even though you called me a fucking terrorist, okay? It's not true. It's not true, but if you want to believe that it's true, now you are also a part of the terrorism squad, I guess. Yeah, big tent. Big tent. I'm so fucking understanding. Gonna try to visit you in Denver. You see this shit? Colorado isn't Hasan Piker country. As Westward's Hannah Metzger reports, apropos of discussion we had, social political commentator Hasan Piker is coming to Denver on June 14th to support progressive candidate. Hasan Piker's shock jock tendency towards outrageously incendiary rhetoric that frequently condones mass violence has boosted his nationwide profile in a media climate that rewards extremism. Extremity? Like fingers? With monetized clicks? But does that approach translate to success in persuading a majority Democratic primary voter to support Piker's favorite candidates? Not so much. Piker's recently begun trying to leverage his online clout into electoral influence to little success. Wait, what? 3 candidates he backed in the home state of California has lost all races, political reports. That's not true. Fuck, it was 1, man. It was 1. What is this? An interesting piece I saw somewhere about the power the Kim dynasty has over North Korea. When did you last see this? And are you able to produce this page now? We're actively working on this problem. What is this website? Colorado polls. You also back Janet Mills and see how that turned out?
Corporation or a special interest or a politician who does their bidding who's stopping government from working for you.
Hello, fellow terror kid.
So yeah, if you're Chuck Schumer, I'm dangerous. If you're AIPAC, I'm dangerous. If you're a corporate PAC, I'm dangerous. If you're Blue Cross Blue Shield CEO, I'm pretty damn dangerous. If you're PCE, I for sure am dangerous. But if you're somebody who needs government to work for you, I aim to be the best friend you ever had. Okay. I'm not dangerous.
Dude. God damn. What a stud. What a fucking stud. What a goddamn stud. Dude, I've never seen a crop of talent like this before in the Democratic Party. Like, think about this, dude. Think about all the candidates that I've had on the fucking stream, all the policies that they're trying to advance. Like everything they're fucking fighting for. Have you ever seen anything like this in the Democratic Party? Have you ever seen anything like this?
There is an interest.
In all of your years of voting Democrats, have you ever seen a momentum like this one before? I never have. He's a Lebanese Zoran. He gives teddy bear vibes. He's Egyptian, first of all, not Lebanese. Egyptian.
There is an interesting dynamic playing out in the Democratic Party, however, when it comes to the DSA and black voters. On the one hand, Congresswoman-elect, presumably Chevalier, narrowly won black voters in New York, like 48% to 46%. On the other...
Not narrowly. No. By a wider margin than Espaillat won Dominican voters.
On the other hand, a lot of these positions of the DSA advocate for things that black voters in general don't support, like no borders, no police, no prisons. And then I want you to take a look at what happened on election night on Tuesday, according to this viral video reported on by New York Magazine, among others. Take a listen, and we'll talk on the other end of it. So that's a bar full of largely white DSA
Oh,
activists.
shut the fuck up, Jake. You're such a bitch. God, you are... Oh, my God, Jake Tabor. Sweetie. Bad luck, sweetie. Yeah, they're talking about one of the most powerful politicians in the country, dude. They're talking about one of the most powerful people in the country. This right after you slandered Daria Lisa, who is black.
Activists chanting "You're next" as they watch an interview on the TV in this bar.
What's going on? Do they want to kill him? Do they want to do a Klan rally? Do they want to light a burning cross outside of Hakeem Jeffries' congressional office? What's going on? I'm stupid. I'm a stupid guy. I wonder what a bunch of Democratic socialists are chanting "You're next." I wonder what that means. Perhaps they're saying, like, we are going to unseat you from your power. Okay?
With Hakeem Jeffries, the potential first ever black speaker of the House. What's your take on that?
Don't need debate. Don't need debate. Don't need debate. Come on. Remember, liberation theology. Liberation theology. We've seen your old sermons. We've seen your old sermons, Pastor.
You know, as I said, we have robust and rambunctious arguments about the direction of our party, but the focus is on the concerns of ordinary people.
Oh, thank God. Okay. Okay. Like, I don't even care. I don't. Maybe I spoke too soon. I don't even care if Raphael Warnock eats the bait there and says it's like racist or whatever. It just hurts my soul to see him every time be a corporate Democrat stooge, because I know what his real opinion is. I know what he used to say, what he used to think. So it's just like, it is a somber reminder that no matter how radical someone is before they run for office, once they get into office, the machine just molds them into this wishy-washy, middle of the road, bullshit ass AIPAC stooge.
Look, I don't believe in abolishing the police. You can't have security without police. You don't have a country without borders. But this debate will go on.
At least he sidestepped the very clearly idiotic statement that Jake Tapper was making about, like, they're racistly wanting to change the leadership of the party. The leadership of the party is a black man. I agree with Jake Tapper. I don't like large crowds of white people saying "you're next" about a black man, but thankfully as a politician, okay, come on, Enfador, you know what they were doing.
Americans are not a monolith.
Like, even I made that joke at the rally, if you remember, but it's just jokes, okay? It's just jokes. Like, it's not, Jake Tapper is not cracking a joke about the optics of this looking weird, right? Jake Tapper is making a sincere, well, he's insincere, but he's trying to advance this as like a sincere position. You know what I mean? I'm fucking with you. I know. Okay. That's good. That's good.
They will respond as they are.
Also, Jake Tapper is unbelievably racist. That's what makes it even funnier. Where Jake Tapper, who could forget Jake Tapper gangbanging in Media Land's very own author, Jake Tapper.
Hearing candidates center their concerns. I think part of the problem with politics, quite frankly, in our country, is that we've made the politics about the politicians. Which candidate is in, who's out, who's up, who's down, what's going to happen to this politician come November. I'm worried about what's going to happen to ordinary people who can't afford their lives right now. And there's a way in which both parties have not adequately responded to this deepening American crisis. We've seen the concentration of wealth in our country increasingly at the very, very top, especially since Citizens United and the passing of the one big ugly bill, which I call Robin Hood in reverse, socialism for the rich, the largest transfer of wealth from the bottom to the top.
Mm-hmm.
I think young people are.
Maybe I'm too naive and maybe I'm totally off base here, but I wonder if, like, this kind of movement and this kind of momentum will cause some people like Raphael Warnock to at least be a little bit more bold in what they believe. You know what I mean?
Seeing that, they are deeply frustrated. And the range,
instead of constantly genuflecting to corporate power.
And there's a wide range of their responses. But we have to center the people. And come November, the people are going to hold Donald Trump and his henchmen accountable. We're going to put some guardrails on this president by flipping the House and the Senate.
HasanAbi reverse Fetterman stands the stroke. You're Mr. Redemption, so you're going to see it from that angle always. Hopefully you're right. Okay. Let's do the Jube. Where the frick is the Jube? Wait, what was this? Oh, here's Mike Collins trying to fucking attack John Ossoff by bringing me up somehow. That's really going to play well in fucking Georgia.
I talked to Senator Ossoff today, and not surprisingly,
Like I haven't even done shit with John Ossoff. He's just saying like John Ossoff should just like randomly condone Hasan Piker or condemn Hasan Piker.
he had some not so nice things to say about you. He called you a bigot. He called you an anti-Semite. He said you're a person of low character. What do you say to him?
You know, he's lying, and the reason he's losing, and he knows he's losing.
You think he's losing this race?
He is losing. He's going to lose this race. This race is going to be about record of results. Both of us are one-termers. He's a one-term senator. I'm a one-term congressman. You take a look at what I've done in my first term. I've had 2 pieces of legislation signed into law by 2 different presidents of 2 different parties. You take a look at what he's done. He's accomplished nothing. Now, John Ossoff has voted for just massive spending bills out there, created inflation and skyrocketing costs out there. He voted for open borders. He voted to allow men to play in girls' sports. This guy is weak, he's woke, and he will be defeated. Because at the end of the day, Georgia's going to have a choice. And that choice, Mono, is clear as day. You're going to have the choice to pick between someone, me, who has delivered, and delivered not just in the private sector, because that's what I was for 30 plus years, but also in Washington. And just making life more affordable, making this country safer, just making Georgians' life better off. Or you get a choice of John Ossoff. This is a trust fund kid. He's never had a real job in his life. Now, what he has done is he's made our life more expensive and less safe. We've seen that and left Georgia worse off.
He said, the things that he has seized upon in particular.
Trust fund kid who's never had a real job in his life is so funny to say that about the incumbent senator that you are seeking to unseat. Okay? Dog, he's currently the senator. What do you mean? He's never had a real job in his life.
Of your past posts on social media and the like, a lot of them have gotten you into some hot water. Do you regret any of the things that you've said on social media?
If I were John Ossoff, here's one. You're talking about somebody that voted against Israel twice. You're talking about, so why doesn't he condemn Hasan Piker?
What? I have no contact with John Ossoff, man. What the hell? I've heard my name be mentioned in so many different ways. This past year has been hilarious. Hasan Piker. Yeah. Why don't you condemn him? He said he likes you and he's an anti-Semite. Do you hate Jews, Mr. Ossoff? Huh? Are you actually Jewish, Mr. Ossoff? How perfidious. How about you condemn yourself? Condemn yourself, Mr. Ossoff. Yeah, John Ossoff receiving the HasanAbi bump for free 99.
Said on social media.
If I were John Ossoff, here's one. You're talking about somebody that voted against Israel twice. You're talking about, so why doesn't he condemn Hasan Piker out there for his anti-Semitic? He's an anti-Semite streamer, and he endorsed his campaign. The same guy that helped get those socialists elected last night in New York.
Why does this person know who I am, bro? Unk. What the fuck? He's doing anti-Semitite content. Suspected HasanAbi head at the Ossoff rally. What is this? Ossoff turns to foreign policy, saying President Trump's war with Iran has made America weaker and less secure as he speaks. An attendee shouts, Operation Epstein's Fury. I mean, I'm not going to take credit for that.
For everything, the Trumps are raking in billions from all over the world. Illegal tariffs, failed war, healthcare cuts, and unmatched corruption. 34% approval and a presidential legacy cemented in disgrace. But he didn't just promise to lower prices, he promised to keep America out of war. Instead, Donald's defeat sent gas prices soaring and made America weaker and less secure. And just
Operation Epstein's Fury.
So maybe John Ossoff should look in the mirror before he starts talking.
But do you regret any of your past social media posts?
You know what? I've always checked my social media posts as much as I could. But when things happened, I took care of that problem, just like any good business person would do.
Will there be any other controversies from your past or associations with people that may get you in trouble in this race?
You know what? We're going to stick to the issues on this thing. That's what's going to win it.
Yeah, issues like Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker. Why has he not condemned him? Get him out of here. He's running for office. I know it. Every Republican argument in the general election turns into Dave Rubin if the opposition is actually advancing. If the Democrats, hopefully Democratic Socialists, are advancing a clear agenda on affordability and defining exactly what they're going to do as far as like healthcare, Medicare for all, housing for all, government funded housing, federal jobs guarantee, free college, and, embargoing the state of Israel, like things like that. This is all they have. It will be reduced to just this. Okay? These guys, I think, got a little bit too comfortable with not really having to make a convincing argument because Democrats haven't been making a convincing case to vote for them, right? But in any case, we're at 8 hours. I'm going to end it here, chat. I'm tired. I'm sorry. Maybe we'll continue watching this tomorrow. There's a lot of other funny videos on the docket as well. So we'll get to all of that and more. Tomorrow, I got Francesca Hong, running for Wisconsin governor. And on Tuesday, I will be in Denver, Colorado. I will be in Denver, Colorado on Tuesday, hopefully to notch another W. Okay. I have not taken the Which Leftist Are You quiz yet. I will take it tomorrow, hopefully. Okay. Anyway, love you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow, okay? It's a good day today. Peace.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there is is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There it is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Son and husband chatter laws, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left to me, a dumb himbo still on course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to sea. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.